Also Warszawa, so in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga about 10k to go, running in Tallinn and Estonia, and I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. We'll be strong. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. We'll be strong. I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon, you see it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. We'll be strong. Good morning, everyone. We're running in Zagreb, in Croatia. I will now take the knee. And here we go, on the lucky 13th marathon. Zagreb in Croatia. And just taking the knee there for Black Lives Matter, because Black Lives Matter. Just never forget how their peaceful demonstrations were treated in Washington, D.C. before how the white supremacists riot and insurrection was dealt with on the 6th of January earlier this month. Completely different police response, and that sort of says it all. So, today we're going to be talking to Gabrielle Williams, who's an MP joining us from Australia, from Melbourne in Australia. You know Gabrielle. And as we can see how things are getting on in Australia and the other side of the world. Then talking to Marina Starsvik. Sviko. Now I could be pronouncing Marina's name wrong there, I'm terribly sorry if I have. Balkans. That's at 1 o'clock London time, 1:30. Lindsay Keeble, netballer for London Pulse. Talking to Lindsay. At 2 o'clock, Nino Bantic. Talking to Nino, a native of Zagreb in Croatia, and my promoter. And I play there, so I can chat with him. It's at 2 o'clock London time, 2:30, in Stafford, founder of London Sporting Club. Then we've got questions. Now, Sarah, I've got questions from social media. Not at 3:30. Is that not any particular?
Yes, I think we're going across the board.
Oh wow, okay.
I believe.
You'll be able to do that, jumping between them?
Yep, give it a go. I think I'll have some backup from Chris and Mark as well, I think.
Very good. 4 o'clock. Talking to Ashley Cox, National Running Show. 4:45. Nick Kershaw back on yesterday. Not the singer Nick Kershaw, but the person who set up the marathon in Uganda. So we had slightly cut short yesterday his chat with him. And Jason Isaacs, actor Jason Isaacs. We are at 5:15 London time today. Jason I've met before, very good actor. Very good actor. And, so yes, what would be nice to do is Dave, do we have the first of the Zagreb videos from 11 months ago?
I do.
Okay, well let's show the first one. I'll just tell everyone what's happening. So 11 months ago, February of 2020, I ran through all these cities in Europe and the actual cities, and so I took videos and when I started, when I finished, and in the middle of the day. So it'll be interesting to show those. So the one you're going to see is from 11 months ago to the day, 13th of February 2020, in Zagreb, and I'm now running a virtual marathon in Zagreb. So far away, Dave, when you're ready. Can I get Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Marathon 13 out of 28. Once I've done this, I only got 15 to go. Sounds kind of crazy. But tomorrow, after tomorrow's marathon, Ljubljana, Slovenia, then I will have done half. You need to grab hold of the psychological from this. Look, there's a tram in the background. I do like trams. So it's 0 degrees, got about 5 layers on. I will just run. Alrighty. More later. Make humanity great again. That is the thing. Do share, do tweet, do make connections. At a time of great divide, this is the time to make even stronger connections than before, I think. That's the positive way. Okay, bye-bye. There we go. That was from 11 months ago. And I absolutely agree with whoever that person was. Obviously me. Yes, at a time of some people saying great divide, nationalism, pullback. I've seen the 6th of January in Washington DC, you saw people who want to be nationalistic and hate other countries and be very insular, separation, isolation. Now is the time for every decent thinking person to stand up and make even stronger connections than before. This is the only way forward for humanity. The hat to make humanity great again that I'm running with, that you saw there in the video, available. Just go to eddieizzard.com, you can scroll down there, you'll see it. You can click on there, we've got masks, we've got t-shirts, and obviously Donald Trump came up with some slogan that was, again, very nationalistic, and I thought, well, let's go one that, for one, that includes 7.8 billion people, every single citizen of the world, including America. Let's make all of us great again by reaching out, connecting. What can we learn from you? What can you learn from us? Any country in the world, any person, any household, any good ideas. That's at a time of COVID. We must be going, how are they doing it? How are we doing it? Let's check the best methods, as opposed to we know what we're doing, we're best, let's just close things off, lock things off, build walls, separate out, and retreat into isolationism. Even though I would say the government at the moment very keen on isolationism, pulling back and retreating, and I just think, no, let's go forward, make even stronger connections, and it is inevitable that our own continent, we will be back with our own continent, and we always are, because you can't move it. Our continent's right there, trading, culturally, people going on holiday, people wanting to retire. Things are going to be much more difficult now, but half the country was thinking one way, half the other way. And if you've seen the latest polls, more than 10% of people would like, in our country, in the United Kingdom, would prefer to stay in Europe rather than leave Europe. And I am one of those. That's why I'll fight for my country, proud of being British, proud of being European, proud of being a world citizen. And I will make connections. Being sponsored by Mizuno, and we're running with the kid from Mizuno, which is a Japanese company, an East Asian company. I was born in a West Asian country of Yemen, the city of Aden. So I'm going to keep reaching out from now for the rest of my life, for always. I encourage you to too. I encourage you to do as well, to reach out and make connections, FaceTime people, link up Zoom with people, whatever it is, trade with other countries, not this nationalism. We tried the 1930s. Please watch a DVD, read a book about it. It didn't work. My country is better than your country does not work. What is good and what is best is we're all great countries. Every single country in the world is striving to be a great country. There are wise people and determined people and brilliant people in every country. It's foolish to think otherwise. And the simplistic politicians that say separate, isolate, pull back, they must not be allowed. Like Trump, this must not happen going into the future. I'm sure it will again, but we have to see the logic that if lies are allowed to be a tool of politics, and Donald Trump has lied so much more than he has said truthful things, ridiculous amount, lie after lie after lie, we couldn't even keep up with the lies. If lies are allowed to be overt lies, fundamental lies, allowed to be a tool of politics in a blatant way, and that humanity dies. We tried this in the 1930s. And people might say, oh, it's a bit extreme if you put Hitler into this equation. Don't forget, if Hitler was voted out in 1937 after 4 years, that Second World War wouldn't have happened. All the vast extreme things, his confidence growing and what he could do. Think if Trump had got another 4 years. He's trying to come back and do another 4 years. Think what would that do to his insane attitude? This This is someone who is a sociopath. He really doesn't care about anyone. And if his supporters think that he cares about them, he was encouraging them to be insurrectionists on the 6th of January. And then he patted them on the head and said, well done, we like you. The next day he said he hated them. So, Donald Trump will say whatever he feels like saying most of the time. And sometimes I think that speech he made on the 7th of January was him being persuaded by those people who are still around him, whoever they are, that he had gone off the edge. Maybe he was always off the edge. So, I'm trying not to mince my words, trying not to be too full on, but this century, I believe, there's more people behaving in this simplistic way, like Trump, using lying as a tool of politics, then we will not make it. Humanity won't make it. We're going to come up with some other COVID, some bomb, something that people can just throw around, and it's going to take down humanity. Do not believe that a mystical God will come down to save us, because they didn't come in any other war ever in the history of the world. They've never come down and helped, so they're not coming now. So it's up to us. So that's what I'm fighting for. That's what I'm running for. I did, up to yesterday, I did 12 marathons and a gig at the end of at 7 p.m. every evening. I do a gig. I will be one tonight. You can get tickets at Izzard.com, streaming that around the world. They're normally in English, but yesterday I ran Wien, in Österreich, in Austria, and so I did a gig in German yesterday, which is my third language. My second is French, so I'm not so strong in German, but to help with my friend Sigrun in Berlin. We ran through it yesterday morning, and interestingly, it was a sort of pretty okay show. It was my Wunderbar show, which is the one I've been most recently touring, but my English shows will be the best of. I'm doing pieces of all my material from the early days and remixing them and finding them. But to get the show done and out there in German, the pressure was huge. It was just so difficult to think about it. And there's no audience, so you can't bounce off anything. So yeah, just have to be calm in my head and go through pieces that like the, because there's certain, if you're German or any language you're learning, if it's not brilliant, like in German I can say, hi, how are you? Wie geht's? Do you have, how's the weather? I want something to eat. I can do all that survival German. That's sort of in now. It's my. If you're doing stand-up, you sometimes have a sentence you have to say in order to get over the idea that you're trying to build up and turn into a story. And the one I keep making a mistake of is, I ran by a big house in the country, which wouldn't seem like a difficult line, but I couldn't quite get it out yesterday. See if I can find it again. I need to lock it in. Ich bin an einem großen Haus vorbeigelaufen. Ich bin gelaufen, because it takes sein. An einem großen Haus. An einem großen Haus vorbei. I'm learning it now because I've got another German gig on the 23rd of January after I run Berlin. And interesting, we call it Berlin, they pronounce it Berlin, we pronounce it Berlin. Still the same letters, but whereas in Germany, Munich, English speakers say it's München. München is what they call it. Why? It's different, I'm not sure. Vienna is actually Wien. That's where Wiener Schnitzel comes from. W-I-E-N, the W press, like a V, but we call it Vienna, which is still got a very elegant ring to it. Hey, so ich bin an einem Börsenhaus vorbeigelaufen. I'm just going to repeat that to myself during the day. Now, what always happens if you're doing multiple runs, especially when you get into it, is you start running and you want to go to the loo. Oh, so I'm going to try and hang on for a bit. Now, Sarah, do you want to come? It's because you've got hats you need to put on.
Oh yes, my hat.
I think it's hat time. As I said before, the hat marks and t-shirts make you integrate again. All profits to charity. The charities that we are fighting for, the ones that we are highlighting and championing, and they are Care International, Covenant House, and then we have FairShare, and then we have Unite to Combat Neglected Tropical Diseases and Walking with the Wounded. Those 5 charities I am championing. If you don't say it, it doesn't sound quite right. Okay. We are heralding, we are supporting, strongly supporting, here we go. Strongly supporting those charities. This January, at a time of hellish COVID, I'm sorry if you're having a really hellish time, but all the charities we're giving to, that's me coughing now, but hopefully that's just a tickle in the throat. All these charities are doing their best in these COVID times. There we go. So, I'm running a volcano route in Watopia today with the blue team. People running along in blue shirts. Just walk for a second. Beginning is always tricky until you get into a rhythm. Oh, but a number of people out there today. So, Stephen Cousins is back. God, this is annoying. If you cough, then if I cough, then I need to cough again a bit. Clive Finham was out there as well. I was saying, I'm waiting for Stephen, but is Stephen out there? Is he running? Anyway, it's all good. Thank you everyone running, everyone wearing blue shirts. Sorry I'm walking a bit. I'll get going again. I feel a bit of a pressure. It's very nice anyone on Zwift, on the Zwift app, you can see in the top right hand corner running along with me as we go an underwater tunnel, a virtual underwater tunnel. It's kind of a beautiful idea. Maybe that is the future. Very hardened, clear substances that you could see. It may be a bit scary. I mean, if it's dark water, it probably wouldn't make much difference, but very bright blue water, which you get. Where do you get that? It's just less polluted areas or more towards the equator, I'm not sure, but it does look fantastic. And yeah, so everyone running. I find a little bit of pressure actually, because I feel I have to, if I slow down, if I speed up, people might get pissed off. But just bear with me everyone on Zwift. You have been doing so far, so I think you're okay with that. I just have to do what I have to do to keep getting through this. It's 31 days. Oh. So, I'm going to take a break at 25 past, and we have our clock up counting down, but we're not showing that. Dave, is Ian with you today?
Yeah.
Is Ian with you today?
Yeah.
All right, because Ian did this thing with the clock at the end of the show, and he just plonked it somewhere. Is that? Am I talking to Ian or David?
Both of us.
Okay. I'm just wondering.
Hello.
Ian, I'm just wondering. You know, on the front of the runner here.
Yeah.
We couldn't put a small version of the ticking down clock there, could we? Because I could sit there and not get in the way, maybe.
I can attempt to work on that. I will try.
Just have a go. Well, you did it up against. Was it much easier to do it in the top right-hand corner? Because that looked great yesterday.
Yeah, it's just as we flick around between different camera shots,
Oh, okay. If it's a problem, don't worry about it. Because the guy said they
Dave
prefer.
wants a challenge.
Yeah. It just might be interesting because people have an idea of where we are.
Yep.
Well, actually, no. They can actually see it from the top thing, can't they? We've done 2.61K. Yeah, don't worry about it too much. The last hour, we like the last hour.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
clock is last hour.
we'll get it.
Okay. Oh. So, doing 12 marathons and then a gig in German. I'm quite pleased about that. It is tough doing a gig after a marathon in any language, but in the third language, I didn't know if I could do that. I thought I was probably going to make lots of ridiculous mistakes and get stuck and finish about 40 minutes after, but it was the full hour. So that's good. Das ist eine gute Sache, eine gute Ding. Ich bin an einem großen Haus vorbeigelaufen. I ran past a big house. I can't work out why that line is so difficult. It looks close means large and house obviously means house. Gelaufen, laufen is running. Is that link? There's a number of German words link. Like fantastisch is fantastic, and explodiert. Explodieren is to explode. It's geplatzt. Oh. Right. Yeah. So I'm going to the loo in a sec. Maybe at the top of this minute. Because yeah. It's always like that. The 24th minute. Here you go. Thumbs up going all right, so that's great. And oh yeah. So here we go, just going for a loo break. Sorry guys.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FairShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons. A glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FairShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FairShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FairShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases. Not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted. Disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
Thank you. We're back. I'm going to talk to Gabrielle any second. I'm ready when she is, and you guys are. And big hello to Zagreb, and people of Croatia. Have your flag here, running with that, running with the Croatian flag on Zwift as well. So we're out there. And what's the, you know, we're going Osaka on the 29th. Yeah, in
Yes.
Japan. And what's the 30th?
Oh, actually, I don't know. I wasn't sure if we'd locked that in.
We
for
have
sure.
locked it in. I've
we
announced
have.
it yesterday.
Okay.
With just the name.
I will check. Yeah, I might be
Capital of Rwanda. Just
behind the curve on that.
capital of Rwanda, if you could just.
Eddie, I have Gabrielle for you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello, Eddie.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm not very well. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Now, one thing, Ian or Dave, there's a cursor arrow right in the middle of the screen on Gabrielle's thing. Is that coming from us or from Gabrielle?
I think it's you.
Dave, Ian, talk to me.
We're not sure, we'll just run that. Bear with us.
It's just right there. It's like a floating bit of confetti. It's like confetti, but yeah, it really is. It's right in the centre. So, but hopefully they can get rid of it. Go back to the centre. I think it might have gone. It is gone. It is gone. Excellent.
It's gone.
It's gone.
That's a much better look. I'm pedantic about things like that. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you holding up?
Well, right this moment, right this second, I feel good. Something, when I talk to people, and I know you, Gabrielle, because you very nicely invited me and Sarah Johnson, my tour manager, Sarah, who's with me now, into to your offices, and it was the state parliament, wasn't it, that we went round?
That's
Yeah.
Victorian Parliament.
In Melbourne, yep.
That's
Yeah,
it.
I'm just making sure I'm getting my cities right and everything. So there's people out the window I wave to. And so I know you, so I know how this chat, that we can chat, it's quite easy. I don't have to think of questions or someone's a little bit shy. And so I feel good. And then as soon as I start talking like this, it seems endorphins or serotonin, or maybe that's the same thing, they just go through my brain, and then I get more energy, I get more something. I just ignore maybe I can ignore my legs. So I feel pretty good at the moment. And I've also done 12, sorry, I'm just going to finish. I've done 12 marathons, and then I do a gig every night, but last night's gig was in German, and it went pretty well, so I'm now happy. Yes, that's me for my opening gambit. So you're okay, yeah, in Melbourne?
Yes, we're okay. It's quite late at night here at the moment. It's 11:30 p.m.
Right.
And so I've tuned in to watch you start your run and hear about your gig in German, which is incredible. Running what? We're up to marathon 13.
Lucky
and
13.
doing gigs in foreign languages.
I know. And German is my third language, so if it was a French one yesterday, then I would have been quite happy. Yeah, okay, I can improvise, muck about, but my improvisational capacity in German is just in the survival terms of I'd like something to eat, can I get a ticket, all that kind of stuff. I can do that quite well, but sort of articulating comedy ideas is not so easy for me. But
So how many marathons have you run for charity now in total across all of them?
the first one I did here was my 100th, so I have now done 12 here, so 111, 111. That's where we're up to for charity, yeah. That's great.
Amazing.
Do you do any running, swimming, cycling, health-wise stuff?
I do. I tried to during lockdown. You know, everyone had their thing that they did during periods of lockdown. I did a bit of running. Nothing like you're doing, Eddie. I don't know how you do it. But you know, we've got to keep fit and do things that made us healthy, because it's too easy to get into unhealthy habits when you're locked in your own home for long periods of time.
Now, tell the world who's listening, because we're going out around the world. We may not have the biggest audience in the world, all 78 million people watching all at once, but still, it goes out around the world. So tell everyone about yourself, your position as a member of Parliament and all that, so you can say it easier than I can.
Yeah, sure. So I'm a member of Parliament here in Victoria, which is a state of Australia, so a member of the state Parliament. I represent an area called Dandenong, which is the most multicultural constituency in the country.
Wow.
158 nationalities, over 200 languages, and over 100 different faith groups, and we're very proud of that. And I'm also a minister in the government, so I serve in 3 portfolios in the prevention of family violence. I'm also the Minister for Women and the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs. So it's been a challenging time for all governments around the world in the last year or so, and indeed for all communities. So it's had consequences beyond obviously just the health consequences into the sort of social consequences of a pandemic, which has meant that we've all had to consider things that we wouldn't ordinarily consider. For example, we've seen globally rates of family violence increase over this period of time, or reporting at least increase, which is, I know, has presented challenges here in Australia, challenges everywhere around the world. It's one of those sadly unifying factors, one of those things we'd rather not see and rather not experience in common the way we do.
Yeah.
And also another challenge was the risk to our Aboriginal community here in Victoria, and Australia, which already experiences poorer health outcomes than the rest of the country, and so the risk of COVID, or the risk that COVID presented, was potentially disastrous. But thankfully, here in Victoria, we've managed to minimise the impact on Victoria's Indigenous community, which has been a wonderful thing, and let's hope we can keep it that way.
Yes, indeed. And we're now on a sort of very heavy lockdown in England, generally in the UK, because we've split our control is split into 3 countries and 1 province of the UK. So how is it I believe that in New Zealand, a little bit away from you, but we always think of them together. I know you think of them as very separate, but they did it.
Across the ditch, we say.
Across the what, sorry?
Across the ditch, we say.
Across the ditch, well, there you go. As we say to America, across the pond. And they seem to do a strong lockdown quickly and have managed to control it. Maybe one of the best countries doing the control. And how has it been in Australia? Are you still in the hellish thing? Are you coming out of something? Or is it getting worse, or can't tell?
Yeah, each state did things slightly differently, but as a whole, we've come out of it very well. So, in general across the country, we went hard early, very similar to what New Zealand did, and I think we've by and large reaped the benefits of that with very low case numbers now,
right?
Which is great, and we're kind of existing in a COVID normal arrangement, but of course with challenges between interstate travel at the moment, because from time to time there's been flare-ups in different states,
right?
Which is, so some of the movement of people across state boundaries has been tough in recent times. But I think when we compare it to what some of the figures we're seeing in the UK and Europe and America, we've done very, 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 very well. I think overwhelmingly in Australia. So thankfully, life here in Victoria we're very much coming out of that period of lockdown into a kind of normal. So most things are still up and running. There's still limits for gathering sizes and things like that, mask wearing, all of that sort of stuff that we know will help mitigate against more outbreaks. But we're doing pretty well.
So for comparison to people in other countries, is on most of your, because we have grocery shops and I think drugstore shops are open, but that's kind of it, I believe. I actually know food places are open for takeaway only. So what are your restaurants open, or your general shops?
Yeah, they are.
Oh wow. But
yeah, for a while there they weren't here in Victoria. We had a second lockdown from the middle of the year, which went for some time after a spike in numbers. Which was a fairly hard lockdown, similar to what you're experiencing now.
Yep.
But before Christmas, we've been fairly opened up.
Oh wow, well, that's good to know, because we're dreaming of that, I think. And people, obviously, you had it in Australia as well. Some people refuse to do any mask stuff, which is not great, and a lot of people, I suppose, a lot of people generally just getting fatigue. I suppose is the way of COVID fatigue, and would rather let's get out and get back to normal, but we have to fight this bloody thing. And I also think, I don't know what you think on this, that if you think there was Spanish flu 1919, then there's a SARS, there's an Ebola. In 68, 69, there was what's called the Hong Kong flu, which I remember at my school. A lot of kids went out just disappeared from school. I don't think they were dying so much, the fatalities, but people did die. But I just think another COVID can come. It may not be COVID, different strain, but something else is going to come along in the future. We should learn from this to be, you know, my big thing about being international, learning linkings and not doing COVID nationalism, saying we got the vaccine, we got a different way, you can back off, but really sharing information. What do you think on that?
Oh no, absolutely. I think if this has taught us anything, it's that we're all in it together, right? You know,
Yeah.
It's you know, I've often reflected with friends that live overseas that, you know, despite the fact that you know, here in Australia, here in Victoria, we're doing pretty well. It's hard to feel comfortable when you're looking at what's happening abroad in different places and seeing other jurisdictions suffer, other people suffer, and it just reminds you that really there is no getting through this. There is no individualism in this, right? Like,
Yeah.
we can't get through it with that thinking, and that goes to sort of jurisdiction to jurisdiction. What can we learn from each other? How do we get each other through this and assist? And you know, how do wealthier nations help poorer nations? Particularly when we're looking at vaccine distribution and those sorts of things. You know, there's something very human about all of that. But I think there's a very steep learning curve for us to come on, particularly given that pattern that you just talked to. The fact that, and you know, like everyone else, I've been listening to the podcasts and every expert on these sorts of challenges, and we'd be foolish to think that there won't be more challenges like this come up in future.
Yeah, I think people probably forget now, but the before we got the first vaccine, the idea of getting a vaccine was a thing of this could take a year, 2 years, a few years, and that was more the standard length of time. And luckily, maybe it's because we did a big Manhattan Project thing, and the best brains in the world were suddenly working on it because the whole world was in this problem. But I just think the next one that comes, it'll be, you know, start from scratch again. It could be a completely different bloody virus. So
Yeah.
I do hope we can make humanity great again by reaching out and learning from each other.
No, that's right. It's been a strange time, though. We've got this great unifying crises in some ways on one hand, but then on the other hand, you've got things like what was happening in the States recently with the storming of the Capitol building, and it's like the sublime to the ridiculous in terms of global events and attitudes, and you know, a clashing of perspectives, really, which is, I think, what makes what you're doing, Eddie, so brilliant. This reminder that we are all in it together, that there is that sense of mutual obligation and you know, sister. Oops, sorry, that's my dog going nuts. She's agreeing wholeheartedly with me.
Yes, I think she's
the brotherhood, sisterhood, you know, in contrast to what we're seeing, which is exactly the opposite in other places.
Yeah, what can you speak? What do you think of what happened on the 6th of January in DC? I mean, it's an insurrection. Well, especially comparing it to Black Lives Matter peaceful protests that happened there, which had a very strong police presence in DC, which isn't a state and has a slightly different thing. They can't call in the National Guard without the president. Well, the president's okay. That's what I've learned, which I didn't realize that before. But this was, it just looked a very weak police presence. Didn't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, some of what's come out about, you know, members of the police force and military attending. Storming of the building is very concerning. Look, I find the whole thing deeply disturbing, and really an erosion of democratic principles. Very frightening in terms of what it means going forward for democracy. I mean, not only in America, but you know, the ability for that to inspire might be the wrong word, but maybe it is the right one, and inspire others. And look, some of the you know, some of the T-shirts and the paraphernalia that was being donned by those who stormed the Capitol building was so disturbing.
Camp Auschwitz, yeah. Remember it said Camp Auschwitz. Staff was that guy had staff written on the back. I mean, you know, the Confederate flag, which was, you know, whichever way. I know people from the South may disagree, but that was supporting and trying to uphold having slavery, which are crimes against humanity. Slavery is crimes against humanity. and still they're going to come up with that flag. So it is wrong.
Yeah.
It is so beyond wrong. This is the weird thing. Trump has lied and lied. I've said this line: if overt lies, if fundamental lies are allowed to be a tool of politics, as they seem to be happening again, then humanity will die. If you could just lie and get away with it, and it's the getting away with it as well. Trump has lied and lied and lied and got away with it. Encouraged people to storm and commit insurrection at the seat of America. And they're saying USA, they're attacking USA by doing that. And it's just bizarre that, and then he now says if he gets impeached, people will be angry. Everyone else is angry because you caused that. Trump is such a child. He's such a fake president. A picture of him with fake president written across, I think, will be his epitaph. That's what I feel.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the idea that there can be alternative facts, as some people put it, is just laughable on one hand, terrifying on the other.
Yeah.
I fully agree. I mean, look, it's been good to see the social media channels take a position recently and sort of say, no, we're not having this, and obviously the positions that were taken in the lead up to the last US election with sort of those warnings on tweets that they may not in fact be factually correct. Is a step forward, but it raises much bigger questions too about the sharing of information and just what is appropriate and the risk of this misinformation, of deliberate misinformation to democracy and humanity.
Yeah. I think we're at a tricky time, but maybe we're at a turning point, a tipping point where we come back, where the tide could roll back from 6th of January, as I said, a day that will live in infamy, to go with the other day that President Roosevelt said would live in infamy. So we hope the tide go because obviously progressive people are going to be dead against it, but it's that middle group, and some people are just lost down the rabbit hole of hate and nationalism. But there's a middle group of people, and so many Republicans are still believing the lies of Trump, and even the politicians. And, it's like 70% still saying no, he's okay as a president. It is. The
silence has been concerning among large quarters of the Republican Party, I think, and that's been obviously cause for commentary as well. But look, is that happening while you're doing this? While you're doing something so positive and you're simultaneously watching, watching events like that. I was about to say watching Rome burn, because that's sort of what it felt like a little bit on the day. Is this madness in just its chaos? But does that imbue what you're doing with any more significance for you?
Absolutely. I like to be a student of humanity. I like to study. I've tried to study human beings over the years, because as someone who came out as trans 35 years ago, I tried to see what happens. When I came out, I thought, if I'm talking about being trans and I get the conversations going, obviously there are a lot of trans activists before me, and Georgina Bayer, an MP in New Zealand, as you all know, one of the first, maybe the first member of parliament who was trans, and so people are way ahead of me. But if I could get the conversation going, if I could articulate clearer and clearer what is happening to trans people, how it's working. I've always thought it's genetic, and they're getting closer and closer to finding that. So the conversations, the dialogue would help, particularly with mental health. And a lot of people are now talking more about mental health, which has been sort of suppressed down the decades and centuries. But coming out as LGBT plus is part of mental health. You get to a better mental health state. So that going on, trying to say we've got to reach out for 7.8 billion people. Everyone should have the right to have a fair chance in life. That's how I articulate my worldview. And what Trump is saying is no, he just wants a glorious life of being lifted and laid, and he's happy to incite people to do violence at his bidding. So that is not democracy, that is not leadership, that is not maturity, that is not being an adult, that is being a child with tremendous power, which is, and I said this other weird, not weird thing, but curious thing of Hitler had been in only 4 years and voted out, World War II wouldn't have happened. And imagine the confidence that Hitler kept building up, saying, I've been in 4 years, 5 years, no one can get me out, I'm on and on. You know, if Trump had got another term, or if he tries to get another term, what would he do? It's not someone who has any compass, moral compass, in his entire being. But some people just ignore that because, anyway, I'm going on too much about it maybe, but it is stunning and unfortunate. I like to also...
Well, you and I share a love of, or an interest in politics and a passion for it. And it's been fascinating, Eddie, to watch you and your involvement in the Labour Party in the UK and campaigning in a pro-European stance. And
Yep.
You deserve to be commended because you've lived your values, and well done.
Well, thank
Amazing.
you. Yeah. I will keep doing because it is inevitable that as Britain is a member of the European continent, that we will turn around this ship and we will be back in the European Union. That is inevitable. A third referendum is inevitable, you know, because the youth of our country will not be stopped. They're becoming passionate, they want to move, travel, trade, and yeah, anyway, and the £350 million a week that was promised to go into the NHS was a fundamental lie. There you go. Fundamental lie.
Yeah.
And getting away with lies, always a problem. Now I'm going to ask you about your career, getting to your place, because young women around the world thinking they want to be in politics. We want to encourage this equality until we can get to a place which should exist somewhere in the future, where there's an equal amount of men and women in all sports, jobs, politics, whatever. What was your journey to becoming a politician? Just tell everyone about
Look,
that.
I was one of those politicians who never wanted to be a politician. Well, you know, I was always fiercely interested in politics. I worked behind the scenes, lawyer by trade, but worked for multiple governments, state and federal, and loved that part of it. Loved policy work, loved the thinking behind it, and you know, thinking about, you know, how you ultimately improve the lot of our community, particularly the most disadvantaged in our community, was always my interest. And an opportunity came up, and it was a senior member of the party who said to me, well, why don't you put your hand up? And I think this was a very typically female response in many ways, because my initial reaction was, oh, absolutely not. And he said, well, why? And it ended up in this conversation, which I was able to distill into one word, really, which was fear.
Yep.
I was terrified of it.
And could I? Would that be fear of humiliation? Would that be the full phrase?
Fear of a public life, you know, of being sort of front and centre. I think that was my primary fear. Fear of humiliation, failure, all those other things that come with it, and just feeling like I sort of, you know, wasn't. You sort of look at everyone else around you, and they always seem to know so much more than you. You know, I always had that feeling, and then you realise, well, hopefully people do as they get older, realise that that's often not the case.
Yeah.
It's just that some people are really vocal, others are less vocal, and I think, you know, the way I was feeling and that sort of default position was something I now understand is experienced by many women, and not just in politics, in any part of our community, and as we're trying to climb ladders. But since I was elected and then made it to the ministry and mentor other young women, particularly coming through, it's a really common theme, that fear. And so it's I was lucky in the sense that I was noticed and was effectively sort of, you know, given an opportunity and had that brought to me. And had that not happened, I don't know that I would have necessarily put up my hand, although I've learnt so much from it that my one piece of advice now to others is put up your hand, think later. You know, get the experience, whatever opportunity that is that builds your repertoire of skills, do it, because with that comes the confidence and the ability to prove yourself to yourself and to others.
There's a book, Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. That is
Yeah.
a book which you can download in these COVID situations. But yeah, it's a good one. I haven't read it myself because bizarrely, I spent all my life trying to push back fear so that I had no fear. Well, I would still have fear, but yeah, fear is the mind killer. And yes, get the experience, get out there. And we encourage women all around the world to get into political life, get into business life, go as far as you can. Let's destroy all these glass ceilings. They shouldn't be there. Yeah.
Well, ultimately, look, when decision-making tables reflect the communities that they're there to serve, they make better decisions. It's as simple as that.
And so you are in state politics. I think I've asked you this before. Do you have thoughts of going into national politics, or is that parked? Or?
No, you usually sort of pick your field, if you like, a little bit. It's not overly common here to make the transition from one to the other. It happens occasionally, but usually you sort of pick your area. And for me, state politics, because it's mainly in service delivery in those areas that really intersect with people's lives, whether it be sort of education, hospitals, those sorts of very sort of community relevant policy areas. It was where I wanted to be, and I sort of felt very close to the ground being there. And you know, particularly when you're looking at the sort of challenges that we've been experiencing globally in the last year or so, it's probably solidified my view that that's where I should be, particularly in social policy areas. And while a lot of our discussion around COVID is around the health situation, what we also know is it exacerbated or shone a light on a range of other fault lines and issues that were already there that have just been effectively magnified by the situation we're in.
Right.
Whether that be disproportionate impacts on women, whether that be, you know, mental health issues within our community, and disproportionate impacts on parts of our community over others, which really just go to revealing that there are inequalities that rest within our communities that we need to address, even outside of a COVID situation. So my enthusiasm for that kind of policy has only grown over this period of time, when I've been reminded of how significant the policy decisions and our vision really is to improving people's lives.
Okay. Well, then you're going to have to say that, because I was going to say I wanted to encourage you to go national, because I encourage people to, yeah, that's what I do.
I know you're wonderful. You're a great motivator of others, as well as being highly motivated yourself. It's such a gift. Not everyone thinks to kind of push their own motivation outward, but you do.
Well, I just think I want. You know, I want to do well for myself, then you want to look around. This is not with yourself, our situation between us, but I just want to encourage everyone to rise as far as they can. If they have a positive heart. If they have a negative heart, then don't bother, just relax, sit down and maybe read a book about humanity or something. But rather than shouting, it is anyway, we won't get to that. So, okay, I'm going to jump off now. Thank you so much. You can go and get to bed and have a relaxing time. Great to talk to you. Stay safe.
Lovely to talk to you, and good luck, and thank you for all the amazing work you're doing, and for inspiring others as well.
No problem. Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks, Gabrielle. Take care. So, best wishes to, and that's Sarah. Yeah. Remember I said, see the 1 o'clock? You see the net. Remember that thing in brackets I was going to say? That's not happening yet, yeah? Yes. So Gabrielle Williams there, MP in the state of Victoria in Australia, and their situation in Australia and in New Zealand, very much so in New Zealand, is in a better place than ours. So now, 1 o'clock, I'm going to talk to, I'm going to walk for a sec, to Marina. Now I'm going to, Marina Starsvik, Sviko. Now, I'm pronouncing all the letters because I'm dyslexic, but I could be getting that wrong. So Marina will tell us how to pronounce her last two names. She's from Care International and Balkans, Senior Advisor for Young Men, the Young Men Initiative Program, Care Balkans. She's calling in from Serbia today. And by vocation, Marina is a social worker. In 2000, she started working in the civil society sector in Serbia, working with local NGOs for internally displaced people and refugees. Marina has been with Care Balkans project since 2006, specializing in gender transformative programming, deconstruction of harmful masculinities, prevention of gender and peer violence, and integration of life skills, education, and official systems across the Balkans. Talk about mental health impact on lockdown and care's work in the Balkans, and also gender and gender-based violence. So there we go. It's all obviously the tough things. A lot of people working here in a very tough situations, and some people also try and get to the lighter side of things if we can.
I have Marina ready for you.
Okay,
I'll pass you through.
far away. Hi, Marina.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi, Izzard. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm okay. I don't know whether you just heard me, but I think I pronounced your second and third name wrong. So can you?
Doesn't matter. I'm Marina Starsvik, but it's fine. Only Marina.
I'm going to go with Marika. With Marina.
Marina.
I'm a dyslexic person anyway. So.
Okay.
And I'm knackered and I'm running. But anyway, yes. Tell us about yourself and your work with Care International and Balkans. Care Balkans.
Okay, so firstly, welcome to actually few countries in the Balkans. You don't know that you are running today in Croatia, Serbia, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Kosovo, because actually Care Balkans has the offices all around these places, and we are doing some great work for people in Balkans. Most of the things are related to economic empowerment and empowerment of marginalized groups, which are mostly related to different ethnicities and to women and young people especially. We have, of course, some 3 pillars, which are like social economic inclusion, gender equality, and of course humanitarian response. Because we are facing with that all the time for a couple of decades now. And the recent one, which is directly connected with Croatia, is actually this earthquake. I don't know if you heard, but the very big earthquake hit Croatia, Petrinja town in December 29th, and it was very bad, and we felt it across the Balkans. And one city, Petrinja, is actually very, very badly hit, with of course 7 dead people. For now, hopefully that will be the last number, and hopefully the earth will come down, because this is really, really stressful for all of us. Why I'm saying this? Because I'm, as you said, why am I senior advisor for this great regional project called Young Men Initiative, and that is the project who actually provides young people space where they can actually change and discuss about different things that are bothering them.
Yep.
And exercise new attitudes and behavior related to violence prevention, gender equality, sexual and reproductive health. And now that seems strange, but the problem is that in Balkans we don't have life skills education. And these topics are not taught at schools. Yeah. So basically Care International, together with very important local partner organizations all over Balkans, is trying to create a movement around this issue and to actually support institutions to introduce these life skills programs in schools, so that young people can have actually place where they can get knowledge, officially knowledge about very important topics for them. Our main target group are teenagers, which is, difficult by itself. It's hard for them, it's hard for us in some way. They're in transitional period, and we are trying to create enabling environments so that this process comes very smoothly. And of course, it's a big project. It lasts from 2006, and it has different layers. But the most important thing is that we have these clubs, which we call BMN clubs. BMN clubs means triggering people to challenge the social norms and traditional norms that exist in Balkans. Those clubs were very important in this COVID lockdown. That's the issue. So those clubs are spaces where the young people gather, talk about important topics, and reflect. And of course, when the lockdown started, they had to stay at home, and all our activities, which are usually related to workshops in schools, in the streets, and very, very socializing, had to stop.
Yep.
Yeah, so we had to go, to digitalize and to move everything to online world, which was very interesting for us because we wanted that anyway, but this was like a speed up process to do that. And we managed to do that, and the most important thing were actually this online BMN club gathering, where young people have a chance to express their most concerns about COVID, their fears, their different, very different behaviors that they're experiencing, anxiety, depression, disorder, eating disorder, sleeping disorder, all those kind of things. So our partner organization decided to organize psychosocial counseling for them, and that proved to be very, very good, and also some very, easy tips and tricks how to survive lockdown, how to survive COVID.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, like you lost your freedom, you lost control, you lost your everyday life and routine. Let's do something with that. You have the day, and you should do something like make a new routine.
Yep.
They had also very stressful online schooling, which was not well organized. So it was like on which platform I should take a class, and on which platform I'm taking the exam, or on what shall I do,
Yeah.
So it was very, very bad for them. And also they were mentioning tensions at home, which we are so sure, and we are not still having the proper data, that there has been a great deal of violence in houses, while lockdown. So we tried with all our things to do that, and some of the activities I said were like psychosocial counseling and that, but the other thing was fun activities, Like let's have some quizzes, let's have some podcasts, videos, let's have some fun online, And that was very, very useful. So for example, in Croatia, we had this podcast, Eggplant in Pajamas.
Oh, wow.
So they were actually young people, speaking about young people in crisis, and how should actually young people act on, and how should they survive this process. It was very hard for them, and I'm sure that we all experienced the same, of course, but I think it was harder for them because all their teenage life is focused on socializing, on friends, on having fun, and they couldn't do anything. So our activities are continuing now, and that's good. Our project is continuing now, so we will have a chance to go more in depth and reflect on what happened, and actually follow up. Because I think that the second thing that should happen now is that we talk about vaccination and the importance of that, which is also here, Balkans is all about the conspiracy theories and all those things. So we hope that we will actually discuss this also with them and actually support them to get back their life again.
And you're in. Thank you. That's brilliant. You're saving me because my energy is so difficult that the talking is tricky. But you're in Serbia at the moment, yeah?
Yes. I'm calling from Belgrade.
You're going from Belgrade. Did a wonderful gig in Belgrade. Love to go back there. So, what is the situation right now in your areas? Are you as locked down as we are in the UK, or is it easier or tougher?
It's kind of it's not proper. It's not lockdown, but for example, regarding youth, the clubs and cafes are working until 8 in the evening. Yes. And you have to wear a mask in all the indoor spaces, and the music is not allowed actually, which is strange because when you sing, you kind of spit on people.
Oh yes.
You know, so they ban the music. But it's kind of the one thing that I am actually afraid is that we kind of now used to this situation, you know? This is normal.
Yeah.
And it's not normal. You know? And I think that people are kind of relaxing, like, okay, young people do not get bad symptoms or something, and you know, you can feel the relaxation while numbers are high.
Right.
You know? And that's the problem actually. But I think the only solution is vaccination as soon as possible. In some of the countries in the Balkans, there are already shots prepared, but in some not. So everything is still challenging, you know, and I know that we all facing that, so it's not something related to specifically to one country, but I think it's hard. And of course there was a winter break from schools. Yeah. So now they're getting back on Monday to schools, and they will have like kind of offline and online schooling, so it will be challenging again, I think.
Yes, indeed. And I was reading off some information that have been given about yourself, working with gender transformative programs, deconstruction of harmful masculinities, and stuff generally with gender. Are you running Care Balkans? Are you in charge of that, or are you part of the group?
No, I'm part of one very important group. Those are the two managers who are leading one project specifically for Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the other one for all 4 countries, Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and Croatia. And what was the issue? The issue was that in 2006 we came across this great program from Mundo, which is a very respectful organization based in Brazil and I think they have office there. They were doing some very great work with young men in favelas, which is you know, very hard to do. But they were trying to explore attitudes and behaviors of young men and create programs for them in order to, you know, support them and lift them up, in a sense. Yeah. And we came across to this program and we said, okay, we have to try it here. So we gathered like 60 young men from all those countries in the Balkans, and we were spending like 1 year of learning what is it like to be a man in Balkans? Yeah. Having in mind the information that there was a lot of wars here, there was, this is very traditional societies where men are in charge, you know, and that women just actually support this. And the findings help us to create this gender transformative program, which includes discussions and activities related to gender equality and violence related to it, peer violence, all forms of violence actually, sexual and reproductive health, which is also a very important topic because we also don't have sexual and reproductive health in schools.
Oh, right.
So actually, young people are learning about sex from bad movies
Right, yeah.
and porn sites actually. So
Yeah.
this was very important for us to tackle this issue, and also prevention of drug and alcohol abuse, because the rates were very high. And each time we enter school, we are doing some baseline assessment, exploring the attitudes and behaviors of young men. And then we see that actually those numbers are high, and we are addressing this issue through workshops, but also very importantly through very interesting social campaigns. For example, one of them is called Be a Man, Change the Rule campaign. Are You Okay campaign for the mental health, for example.
Yeah.
Turn off hate, turn on knowledge. Those kind of interesting things for them. And the most important, they are actually part of those campaigns. They are developing campaigns and they are implementing in their schools. So they are kind of feeling the ownership of the program. But as I already mentioned, but the most important thing for us is this kind of peer pressure group, but positive peer pressure group, which are beer men clubs, where actually young men, and now in the recent years young women also, they join the clubs and they are discussing these power relations between men and women, and they are analyzing their own homes and families, and like what's going on there, and they're recognizing that inequality is all over the place, and they're trying to be innovative. I always remember one mom when she was, meeting me for I don't know what. She said like, oh my God, I was so scared for him. He started to do some house chores,
Right.
So she thought that he changed so much while doing some, doing the dishes or something. But those kind of changes are actually happening, and this is something that we are aiming for. That they feel that they can be somebody else, but like somebody else that is kept inside.
Right.
But they always say like, I cannot express, I cannot cry, I cannot be frustrated, I have to be strong, I have to be, provider, I have to be on the top of things. And on the other hand, they are having all those emotions inside who are unexpressed, which are unexpressed, and then they are producing, violence usually, and aggression towards other friends or family members or girls or whoever, So this proved to be, the moment when they realize in the workshops that there are different types of masculinities.
Yeah.
They can choose to be whatever they want.
Yeah.
That's so you can see the relief on their faces, like they are like, oh, okay.
Yes.
And that makes them, to be so part of this program. We have such a great examples because this program is lasting for 15 years now. And we have actually guys who participated in this first study in 2006, who then became assistants in the partner organization that are doing the program, then the coordinators, and sometimes directors, so they're really, really getting up there, they're really living the story. The good thing also, which is unexpected because that's not the aim of the project, they also became very successful in school,
Right.
because
Okay.
we came to schools and say like, okay, give us the ones who are on the edge, who are a little bit violent, who are not interested in schools, and then psychologists of the school said, okay, this is the group, and then after 9 months, those young people actually improved their grades, which is also great for them and for parents and for community and for school, of course.
Now, Marina, I got to say one thing. When did you start learning English? Because I can hear you have an accent when you grow up, but your articulation is fantastic. You do articulate very complex problems, because I'm performing in German and French here, every night, but I can hear what you're saying, and you put it so well. So I just want to say, well done on you. And I want to know more about your story. How did you get to your position? Because you say that, are you from Belgrade? Are you from Serbia?
Yes, I'm from Belgrade, Serbia, and actually I started my work as a volunteer in SOS Hotline for Girls.
Say that again,
So
sorry. Say that again.
This is SOS
Yeah.
Hotline for Girls.
Okay,
only
yeah.
girls. So I was receiving calls, and one day one boy called me, and he said like, okay, I have a problem, and I was like listening and giving him support and everything, and then we finished up the conversation, and then I reported to the coordinators and managers of the SOS hotline and said like, okay, there is a boy who called, and I was so happy because it's written SOS for girls, and they were like, oh, we shouldn't talk to the boys and similar things,
Right.
So I was like, I was very disappointed.
Right, yeah.
So I was, from that point on, I wanted to work because there is no gender equality if boys are not involved.
Right, yeah.
If they don't understand, if they don't uptake, and if they don't change, nothing will change. Girls will just have to be protected then. And in this way, when we are working with boys and girls together, that's the only solution for gender equality. Anyhow, going back to me. And then, so I worked a lot of different things, especially with projects and everything. And then when I came to work for CARE, there was at that point my colleague John and Sasha, they were here with they called the project Men Only,
Right.
I was like, what's that, Men Only? And they were like, oh, we are doing the qualitative study on young men in Balkans, and I was very interested, and happily they put me in the team.
Yeah.
So I started with some boring stuff like evaluations, and monitoring and all those things. But then, as this project were growing, I was also growing with them.
Yeah.
And everything. Now it's too complicated, almost, too comprehensive, different things, stakeholders, institutions, all those people. But bottom line is that I can see the change, and that's something that keeps me in. Because actually you can see the change with young people in 9 months, which is amazing.
And with yourself particularly, I'm interested, you mentioned it was very, you were obviously growing up in a male-dominated society, and you're trying to get that change. Do you feel that Serbia, the Balkans, is getting to a more open place? Are we progressing?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. We're not, no, we are those kind of mentality and people who are not satisfied anyhow,
Yeah.
Like, oh, there is so much things to do, there is so much work around gender equality and everything, but it is true, but I can see the change in 20 years.
Yeah.
It's progressing, it's slow.
Yeah.
We are not satisfied with the speed, maybe, but it's happening. You cannot say that we are still in 19th century, which is good. The good thing is that actually governments has to do it now.
Yeah.
Because most of the countries from Balkans want to enter in European Union, right?
Yeah.
So they have some obligation to fulfill. So basically, on paper, we will have everything. But I think that more things will be done. More things has to be done actually. Beside, in real everyday life. That is why, for example, we are so interested in educational reform, because education is the most important thing.
Yeah.
And if you go into education system and you teach about gender equality and you teach about all those important things, then you're okay, because those generations will, grow up and everything will be,
Yes, it'll all progress with the next generation. Well, thank you. It's been wonderful to talk to you. I say this to everyone I'm talking about because they're doing great stuff. Keep doing what you're doing. And it's as someone who has played, as I said, I played in Belgrade And, you know, because all I knew about Serbia, Belgrade, was maybe that war that everyone went through down there. But to play in Belgrade, it was beautiful. And all these young kids were coming, and I had a great gig there in English. People watching in their second language. So, and I think it was about 100% Balkan people. It wasn't sort of English speakers were coming along. It was Balkan people. So, great to be there, and I'll be back to Belgrade, and I'll be back to Serbia. I will be back.
When you come to Balkans, please contact us, because we will really would like you to introduce you with our guys and girls across Balkans.
Okay.
And thank you for doing this great work for all of us.
No problem. And you take care. It's Care International. That's who some of your money people donating. Izzard.com donate, and that can go through to help in Care in the Balkans. Take care, Marina.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Stay safe. Okay. I'm going to talk to Lindsay Keeble, who's a netballer. Sarah, you better come around this because you're a netballer. Netballer for London Pulse. Is a netballer for London Pulse. I'm so sorry. Just talking to Marina there. So that was great. Okay, so Lindsay has 12 caps for England, and it's her 14th year. Now this is interesting. Lindsay, I'm not sure if it's spelt differently, because you can be a boy, you know, in this world you can be anything you want to be, but actually I'm going to slow down and walk this bit. This is my rest bit. I think you have boys called Lindsay and girls called Lindsay, and I think there's a different spelling. Do you know that, Sarah? Is that right?
Yeah, do you know, I don't know if there's a different
I think it's
spelling.
S-E-Y. Well, I know this with Leslie. I think Leslie is...
Oh, okay.
You know, but you think it's very fine adjustments on that. So, oh, I'm a complete boy, because, you know, anyway, as a trans person, I find that curious. But what? But yes, I don't know where I was going with that thought, but names, you can make them what you want. So, 12 cats for England. So Lindsay is an England international in netball. 14th year in the Vitality Netball Super League. Second year at London Pulse as co-captain. Ah, yes. Now, that doesn't happen in the men's games. In the women's games it does. Have you heard about this?
No.
You be co-captain?
Oh, interesting.
We should talk to her about that, because I think the American national football team had co-captain, and probably maybe lots of them do. It's interesting. I want to, because I tend to think about leadership, one person running co-captain. I wonder, does that make it better? In the old days, the Romans used to have basically co-captains of the Senate. They had two senators who were made. What were they made? They were made into a word that has got out of my brain. They weren't top senators, but the consuls. That's what they are. Lindsay made it to England at under 19, where she stayed for 7 years. Lindsay, where's she? To England at under 19, where she stayed for 7 years. Lindsay's also been teaching for 10 years at secondary schools in Essex. London Pulse is committed to being part of the school. This is interesting. Okay, so she's teaching as well. So is it? Oh, I'll talk about wages and all that kind of stuff. Going to talk to Lindsay Keeble in a couple of minutes. Teaching, yes, at secondary schools in Essex. London Pulse is committed to being part of the school and wider community, covering 32 London boroughs and offering netball pathway coaching programs, virtual and community camps, pathway trials, disability and visually impaired netball. Netball for the elderly, and walking netball in as many parts of the city as possible. There we go. Okay, so that is all good. And yes, I'll bring you in on a question, because you, like, what position were you? Can we have Sarah up on the screen?
In netball.
So yeah,
When I was a kid.
were you captain or not?
No, I was goal shooter. That was
But
me.
that's the big deal, though, isn't it? Goal shooter.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it is. No, I don't.
Well, it is. Well, if you're getting goals, if you get 100 goals, and it's not an important point, and they win 100, you win 100 to nothing, then I think anyone who's putting it in the net, surely that's the thing that everyone. That's what I should have wanted to be.
You were football. Now football. You told me. Did you kind of you would like you'd assist a goal? That was your kind
assist. I was. They didn't have
thing
that
you
word
could
in those
do.
days. I was just the last guy to kick it. I do remember Adrian Vincent heading it in on the left goal strut. goalpost strut. So I was on the right, and I kicked it over. That was in the first team, because I was left half in the Colts when that would have been when I was 10. And then when I was 11 and 12, I was right half, because Ed Geary was naturally left-footed, so seemed right that he should be on the left. And
So did you shoot the net as well? Did you do goals as well? Or you were really good at that, getting it to the guy who was in the right place.
I was good at passing, I was good at defending, and sometimes I do assist. I wouldn't often do an assist, I don't think, but in front of the goal, I'd really want to score, so I'd just hammer the ball as hard as possible, and it would often go anywhere in the world. Not so. But yeah,
no, I did love netball as a kid. It was fun.
Hang on 1 sec. Dave, you're going to interrupt me when things are ready, yeah?
I will do.
Okay, but we're not ready yet?
We're not ready yet.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, goal shooter and goal attack are the two positions that can score, can shoot goals. You're the only two allowed to score goals on a netball team.
That does seem odd that there's only two positions that allow it.
Yeah, and it's quite like different sections of the court, different people are allowed to be in, so there's certain kind of restrictions in that way.
Is that
yes.
Same as baseball or as basketball?
Basketball, no. I think everyone can go everywhere in basketball if I'm correct on that.
Why?
In theory.
Why have the blocks? This is my thing. Why not just have basketball that everyone, women basketball and men? You have it in football, you have it in rugby, you have it in cricket, almost every sport in the world, but completely, somewhat different rules for women's basketball, which is called a different word, netball.
Yeah, and as soon as you get the ball, you have to stop. You can't run with the ball. That's the other thing.
Why? Because obviously girls were going to die. I think a man decided that. I think women should push back on that. I'm going to put it to Lindsay.
I do remember though, there was a tactic our coach said, and they said when you're right by the net, because the net has a post, you can pass behind the post, so you almost kind of curve the netball behind to get it to your other person, your goal attack, so they can score a goal. And we did it in a match, and then the referee, who happened to be the coach of the other team, because, school way of doing stuff, blew the whistle and said, no, that's not allowed anymore, there's a new rule. So we all decided that was a lie, but there you go. We thought it was a really good trick, but anyway.
Fundamental lie. And now that was Donald Trump as a netball coach.
I have Lindsay for you.
Now, Dave, keep Sarah in the frame, okay? Lindsay.
Okay.
Hi Eddie, how you doing?
All right, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Looks like we both had a busy day of training today.
At what sort of training? Have you been training? Oh, hang on a second,
yes.
Dave. I can't see Lindsay at all on the screen. So.
We're just working on getting all three of you on.
Well, okay. Hi there. How are you?
Hi. How you doing? Nice to see you.
I'm good. Now I've been there. Did you say you've just been doing training?
Yes, we are really fortunate that netball has stayed in our elite bubble, so we're able to continue training. So we actually train at the Copper Box. So not sure if we're far away from you if you're in London or Croatia. Size mountain time?
Yeah, I'm virtually in. I'm running a virtual marathon for Zagreb in Croatia. But what's the name of the town, the place, the area that you're in?
So we're London Pulse, so we represent the capital, and we train at the iconic Copper Box. So we're really fortunate to be, literally in the star-studded area of Stratford and see the amazing legacy of the 2012 Olympics.
Oh, I see. You're out at Stratford there. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I ran my 43rd marathon when I was running around the country. I chose.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I specifically chose. It was in 2009, 3 years before the Olympics, and I chose a place because there's at the southern end of the Olympic Park, there's a flyover that goes up high, and you could see over all the development that was happening. So I said, we're going to run up here. I cased the joint, before I ran. And,
amazing.
Yeah, and I found that place. So I know Stratford, and I got stuck there because all my cameras got stuck in traffic and were breaking down. So I had to wait for 20 minutes on my final day for them to catch up.
Brilliant.
So,
I mean, drama. When is there no drama? It's,
Yes.
typical.
I know, that's what you're looking for. Now, okay, here's a question. I've got Sarah below. Can you see Sarah on the
Yes,
screen?
hi, Sarah.
Hello.
Now, Sarah also, but I mean, you're obviously an international player, but Sarah was, who were you, goal shooter, goal
Yeah.
striker?
Now I should add when I was 10, so there's
Yeah.
quite a difference.
But you were good, Sarah, weren't you? Were you good?
I loved it, and I loved being goal shooter.
And she's a black belt in karate. We should add this in. So, yeah.
Oh wow!
So
Yeah,
that's
I
phenomenal.
keep saying stop
Too
telling
many
everyone. But
sports.
there you
We're
go.
not that violent in netball, I promise. It might look a little bit rough and tumble, but we're pretty good on the whole. It's a non-contact sport, is what we keep telling ourselves.
So, is it the same? Have the rules changed? I don't know if you can compare that since Sarah's time and your time at school. Well, how old are you, Sarah? And how old are you, Lindsay? Can I ask? That's
Terrible question.
I know.
I was going to say, ask your lady's age.
No. We've got to be equality in all. As a trans woman, equality in all things. It shouldn't be. My point is.
I'm 32, so I've been
Sarah?
in
So
the league for 14 years.
And how, Sarah?
I'm 37.
37.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
So you were
Just out then.
5 years
Yeah.
behind. So probably the rules are exactly the same. I don't know if they have changed over what Sarah was
Yeah,
playing.
we try to keep netball up to date, and internationally we are constantly reviewing netball rules. So some of the things that some leagues are looking at, such in Australia, they've adapted it. That there's a 2-point rule, that there's a rolling sub situation, a bit like hockey, rather than like in netball we have obviously break-up points where we can stop the game and exchanging subs, but now they're trying to introduce this change, but they do that in Australia. Internationally, a couple of rules have changed that you can don't have to wait for a player to stand by your side. We like to be nice and polite in netball. We like to sort of wait for someone to stand by you, then we're ready to go. You don't have to do that anymore. And there's a few other tweaks. We try not to do toss-ups. Did you used to do toss-ups as a child? They were really good fun. You used to toss the ball and try and grab
Oh
it.
yes, yeah, that was the way you started,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah.
They're slowly dying a death in netball, unfortunately. They are, they're kind of disappearing.
Why was that? Was it just because it was a bit aggressive?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Everyone just gets their sort of inner self to go and grab the ball as fast as they can. But
No, so what position do you play, Lindsay?
I'm a defender, so I
Right.
play goal defence mainly, and I play goalkeeper as well. So fortunately, my height is a benefit in that position. I'm 6'4", so
Oh, there you
it
go.
comes in a lot of comes very handy in netball.
Okay, now I'm going to ask this question, Lindsay. I'm someone, being trans, I'm looking for equality in all things. And you've got men's football, now women's football, exactly the same sport rules, everything, I think. And I think rugby the same, I think women's cricket, all the sports, but netball and basketball. Why? I know historically it's an entirely different, well not entirely different, but it's sort of the same thing, but different rules. Could netball ever become basketball? Why shouldn't it? This is my argument.
Yeah, I mean, netball is definitely a standalone sport. It's similar to the possession side of basketball, but I'd say we're more of a team sport. You can't win a netball match without having your teammates, whereas basketball, football, hockey, you can dribble, you keep possession by yourself. So netball is very unique that we have to share it. We only have 3 seconds with the ball. So yeah, we are trying more equality. We actually have 4 male training partners that train with us at London Pulse. And netball as a whole, we've always allowed male attendees and participants. And although it's a predominantly female sport, and we do a lot for the power of women and empowering women to be in a unique position where they, are leading the way. We are #1 in the country. The women's team is actually the best team, so it's quite nice to have that uniqueness. But at the same time, we are doing a lot to work with men's netball. We have lots of leagues within London where we have mixed league, men and women playing alongside each other. We have male leagues, female leagues. So we are really trying as a sport to try and sort of include everyone and make sure that no one feels alienated in a game that is a truly team sport orientated game.
But you're telling me in a sort of curvy way that there's no way that basketball and netball are ever going to be the same sport.
No, thankfully not. I like the fact that netball is quite unique and basketball can do their own thing. There's 5 of them on a court. It's nice having more teammates than having 7. It's much better.
Right. Right. And your iPro Hydrate, which I have one of our sponsors, I believe that you
I
are.
was going to say stop.
Yes.
Great job.
I'm necking stuff from iPro, which is helping us they have, along with Zuno and Zwift, been sponsoring us to get this up. And have you been doing that for a long time? You've been doing that for a long time? Is that
Yeah, so we've been in contact with IPO for a while. They've actually come on board this year and been one of our team sponsors, which is great. But one of the women that work with IPO we've known for a long time, so she's been fully involved with netball, which is great. And obviously, like, one of the best things about sport is that you've got to keep hydrated. I mean, you're probably finding that yourself if you're on day 13th marathon. You've got to do all that you can to recover well, to make sure you're hydrated, to actually have the energy to keep going. So it's super important, and I think educating younger girls and boys about sort of fueling and making sure your body's at the top peak for any sort of competition is really important as sort of athletes are getting younger and younger and younger.
And you may know this fact that more people have died from overhydrating than underhydrating. Have you heard that?
No, I haven't. That's very interesting. Is that also panic mode of just going?
Somebody did there was the Wii control, the Wii thing for games on television, using your television, and someone had to drink a lot of water. How much could you Wii? For Wii, they overhydrated, they died. It's bizarrely, overhydration is a bigger killer than underhydration. This is the curious thing. I'm just a lazy hydrator, you see, so I keep bringing this back to, but it's true. You Google it and you check online and you'll find it's true. It seems.
Wow.
You just drown from with it. I don't know quite how it works, but I kind of drink for thirst. That's what I do. But I always push back on everything because I do everything the wrong way. Because you're an elite sports person, whereas I am just a crazy person who's being an endurian. I just keep going. That's my thing.
Yes, but you still need to be in a position that you can get up and run the next day and the next day and the next day. I know, so, I think you're verging on the eliteness right now.
No, I'm I can't use the word elite. Endurian. Olympians and endurians. I'm an endurian. That's what I am. I'm a relentless runner, and that's how I get it done. Now, also, I want to ask you about co-captains. Now, explain how that works. And is there only women's sports that do co-captains?
No, we have co-captains just purely on the basis that we come from different backgrounds, we come from different areas, different periods of life. I would say I'm 14 years down the line and can bring something completely different to Hallie, who's quite fresh to the pace for England herself currently. And yeah, we just like to share the load. We don't like the fact that you've got a captain and a vice captain. We like to keep things equal. The only bad side of it is that on game day we have to make a decision of who's on-court captain. That there can only be one person, so it does get a bit competitive. But we have to do a toss, of a coin toss every start of the game, and I always lose, so I always make Hallie do it. It's much better. I can delegate. It's much better.
Why don't you do it one game on, one game off?
Yeah, I mean, because of COVID, we've got a very unique season this year where we're going to have double headers. So we'll play either a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Sunday, Monday. So yeah, I definitely think we're going to be tag teaming one each. Yeah, so,
that would seem the fairest way of doing it. You one does half, one the other does half. But I believe in the American women's football team, national football team, they had co-captains as well, I believe.
Yes, yeah, they did. Yeah, so I think people respond better when you've got more options and more people to talk to. Sometimes human nature is that you don't always get on with everybody. So if you've got myself and Hallie as co-captains, then someone within our team, within coaches, staff members, support people will feel that they can approach one of us, which is a much more empowering position than having no one to talk to. So I think especially with mental health and everything that's going on now, it's not just about physically feeling okay for training, but it's mentally preparing and being okay for training as well. So the more people that are out there to help, and me and Hallie are definitely willing to help our teammates, especially because we want to win this year, it's really important that you have those access points.
But on the field of battle, one captain, is that right?
Yes, so on actual game day, when the umpires are asking, we do take it in turns. Normally 9 times out of 10 it's Hallie, and then I will step down to be vice. But yeah, she gets the more important jobs, like I said, taking tops, the important, knowing which direction we're shooting in, things like that. Much better if she takes the reins.
Very good. Okay.
I was just going to say as well, watching netball, high level as you play netball, I was amazed how many goals are scored as well. It's really high. You know,
Yeah.
like from what, you know, obviously as a kid, but you know, it's such an exciting game to watch, you know, at that level, obviously, you know. Yeah, I was amazed by that. Has that like changed? Has it got faster? Because it just seems like the pace has just ramped up.
Yeah, I think with the now England Elite programme where we've got athletes who are full-time athletes, which is amazing. We haven't had that before. We're not an Olympic sport, so unfortunately we don't get this. We do get a lot of support, but we're not an Olympic sport, so it's not the same. It's not, you know, done in the same way. So we're a Commonwealth Games team, and England Netball was supported through Sport England, but you don't get the lucrativeness of going to an Olympic game or, you know, do all the things. So we have to work twice as hard. We have to do twice the amount of things to get everything. And I think out of that, from having an elite programme, from having Super League teams that are taking on the responsibility of developing athletes to a really high level, netball has just exploded. And that's not just on court, but off court as well. You know, we are selling out tickets. We're getting over 10,000 people coming to like our domestic league, and that's down to the fact that it is an exciting game. It is really gripping. Like we say, there are over 120 goals on average scored every game. So our shooters are pretty much scoring a goal every 30 seconds, and I think people really enjoy that. That it's really, you know, you can be 10 up and then all of a sudden you're drawing, all of a sudden you're losing, and it's just a really like exciting game. And we have a lot of people going, oh, I don't remember this when I was a kid, when I was at school playing it at school. Like, it's so different. And you're like, yeah, like, you know, athletes are actually doing really well. We're going to the gym, we're doing our endurance sessions, we're doing everything we can to build a sport and to build women's profiles and, you know, show that we can compete and we can do something that's quite unique compared to everybody else. And, you know, we can show men how to do it. We can actually lead the way as one of the only few sports where women are the front runners and the men are kind of behind us catching up, which is really exciting.
That is very interesting. So it says that you've been teaching in secondary schools in Essex. So do you teach as well as you are a sports person? So it's not. And you might have already said this because my brain is so addled. But so you don't earn your living totally as a netballer.
That's correct. So if you're in the England programme and you're fortunate enough to eat, breathe, sleep netball, you can make some form of living out of both, but a lot of players still find themselves that they need to subsidise with coaching or a part-time job. In Super League especially, we've got an array of players. We've got quite a few city girls. We've got 3 girls who work for finance and international companies within London. We've got 3 of us that work at school, and the rest of them are currently students. So it's a real mixed bag when it comes to sort of employment. And although netball's great and it doesn't cost me any money to do netball, I get really well supported. Unfortunately, I can't give up my teaching job at this moment in time. Right. It doesn't quite pay the bills. So we are a little bit behind on that. But it's exciting in other countries across the world. In New Zealand, in Australia, they are full-time only athletes. They, even in their local teams, they are paid a phenomenal amount to be a netballer, which is really exciting. So hopefully we'll get there.
What does netball in the UK need to do to get to the Australia-New Zealand system?
I think it's just empowering people to tune in and watch it. That the reason why Australia does so well is they have over 1 million people tune in to games. They have stadiums that can hold 50,000 people that come to your local every, you know, Saturday game, and we just don't have that kind of support in England. It's not a real. It's a very divided thing when it comes to watching sport. Many men will go and meet their friends and go to the pub and watch a game of football. It's not quite the same with netball. Like, people won't just go, oh, let's go to the pub and watch netball. It's not quite the same there yet. But what we are finding is that lots more dads are getting involved and taking their girls to netball. We've got loads more boys signing up, so they go along with their sisters and their mums and come and watch, which is fantastic. So all I can hope is for the British public to just go out there and go and find a local game of netball. That's your local Super League team. And, you know, we cover areas from we've got Strathclyde Sirens all the way up in Glasgow, we've got Leeds Rhino, we've got Manchester Thunder, Loughborough Lightning, we've got Celtic Dragons in Cardiff, we've got Bath, we've got numerous people all over literally all over the country where, you know, you shouldn't be more than sort of 30 miles away from a netball team really, which is what we need people to do. So when COVID hopefully dies down and leaves us and departs us, we will have normality where people can go out there and like watch a netball match and, you know, change their minds about it, not feel that it's a school level sport, but actually something really elite, and that people can go out there and be amazed by our physicality.
And how does the Olympics choose what they have and what they don't have? Is it because baseball's in there, they say you're too close to baseball, so we're not going to let you in? What's going on there?
Each country, when they host, has the ability to nominate sport, and down to the fact that it's to do with how many countries across the world play your sport, how many are affiliated to your international federation, and it can be down to the fact that obviously you need male and female counterparts and accessibility. So it's actually just down to the host team to sort of introduce it to everybody else. So yeah, it's quite a hard and difficult process. We've signed lots of petitions to get netball into the Olympics, and it's been something that's lots of people have tried really hard for it to happen. Ebony Bedford Chambers, Ebony and Zira Brown, who just got married, did this one about 8 years ago when obviously we had 2012 Olympics, but I think golf and rugby sevens got picked over us, but you know, it's just a waiting game. You've got to wait until other sports die down or aren't so popular, and then hopefully netball will dive right in.
Gotcha. Yeah. Hey ho. It's
yeah.
If you're
such is life.
No, it just it seems curious, because in the old days they used to have painting and stuff and you know, sculpting as Olympic sports back in the very early days when they came back, and de Coubertin's days. Okie dokie. So, did you always know you were going to do this? Is this when you were younger that once you discovered netball, I take it your height went up quite young, or did it not? Was your leg?
Yeah, definitely. I used to be like a swimmer. I really loved swimming. I really enjoyed it. However, I couldn't talk to people in a swimming pool because you kind of drown. So I quickly moved to netball where I was perfectly next to someone, and it meant I could talk to them all day. It was great. It was a great day out. Great hours spent outside on a freezing cold netball court talking to your best mate. So I didn't really understand the process and the concept of doing netball at a high level until sort of about the age of 16 when I did school nationals, and that's kind of where I got picked up as an athlete. They were like, oh, you're 6 foot, you're 16, and you're definitely going to grow more. We really need to look into you and sort of develop you, and that's where my pathway into elite netball kind of started. I got selected for under 17s England, and then moved on to under 19s, and then went to a World Cup for under 21s in Cook Islands. Actually, are you going anywhere near Cook Islands on your run?
Cook Islands? No, it's not. I'm doing a New York run, and I'm doing running Osaka in Japan.
Oh, wow.
And the capital of Rwanda, which we still it begins with an N, and it's walked out of my head at the moment. So it's an African, doing an African one.
Wow.
But, yeah, so it's you know, we can just choose. That's the beautiful thing about this. But that's where you were. You were in Cook Islands.
Yeah, we went to Cook, beautiful place, a very tiny island of Tauranga, but an amazing place, and they've got a really strong netball team there from the influences of New Zealand and Australia and all the other surrounding islands. Netball's pretty big out there alongside rugby. But yeah, so from that I then got selected for the national squad, so this is like not age cap for everyone, and I was lucky enough to represent my country for about 7 years, and I got over 12 caps for England. So I got to travel everywhere, so like Jamaica, Malawi, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, you know, it's amazing how far netball can take you and how sport can just take you literally, like you're doing right now, all over the world. It's absolutely fantastic. It's definitely something I try and persuade young ladies and young men to sort of use sport to get other benefits out of it. It's not just about keeping fit and being competitive and winning. It's like, you know, there's a unique position where you can travel the world, experience different people, world-class athletes, world-class coaches, and you know, sport is such an opener. And you know, you can go into other things, like we've got girls who have retired and now are pundits, you know, they're on TV, they're doing other sports. We've got girls who are like doing darts and, you know, loads of other bits and bobs that they're involved in through Sky and other people. So it's amazing. It really does open up a lot of doors, and it's not just about getting outside and throwing a ball about. There's just such a bigger scope to netball and elite sport.
And tell me about, you said the COVID situation that you, as an elite sports person, you're in a safety bubble. Just tell us about how that works.
Yeah, it's quite complicated when it comes to this. COVID has definitely made life 10 times harder.
Yeah.
And we have what we call like an elite bubble. So we've got our athletes that are allowed to train together. We do a regular temperature check. We do a survey. We have to obviously have our track and trace on and everything like that. We are starting to be tested as well. So we have regular testing to make sure that obviously everyone's fit and well and can train. You know, we have permanent, I think my hands are sore from the amount of sanitizer I've had on them. We regularly clean our equipment. We wear masks literally up until the point that we take the court. As soon as you're off the court, masks back on again. We have socially distanced places that we have to put our bags, and when we use gym equipment, it's all cleaned down straight afterwards. It takes, normally we have like a 2-hour training session, and we've probably added another 20 minutes to it just because we need to be ace cleaners as well as like protect and look after ourselves. But, you know, if that means what I have to do to keep training, keep myself sane and enjoy what I do, and, you know, hopefully keep the momentum of people watching netball, I'll do it all day long. It's just, yeah, COVID has not made life any easier, that's for sure.
And so you can do all the training, but you also can do matches as well under those rules? Or?
Yes, so we're hoping for our league start up on the 6th of February, sorry. Right. And we are travelling to a centralised venue to try and minimise external participants and people like that, so it's all very closed door. I think all matches will be on Sky Netball channel, and if not, they will be streamed live, which is really exciting. So one of the benefits of actually COVID is that all our games are being streamed, which is amazing, which we haven't had in previous leagues.
When you say stream, you mean open streamed for anyone to get, not on Sky?
Yes, yeah. So it'll be an open screen, and just being able to access netball at any time, which is amazing. And I know a lot of local grassroots, you know, my old clubs, people who can't train at this moment in time, like having live streams and be able to, you know, pick up on this is amazing, because, you know, people are really missing their sport at this hard time.
And just how do they do that? They go, what do they look up? What do they search for? The website?
If they search for England netball, all details from the Netball Super League will come onto there. So once everything's been clarified with the codes and everything like that, it will all be on the England netball website. So I think it's englandnetball.co.uk. So everything will be on there.
You just search for England netball. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much for talking to us, Lindsay. You take care.
No, thank you, Eddie. I really hope all your running goes well. You are doing an absolutely amazing job.
Well, as you can see, I'm walking here. I'm just because I've got a pain in I've got a weird injury happening where I can hear the tendons and something. I can hear them move when I move my leg, which is kind of disconcerting. But it's got a word. I don't know, Seth, if you can remember what that word was.
I'm literally going to find it from Tim.
And I got my toe, the middle nail of my left foot is being hammered back into the bed. Ooh. So that's going to lift
traumatized.
Yeah, so it's lifting up. So. And
your shin is tenosynovitis.
There you go, tenosynovitis. It almost sounds like a singer.
Yeah, I keep saying
tenosynovitis is now going to, and because I thought it was tendon, but it's not the tendon, it's around the tendon. And it goes, you can actually hear it like a creaking door, which is weird. But it's weird.
What is it? What did you
put
in doors?
Was it 3-in-1 or WD-40?
Yeah. WD-40, that's it. Just put some of that in there, you'll be fine.
It does feel like that. Well, I actually got up, I woke up at 4 a.m. to go for a pee. And I could feel it. I could hear it, and I can feel it if I put my hand on my shin. So I recorded it, and I sent it off as an email to my sports doctors, Dr. Gary and physio Tim, and they were going, "What are you doing up at 4?" I was having a pee, but I just thought, is this bad? But they could work out. They worked out from that it was tenosynovitis and
wow.
But you have to heal while pounding your body. That's the tricky thing, you know.
Yeah. Being an athlete, you get thrown all these kind of complications and, you know, injuries and stuff like that. It gets very, very difficult. Yeah. But then it's a balance, isn't it? It's like pain. Being high out endurance athlete, you've got to manage that pain, and you've got to be able to either go through it or, you know, hold your head up and be brave and, you know, stop if you need to and recover well and then be ready for the next one.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Lindsay. Take care.
No, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Cheers.
Bye. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. So, just talking to Lindsay Keeble about England netball, which will be streaming live from February, so do look it up if you want to, because
that's fantastic.
You're going to look it up, aren't you?
Yeah, it's great. I forgot to ask about if that rule of passing the ball behind the post is genuinely allowed. Oh well. Never mind.
We should we have an email address we could ask?
Yeah, I'll ask. See if I'll be vindicated since age 10.
That's the perfect question.
I know. I didn't manage it. Ah well, I will email.
Okay, that's probably, yeah. We can't just get them back. Okay, so I'm going to talk to Nino Bantic, who is the Balkans local tour promoter, promotes me out there. And so yes, I'm going to be talking to Nino, I've known for a number of years. Yes. So.
I'm just going to get you a couple more snacks as well.
I haven't eaten these ones yet. Still going on this. Sarah, you see that first paragraph? Yeah, there. Can those be in red in the future? They were coming up red. Anything that's not supposed to be. I'm trying to run here. And also, so have a look at this. We've got the clock on my doodah. Do you think that's good? Or? See on this? Yeah? Oh, right. Dave or Ian?
Hello.
So, okay, the numbers. We've got the images behind the numbers as well. Yeah, maybe that's not so good. I thought if we could put those numbers on a black background, but you can't. Yeah, we're gonna have palm trees and all that stuff.
Yeah, we're taking it from Swift, so it's...
And if we go into a wide shot, does it completely change as well? And it's only...
yeah, I have to take it out when I'm going to different cameras.
I've already got that.
It's Ian here. I'm going to message Jim this afternoon and see if there's anything that he can suggest for this.
Yeah, it'd be nice just to have it on a black background so it doesn't have all. But don't worry, let's take it off for the moment because I think that's just going to be confusing. Thank you. Oh, bug it, I've almost already lost. No, hit my chain.
Eddie, I have Nino for you.
Hi there.
Hi Eddie, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
You're running the streets of Zagreb, that's fine.
I am running for Zagreb. Running for Croatia today. Lucky 13, as we call it.
Yeah, thanks God it's not Friday. I'm happy with this.
Yes, well, it's all old-fashioned stories, those things. But and you can see pictures of Zagreb behind me coming up on as they're rotating around.
So, yeah, it makes me homesick because I'm not in Zagreb, as you know.
No.
I'm from Zagreb, but I'm not in Zagreb.
Yes, at this very moment. So yes. Now, you're still plugged into exactly what's going on in Zagreb?
Yeah, I am. I mean, it's not just only Zagreb, as Marina mentioned, one of colleagues from the panel before. It's Petrinja now. I mean, when I talked to you last year, because it's been almost a year when we had the last conversation, right?
Yes.
That was an earthquake in, I think in February or March. I can't remember anymore. Last year it hit Zagreb quite badly, but now this one is even stronger and more devastating, and left 7 people dead in Petrinja, which is like 40 kilometers south of Zagreb, southeast of Zagreb. And there's a whole region called Banja, and main towns are Petrinja and Glina, and they're heavily struck by quake, and around 1,000 people are without. Around 1,000 homes are inhabited now at the moment, and so quite a big drama now for such a actually quite poor area, to be honest, and snowy winter conditions, so not good.
Yeah, not good. So not only got COVID, we've got an earthquake again, another earthquake.
Yeah. I mean, funny thing is that I'm here on my own. My family is now in Zagreb, and part of my family. And my wife told me that everyone in Zagreb, in Croatia, now have this app for tremors, that measure tremors of earthquakes.
All right.
And that's the main app in Croatia these days.
That's great. Does that help? No.
Well, it probably helps because they can give them a sense of how strong it is, because there are many of tremors, but I think it's psychologically it's not good. People are really kind of engaged and they don't feel comfortable with it. They feel tired and exhausted and a bit of worrying, right? And it's constant, stress that you need to leave your flat in the case of emergency. So, not good. But we are looking to brighter and nicer 2021, I hope, my friend.
Yes. So, you're still a journalist, aren't you?
I'm still I'm a journalist. I'm a news editor at the Associated Press here in London.
Associated Press, yes, indeed. If I got it wrong and said the wrong company. So, in doing that, you have a view on the wide world. How is the wide world dealing with? Are we getting through this okay? What's your take?
I don't know, Eddie. I'm on day off, and it's quite unpopular for us to give our views. But as a citizen, as a normal human being, I'm worried and heavily worried. By the way, I can join you as well.
Oh, very good.
As a part of the team, I forgot.
Excellent.
And
I should just say to anyone watching, you can buy these Izzard.com. If you scroll down, you can buy the hats and masks and T-shirts, and all profits go to the charity. So I just thought.
Definitely.
Thank you, Nino.
I have a local element as well, Croatia.
There you go.
What I want to say is that we are all worried. I mean, like you, I was also, as a kid, rise up as a I believe in international big community. It was my big dream to work with people from different nationalities when I was a kid, and I achieved that. I work in really international environment, and my job is really interesting because I work with the people from all over the world, remotely. I mean, I'm dealing with news from all over the globe. But as you know, I mean, really kind of at the moment it's kind of all seems quite grim.
Yes, grim. Yes, indeed. What do you think of what happened on the 6th of January in D.C., Washington D.C.?
But what happened was that to be honest, we talked to people from the Balkans earlier. I hate drawing parallels, but I have to. We've seen that before, and the smell of it in the air was in the air for quite a while. And this is not unfamiliar unfamiliar situation for us.
Right. So just expand on that. The smell was in the air for quite a while. You mean before the wars in the Balkans?
I don't want to say this will end up in war. I hope it's not. But deep misunderstanding, deep division, deep manipulation with news, with fake news, with obviously presenting lies.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to name these things now.
Yeah.
We can say, people are saying, this is not based on facts. When something is not based on facts, there's a name for it.
Yeah.
And the name is lie.
Yeah.
That's my view. Again, this is my private view.
No, but
I wasn't surprised, but I'm surprised with the. I'm surprised that happened this way, and I don't want to deliver it any further because.
Don't worry, I'll take it for that. It's just I think Trump has lied and 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 lied. So it's like if there was a wall, if he was painting a wall, does it have one little bit of truth in it and everything else is a lie? It's I think Hitler said, if you lie big, people will believe, and.
I think that was Goebbels.
Is that Goebbels? Yeah.
Yeah. But we look. I remember traveling to Bosnia as a journalist. This is how I started. This is how I got involved. I used to be, radio comedian back home, but also a journalist. And then war started in our countries. I kind of joined international media. And I remember coming back from the front line to Zagreb to see my closest friends and family, and they would like to believe you what you've seen, but at the same time what I heard from mainstream media was so strong. They were always questioning even my, you know, what I witnessed from
First time.
On my own.
Yeah.
So I think that this is why I said it sounds familiar, because these people really believe, these people really deeply believe that elections were stolen, and that's a fact.
And that is untrue. That is a lie. And you have Republican officials who are saying, you saw that Trump tried to encourage Republican officials to break the law in Georgia, and so there's Republican officials, Republican Party officials, or members of the Republican Party, and judges who should be independent, and they all said this is a lie. You have no case, and they also came up with no information. This is the weird thing. Trump says it's stolen. What information have you got to say this? I'm not going to tell you. There is no information. Rudy Giuliani, no information. It's the most bizarre thing, but they feel that if they shout loud and use a threat of violence or actual violence, as you saw on the 6th of January, then they will get their way. This is a far-right tactic. Is using violence or just the threat of violence, just going around with the guns. We are armed, it is our right to be armed. What are you here for? Well, they won't say anything, they won't say where they're from. People are interviewing them. What militia are you in? We have the right to be here. It's very weird. And you saw the Black Lives Matter demonstrations were treated very harshly, and that demonstration was not treated harshly by police forces for whatever reason. So
yeah, I wouldn't get into this, but you know, it became kind of quite obvious from the video coverage of it.
Yeah. So you can tell it's one rule for white supremacists and one rule for people.
I hope it is not, but we will see.
It was on that day.
What worries me is that once when genie is out of the bottle, globally speaking, not just only United States, it is going on in the United States, but with all these populist kind of.
I'm going to pick you up there. We can't use that word anymore.
Okay,
because populism implies they are popular. But these people, always have, it's the simplistic politicians with their simplistic ideas. And we have to use a term, if not that term, a term like it. So I'm going to encourage journalists whenever I hear it, because it implies to an average person, oh, populists, they must be the popular ones. No, they're actually, Hitler only ever had a minority.
Personally, I have another vocabulary that I use for this, but I'm not going to use it.
Yeah, but we need a word that we can use in public, and I encourage.
What I want to say is that this way of thinking, or lack of thinking, that is out of the bottle, globally, this is really worrying factor, because we don't have time. We're running out of time, and climate change is everything. What is going on in inequality around the world? We need to act.
Well, I'm saying this is the 21st century. This is going to be the coming of age of humanity. In this century, we will decide if we can make it where everyone has a fair chance in life. And if we don't do that, I don't think humanity will survive this century. And I quite seriously mean
it. I'm really pleased what you are doing. It's really nice thing. You know, I've known you since like 10 years that we are friends now, I can say.
Yeah.
And your heart is in the right place, and your action is in the right place, and you are doing, whatever you can to bring people together. I highly appreciate it.
Well, thank you for saying that. Now, I just see it quite clearly. As you know, I was born in Yemen. I was born in a West Asian country. We're being sponsored by Mizuno, Japan, East Asian country, and we are all. And people say this loosely, but we're all in this together, and COVID proves this. If we come out of COVID and go into this 1930s nationalistic, my country's better than your country, we've got a vaccine, you're not having it, we will not make it. This right-wing lies as a tool of politics. If we allow this to happen, to continue to happen, we will just roll back to the 1930s. I'm trying to encourage everyone to drag humanity towards the 2030s. We must go forward with a positive heart, not this negative hate based on nothing. They want to be, I think Trump gave people permission to be racist and sexist again. He said, I am racist. Trump said, he said racist things and sexist things. He lied and he lied and he lied. And he said, if you want to be like me, vote for me, and you can do the same things I do, as people, right-wing, simplistic politicians have done all the way down centuries. And that's...
Simplistic is the world, man.
Simplistic is the word. It's the best word I've got. If anyone's got a better one, answers on a postcard, please. But I'm going to use that one because they are... We moderates have to be tough. We have to be fighters. Otherwise, the only time when evil comes, when good people do not stand up and say enough is enough. January the 6th, Washington, D.C., a day that will live in infamy. Enough is enough. Got to push back, got to impeach him.
How are we going forward? What are your projects for this year, apart from this beautiful project that you're doing now in quarantine?
Well, I don't know, you see, because it's COVID won't tell me what's happening, but I'm trying to become a member of parliament. But there won't be an election for another number of years. But if a good fit by-election came up, I would very much wish to be considered for that, for the Labour Party. But meanwhile, I will make films, make dramas, be in dramas, and I will tour in French and German, more Spanish to come, more Arabic to come, more Russian touring to come. And that's what I will do. Keep trying to encourage humanity forwards towards the 2030s rather than backwards towards the 1930s.
And I really hope that you will revisit our area. We organized two nice tours across the region, and I hope you will come again.
Yes, absolutely. We have to come back. I've got to play Sarajevo. So
yes, we need to do Sarajevo as well.
I've got to play Sarajevo. And that gig in Belgrade was wonderful, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I mean, I'm glad that you mentioned this to Marina, was her name, right?
Yes.
That was nice. But Zagreb was nice as well, Ljubljana. So
yes, no, they were all good. But because in, say, the UK, or maybe around the world, if you take the wars, and was it Milosevic and Belgrade, you had this idea about Serbia and Belgrade, which when I went and played there, of course, not everyone voted for right-wing strongmen. Well, there's a lot of people saying, no, this is not right. This is the trouble. When the right-wing grab hold, they use the violence and the threat of violence to intimidate people into not standing up. And you can see a lot of Republican leaders in America scared of Trump, even now. Scared of going against him.
I'm glad you mentioned this, because when I said that we've seen this before, I had in mind Milosevic and exactly the scenario how he came to power.
Yeah.
And there were so many similarities. Of course, there are the similarities from the well-known period in the 30s in Europe, but this is it was really close to home. The whole kind of this event happenings of people coming to parliament to overthrow corrupted politicians.
Yeah.
We all had that.
Yeah. And it's it is a really tricky situation. So we're right at a tipping point here, and we can get worse or we can get better. And
what really kind of I wouldn't say hurts, but what sometimes get kind of okay, it hurts. And everyone is talking about balkanization of America now. And I remember when I was a kid watching Lebanon civil war.
Yeah.
And I clearly remember thinking like, oh, thanks God, something like this is not possible and it will never happen in my country.
Yeah.
And it did happen. So what I learned from our war, that everything is possible if you let it happen.
Yeah.
Everything, anywhere. No matter if it is the most developed country or a third world country. This is possible.
It's also hatred is a powerful tool in politics, and the right wing always started. So if there's anything to fear in life, it is the right wing. They always start with hatred, and they start spreading lies, and that's happened down the centuries. So beware of the right wing. They will always start with the hatred, and they will always start making up facts or making up
It is lies. When people don't understand each other, when people are afraid for their own kind of existence, when people are, it's easy to blame others. I mean, we all know this model. I mean, not all of these people are not right-wing Nazis. I mean, they're simply kind of misled. And this is how things are happening. And you know, me as a private person, as a human being, I think that it's our duty to say truth, and as a journalist as well. So to be objective is to be able to tell truth.
But I think a lot of those people in that thing were very right-wing. I think the people who stayed at home would be the people who were misled, and that is not their plot.
Not all people who voted for him are right-wing, that's what I want to say.
Yeah, exactly. The people who were there were essentially white supremacists or people who are happy to believe in lies. They want to believe in those lies, and they... anyway, it's a very dark day for America.
But let's talk about your project. How many more cities you have to have on your?
Well, we're
you're halfway through, right?
Lucky 13, not halfway yet. We're lucky 13 now, so it's 31 in 31 days. So what is that? 20. Oh, we've broken about 18 more. 18 more to go. When I get to 16, when I've done 16 or 15 and a half, that's the halfway point. So at the end of the 16th marathon, which will be where, Sarah? Oh, I should get Sarah up on the screen.
Sarah, yeah, where is Sarah?
Sarah's
Hey,
here.
Nino. I might come up.
Dave, can we get Sarah on the screen, please? There we go.
Hey, Nino.
Can you see
Now
it?
we'll be part of the team. We're all.
There you go. There we go. It's like the old days. It's like when we're on tour. There you go. Just virtually.
We'll be on the road again, Sarah.
We will. I remember that. Remember the journey we did? I can't remember. Was it from Dubrovnik through to? Where was it? We stopped off in Split, I think. Didn't
Yes,
we?
you just had like 2 hours sleep or something.
Yes, we had 2 hours sleep. Yeah, that's right. And then we carried on. Yeah, we had that was great. Was that the first? Was that our first trip over? I think that might have been. I think that was our first trip over.
The first trip. The first show was I think in Dubrovnik in this beautiful theater from the Renaissance Theater.
Yes.
And then we went to Ljubljana, Zagreb, Osijek, and Belgrade.
That's right. Yeah, and beautiful. Yeah, and we did our crazy through the night journey, and 2 hours sleep. Yeah, we'll do it again. We'll do it again.
Yeah.
But yes, tomorrow.
And then we will be in the car. Eddie will run. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
there you go.
I'm not
There you
running.
go.
I don't want to run.
Eddie, you can drive the car. We'll run. Maybe not.
No, I just want to sleep a bit.
But yeah, no,
I'm
tomorrow.
impressed what you're doing, man. I'm sitting here in the chair and I already feel tired. What do you?
No, I insist the people I'm talking to are not running or anything because it's easier for me to do that. But yeah, we've got Warsaw, Poland, capital Poland, Warsaw, Warsaw. I'll be running there on the 16th, and when I finish there, when I'm halfway through the Warsaw-Warsaw marathon, that'll be halfway. And yeah, last night I did my gig in German, so very proud of that. It wasn't brilliant, but it wasn't too bad. Because my last gig was some time ago, maybe over a year ago.
Yeah, I think so.
And to pull all that back to my German isn't so good was great to try and get most of that out. But you know, doing a gig in your third language is.
Do you have French, German,
I have
Spanish?
a good French, an okay German, and just starting in Spanish. That's what I got.
Impressed.
And
I struggle in both Croatian and English, man.
Well, it's you know, it's just motivation and time. The more gigs I have on stage, the better my German. God, I was improvising for Wunderbar, the last show. I was in Berlin on stage improvising, and that was that gave me a lot of positive ability, well, self-confidence. It gave me a lot of self-confidence, which helped. So I can do survival German. Hello, how are you? Guten Abend. Haben Sie einen Ticket? I don't know what a ticket is for the Flughafen. Wo ist der Flughafen? Where is the airport? Bitte schön, ein Bier, bitte, 2 Bier. Yes, mein Kopf ist gehört. My head is hurt. My head's actually okay, it's my leg. Meine Beine, I think it's my Bein. It's my leg, is that an arm? Anyway, yeah, all the words are just behind my eyes. So the more I use them, the more they come back.
Yeah, they seemed to come back pretty good last night. It was, yeah. And Nino, I remember you saw the end of the marathons last February with us, didn't you? The last day you saw the gig.
Before the lockdown, originally, we were in Leicester Square.
Yeah.
And they just can go run into the last show, right?
Yeah, Leicester Square Theatre, yeah.
That was great. Nice show, and nice way to start show, to run on stage.
Yes, it's kind of fun doing that. But here it's crazy. You know, I finished about 1:30 yesterday. Then I had to go down and get ready while learning from my iPad key lines in German. Then go on the stage, and I'm doing sit-down stand-up. Sit-down stand-up. There's a bar stool, so I'm actually able to sit, which is a good compromise. Which maybe in my senior years I can do sit-down stand-up. Sort of lazy stand-up, but well, not lazy, but God, it's just tough.
Just get you a hover chair. They'll have invented them by then.
Any projects on new movies or new releases?
Yes, well, 6 minutes to midnight. My film, Judi Dench and Jim Broadbent, and James Darcy, and Kellen Jones. That's coming out soon.
I remember when you were writing the screenplay for that one backstage on the tour.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's all done. It's all ready.
It's an amazing story, by the way. To everyone who is watching this, it's an amazing story. Also an eye opener.
Yeah.
I would highly recommend. Even though I didn't see the movie, but I know the story.
You haven't seen the movie?
No, I haven't seen it.
I can send you a link. If you send me a text when we get to February, and I'll sort you out with a link. Well, actually, or send me a text tonight. Send me a text tonight after 9:30.
It's an amazing, historically accurate story, right?
Well, it's this is what it is. It starts from a true point. This is 6 minutes to midnight. I was given, I can say this now. So I was given I grew up in a place called Bexhill-on-Sea in the south coast. If anyone knows the UK, it's near Hastings, Battle of Hastings, near Eastbourne, Brighton, somewhere down there, south coast, and little seaside town. And they used to have 26 schools there. Very bizarre, 26 schools, and one of them, I'm a patron of the museum there because I got a little bit of profile, so they asked me if I'd be a patron. And the Julian Porter, the curator there, he said, have a look at this. And he showed me a black and white picture of the school badge of one of the schools, Augusta Victoria College. And it was a girls' school, sort of like a finishing school. And it had a blazer badge there. They had light blue jackets, and the blazer had the crest, Augusta Victoria College, Bexhill-on-Sea. And then on the top left, over this side, on the left as you're looking at, there was the Union Jack, and on the right was the Nazi flag. So Union Jack and Nazi flag on the same crest, and I just thought, well, there's a film in that. So it starts from a true school. Himmler's goddaughter was at this school. Von Ribbentrop, who was Foreign Secretary, his daughter was at the school. And a number of girls who were from well-to-do families in Nazi Germany. And they were there kind of learning English, being ambassadors for Germany, linking up with far-right people over in Britain. And that was all the way up to 1939. So our story is set on the eve of 1939. And that is 6 minutes to midnight.
It's a great story.
Yeah, so
I didn't know that. I mean, I also learned quite a lot when I came here. I mean, living here 25 years, but my favorite pit stop when you're running, and I've discovered bicycle rides now. So I'm doing bicycle rides around the town when I can. So my favorite stop is nearby here. It's Keeble Street, where there was a famous battle for Keeble Street.
Yes, indeed. We mentioned it in the film.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, Keeble Street, famous thing. It's so our story is fictional, but it's based in true events. World War II starting, the girls' school is starting. Miss Rochel, there was a Frau Rochel who ran the school, and Judi Dench plays Miss Rochel, who's running the school. So yeah, and it's out on the 26th of March of this year in America and in Britain.
So this is what I want to say, that will be online, or it's going to get to cinemas once when we are ready to go to cinemas, if cinemas arrive.
It's designed to have a cinema release, but who knows where we'll be in early March, mid-March, probably mid-March. Well, actually 26th of March, so it's end of March is the release. So we just gotta hope where we'll be, but if not, Sky and Lionsgate. I think it's becoming a Sky original film here, but so it'll be available there. But that's a paywall there. IFC are distributing in America, so however they do it, but it'll be probably cinemas and available at a similar-ish time from the 26th of March this year.
Okay,
but
we look forward to it.
Look forward to it. Now, Nina, I've got to jump off and talk to another person. Thank you very much for coming by.
Come to Zagreb in real time. We are waiting for you there. And thank you for all support during quakes and everything, and video messages. And we are really touched and pleased by that. Everyone.
No problem, not at all. And yes, people having a very tough time in Croatia and the Balkan area for this more recent earthquake, quite apart from COVID. So please do donate from anywhere in the world at eddieizzard.com. Thanks, Nina. Oh, yeah?
See you next time.
Okay, see you. Take care. Take care. Okay. Now, I know Ian Stafford. Ian, if you can hear me, or I just need a quick pee. I'm so sorry. I have to have a pee. I was trying to get off and do that, but now I'm going to have one quickly now. Shouldn't be long. Just a couple of minutes.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain the skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Eddie, put me through to Ian.
Hi, Ian. Hi there. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Ian, Ian, Ian. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Calling Ian, calling Ian, calling Ian, calling Ian, calling Ian.
Hello, Eddie. Can you hear me? I can certainly hear you and see you.
Great, excellent. I sorry, you couldn't for a bit. I was talking and nothing was happening. But yes, so I do this waving thing to see so that maybe the visuals are working. How are you? Sorry about that. I just had to go to the loo. Sometimes I get.
How am I? How am I? I'm okay, but I'm not doing 31 marathons in 31 days, you crazy person.
I know.
How are you, more to the point?
But you have done crazy things in your life, have you not? So, going to the North Pole, I've got stuff in front of me, just below my screen. I can read things, so adventurer, is adventurer something that we could call you?
I sort of participatory writer and broadcaster, Eddie. So yes, I've done some people, everybody's crazy is a different crazy, isn't it? You know, to some people it's nothing, to others it's crazy. Funnily enough, the two things that you do so well are two things that I've had a tiny stab at, and yet they are right up there with the hardest things I've ever done. One being one marathon, never mind the 100 marathons plus that you've done. My respect for anybody who does a marathon, no matter what time, no matter how they do it, is enormous, because it was really difficult to do. And the second thing was, I had a stab at stand-up. I should do a column for Esquire magazine, so I did stand-up at the Edinburgh Festival. I thought it would be a Thursday lunchtime above a pub, and they stuck me on the best of the fest on a Saturday night. And that is, for me, the hardest thing I've ever done. And I've never been more nervous, and it took me days to sort of come down from that. So I hope you never get bored of hearing. I'm sure everybody says the same thing. Much respect to you, but genuine respect to you, because I've tasted a smidgen of what you're doing, and it takes a lot.
Well, thank you very much for saying, as someone who's gone to it, because it's interesting. I do think stand-up is one of the hardest creative mediums to do, because if you want to be a painter, why not paint a whole load of paintings before you start showing people your paintings? You can do that. As an actor, you can get together with other actors, you can rehearse, you can rehearse for a million years before you get on the line in front of a paying audience. As a band, you can rehearse for a million years. Almost everything. Stand-up, you sort of can't rehearse. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know if you noticed this in your... Did you do one day, or did you do a whole load of gigs at the Edinburgh Festival?
I did 2 gigs. One was what's the word I'm looking for? Just have a little taste, and that was at the what's that called? The famous. It's all, I've forgotten now. The famous venue. But it's a Friday night, and then on the Gilded Balloon, I did an hors d'oeuvre on the Gilded Balloon on the Friday night. But that was gone midnight, so there were only about 6 people there, and half of them were there just to have a sleep, or maybe it was my act. And then the following night, I did the big one, which was the Saturday night at the Assembly Halls. And there were people like Johnny Vegas, Hattie Hayridge, Terry Alderton, Simon Evans, people like that were on the bill. And then there was me, and they didn't explain to the audience that I was a writer trying to explain what it's like. So they all just sat back, 1,200 Scots at midnight, basically saying, go on then, make me laugh. So my respect for any stand-up, whether it's in front of 20 people above a pub, or it's at the O2 in front of 10,000 people, is enormous, because I think that's the toughest thing I've ever had to do.
Well, I must say that, for Esquire magazine, I could understand, okay, he do a couple of gigs to see what it's like, because it's going to be murder, but it's a bit like saying, we'd like you to be a hitman, we'd like you to be a sniper, I don't know, a martial arts black belt. Just go and do 2 fights with someone who's a black belt, because we're all black belts at this stuff, because we've done so many gigs. And that's the only way we got good. If you saw our first gigs, they would be the same as your first gig. But the trick is getting hours on stage. Anyone watching wants to be a stand-up, it's getting gigs on stage, hours on stage. Once you get your solo show, you can do 2 hours a night, say 6 nights a week if you want. And then I now, as you probably know, do it in French, German, and Spanish, which is really just a ninja training to move the fear barrier back, because fear is the mind killer. If you're trying to go to that funny place that you've hit with your friends, with your mates, in a pub having a meal, the fear comes in, it just closes the whole brain down. And last night, I'm very proud of this, I've done 12 marathons now, and after the 12th marathon I did my gig in German because I was running a virtual marathon for Vienna, and I thought it was going to be terrible, but I'm giving it a 6 to 7 out of 10. Not too bad. I got it. I did an hour in German, which is, I started practicing it literally the day before. Even though I'd done it, I had, have been doing it for some time, but my German is not brilliant. It's about 30% fluent, only 30%, survival German plus bits. But stand-up's one of the proudest things to do, especially in different languages. Improvising in another language, fun. Sorry, yes, Karen.
Do you find, judging by what you do, whether it's physically or mentally, do you find that part of the kick, if you like, is facing a challenge, being quite fearful of it, and meeting it, and maybe not succeeding at first, but eventually getting around it? Because it's so easy not to, isn't it? It's so easy just to sort of prove it wrong in your life. They always say the greatest danger in life is never experiencing any danger. Is that part of it for you, Eddie? We've got to keep pushing, keep going on, keep finding new things to do.
It's not that. It could look like I'm not dilettante is the right way, I'm not trying to do a whole lot of things. There's only 4 things I'm trying to do, it's not one thing, it's 4 things. It happens to be drama, comedy, political activism, and endurance sport. That's it. Which might seem like that's 4 things more than one. But so I'm not endlessly adding on things. On these challenges, I do add something on, like the gig. We got 3 more marathons. No, 2 more marathons than last February. But a gig at the end of each marathon, that is a big ask of myself. So
yeah, of course it is.
I wasn't sure if I could do it, but hopefully people look at it and go, really? You're doing an hour of comedy afterwards? Well, here's a tenner. I'll just text the tenner in. I'll go to Izzard.com and donate there. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do. But it also does push back the horizons, hopefully, of what I feel I can do. And I think I can prove that everyone can do more than they think they can do. That's what I think I prove.
No, 100%. If you really put your mind to it, and there's no sort of obvious barrier in the way, then you can do almost anything, and you're proving it. And can I quickly ask you, you're on a treadmill. The one experience I had doing the marathon, somebody said to me, put your name in your t-shirt. And when you did that final bit, sort of 6 miles, when you're back in the centre of London, you see all the great sights and the crowds attend thick, and the goodwill is amazing, and they're all shouting encouragement, and it feels great. You're just on a treadmill. So how difficult is that for you? And sort of all these conversations are kind of helping you as well get through the day.
They are bizarrely helping me. It would look like it's overloading me, but I actually asked for them. I said, can you get... We didn't know how long to talk to people, but half an hour, 25 minutes seems to be, somebody between quarter of an hour, 25 minutes seems to be the thing. But out on the streets, I do have cats, dogs, people, mountains to see things. There's stuff out there. When there isn't actually much visually going on, much stimulus, like when I was running around Europe in the early mornings at 6 a.m., that was tricky. This is just tricky because if you take away the screen and me talking to you, there is nothing. I am running into a wall forever, and that is just too difficult. My brain was rebelling, so I said, please get people I can talk to, because when I talk, the brain fires things. It must be serotonin, something like that. And I think less of my legs, because I have got some things going on. A bashed-in toe on the left, and tenosynovitis, whatever that is happening. Creaky tendons on my right, which hopefully, and I'm trying to mend myself while I'm running. That's the weird thing. To mend while you're punishing the body. So the talking is a real lifesaver, even though it's basically a 6-hour podcast every day.
Do you enjoy this?
No.
Which part of this do you enjoy?
The ending, the finishing. When I finish the run, I go, thank the stars, I have finished. And then I've just got the gig. Now the gig is in English tonight, which is a joy compared to my third language, German, so in pressure-wise. But it is beautiful to have done it in German the night before. And I'm mucking about, you know, in German. Who would have thought that? I grew up with, you know, the hangover of the Second World War. And now I can go to Berlin, Düsseldorf. I can go to, well, I don't know how old you are, but Düsseldorf is a place.
Same age as you, Eddie. Same age as you.
Well, then you'll probably know where Eagles Dare and the immense opening. The music goes round and round and round.
Broadsword to Danny Boy.
Broadsword calling Danny Boy. Broadsword calling Danny Boy. And then the actress who was in a lot of Hammer horror movies. No, it isn't. It's the woman who's. No, it's.
Yes.
It's
the barmaid.
Yeah, she's the barmaid, and then the woman who's the blonde that Richard Burton is hanging out with. I'm afraid I haven't got her name.
Mary Ure.
Mary Ure. Mary Ure.
Mary Ure.
Her cover story was she's from Düsseldorf, and then there's a British actor playing the SS guy who's going, Düsseldorf, I know it very well, and she's going, oh, crikey. And I've now played Düsseldorf. I have played it in German. So for me, as a perspective growing up, you still had this hangover that Nazi Germany, Hitler, you know, I now put it in the frame that Hitler kidnapped the country for 12 years, but before 33 and since 45, it's just been like any other country, any other European country, world country, with right-wing people, left-wing people, social democratic people, moderate people, but Hitler kidnapped the country and made everyone full-on right-wing. So I used to watch all the films thinking that is what Germany was. Having played it, I know it isn't. And that's a beautiful thing, to go to Berlin, and so everything I'm doing here in Berlin is to piss off Hitler, who is obviously revolving in his ashtray that he died in. So he died in a car park in Berlin. So,
in Berlin somewhere.
Yeah, it is a car park, so that is quite good. Actually, I went there when I ran Berlin. I was with Physio Tim and Dr. Gary, people who helped me get through. They happened to be there, so I said, I'll show you what I know, and I showed them the wall, the Jewish memorial, Brandenburg Gate, Unter den Linden, the park, the Reichstag, now with its wonderful glass dome, and the restaurant there and all that stuff. And I showed them, look, this is the end of the bunker, this is Hitler's end, and they try and, you know, obviously play it down in Berlin. Berlin was never a Nazi city. Hitler just stole it. But I could sort of work out, it must have been roughly there, where Hitler, you know, had his honeymoon covered in petrol on fire with Eva Braun, and a dog went and peed on that site just at the same time. I thought, well, there you go. I think out of the mouths, out of the bladders of dogs, the comment on Hitler, what a waste of human being units, you know. If there was a God, I always say this, if there was a God, he should have gone to Mrs. Schickelgruber and said, no, this one's a bad one, thunk, and just flicked it off the board, and it would have saved 60 million lives. There you go.
Yeah, that would have been handy. Well, I asked you about enjoying yourself at the end, because this is relentless for you day after day. I remember sort of stopping an analogy perhaps is, you're talking about crazy things that I've done. So I used to go running with the bulls in Pamplona.
Oh, you've done that?
Sort of cultural experience. Yeah, I've done it 11 times.
Wow.
And the other one was the crest to run, when you took the bottom face down the run in St. Moritz. And after you finished, you had this amazing adrenaline rush, and you felt great. And especially in Pamplona, they all celebrate with the local fire juice, which is called Pachuan, and you feel great. And then at some point, that feeling of adrenaline and feeling wonderful dissipates, and it's replaced by foreboding, because you know you're doing it again the very next day. Does that happen with you? You feel great when the treadmill stops and you relax and you put your feet up, but then at some point you realise, well, of course you've got your gig to do, haven't you? So maybe that helps. But then does the foreboding return when you go to bed? Okay, well, I will address that. Hang on, do you run with the bulls with Pampola? They do it every day for a period of time? Every day. They do it every morning from 8 o'clock in the morning, and they do it for about 10 or 12 days, yes, in a row. And you've done all those 8, 10 or 12?
Wow.
I mean, obviously it goes on every year, and it is seriously dangerous, and people don't realise.
Yeah,
people don't realise it's dangerous, how dangerous it is. In fact, you get all these sort of Australian and American students on their sort of, bucket list things to do, and they're all fueled by drink, and they're all whooping and hollering. And then as soon as there's any sight of the balls, they obviously run for their lives. And the aficionados, those who sort of follow Ernest Hemingway, who did it, and the Americans and the locals, they start at the edge of the path, and then they move into the middle to run with the bulls. The idea is to run with them, for the beasts to grant you the privilege to let you run alongside them. And it is seriously dangerous, and it is almost a rite of passage, a badge of honour, if you get injured doing it. So yeah, it's seriously crazy. Well, but it goes back to what we were saying earlier. You've got to have a crack at things. It's called life. You've got one shot at this.
I know. If you were running with the bulls, and if you made it one time, then you raised a whole bunch of money, that would seem a good thing. Like running endlessly for no particular reason would seem a wasted opportunity, I'd say. And so running with the bulls, I never quite fancied it, because it's a bit like driving fast in a car when I was a kid. I thought, who am I trying to beat here? When you can first drive, you think, come on, let's go fast in this car. But for why? So I tend to do calculated risks. I calculate the edge of them, and I set them up, I think, out of the box. I had to build everything out of the box in my career, because I was hoping to go to the footlights in Cambridge, but I also decided not to work from 16 onwards. So I would look cool, that girls would think I was cool, because I was the rebel that didn't work. But I was in the A stream, and all the girls in the A stream were very bright and wanted to get very good results. So anyone not working would just look like an idiot. And that wasn't on their radar.
It backfired.
Yeah, it wasn't. It backfired. Or it didn't even register to them. It was the classic thing was I'm going to mention to Tracy Whitten and Fiona Nalden, two bright young women in 17 going on 18. We'd get a weekly homework from a gentleman called Nick Pendry, and on the day after they get the next lesson after it, they would usually say, I seem to remember, I'm having difficulty with the last question. That was the next bloody day, or like 2 days later. And whereas me and a kid called Pete Hers, we were in the same house. I was at a boarding school, and we wouldn't start until the day before it was supposed to be handed in, and we would try and wangle our way through. But I did get an A in maths at my A level, so I'm proud of that, because I peaked. I thought I better start working again. I got to get these exams. So I started working, and I peaked in the exam room, with the exam in front of me. And that teacher was very good, Nick Hendry. He was very good. He was actually a chemistry teacher who was adding mathematics to his ability, to his lexicon, so he could teach chemistry or math. But he was kind of teaching himself on certain things as he went along. I couldn't quite work out how it was working, but he remember running in just before A-level maths exams. He said, I've worked out how this problem works. Here's your notes. And he had very good notes. And I learnt this one particular one, came up in the exam, and I got an A. So I got A's, straight A's in maths all the way through. So I did like it until university. It was taught very badly. I don't know why I've gone off on this tangent.
Well, there we go. My mistake, I made a different mistake to you, but it was still a mistake, was that I thought I wouldn't be so obvious like all my male friends. This is when you're 14, 15, 16. So I became all the girls' best friend, which of course was totally useless, because I wasn't really that bothered about being their best friend. I was bothered like everybody else was.
Yeah.
But I went down a different tack, and it backfired horrendously, because I just became everybody's best friend.
Yeah, that's no good.
I know that now, but I didn't know that when you're 14 you're an idiot, aren't you?
Well, there's an interesting thing, because I saw we had must have been one girl to every, where I got that one right? One girl to every 5 boys, very bad numbers, very good for the girls, very bad for the boys. And so there were the sort of A street, well, the A+ boys who were, in the football, the rugby team and this team, and very good at sports, or very good looking, maybe not in sports, but just good. So they were going with the very good-looking boys and girls, they just all got off with each other and kind of even swapped around with each other. And for the rest of us, we're going, is this what life is all about? Just very pretty people, just swap around with each other, have sex with each other, and we just stand here. This is rubbish life, this is. But I also noticed there was a lot of other people. They would, we'd have lunch, and if a girl was walking back, boys would hover around her. I'll carry your books. I'll carry your books for you, shall I? And I'll carry your shoes. I'll carry your body. You know? So it's about 5 or 6 sort of gathered around one girl. And I thought, I'm not going to do that, and I can't do the other one. I'll just be aloof. This is my thing. Being aloof, I'll be mysterious. And so nobody noticed. Just, you know, if you're not the good-looking thing, you're not doing sports, you know, there's nothing happening until comedy. It was actually, sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this long story. I find it quite fun though. Dr. Edmondson, this is at the college in Eastbourne, and he taught chemistry, and he had a way of, so is this A-level? Yes, A-level chemistry. He had a very smooth and slow way of writing. We take some sodium, he's writing on the board, and we take some chlorine, and together that will make, and I would shout out things. Does that make soup, sir? No, it isn't soup. It says NaCl, which is that gold? No, it's not gold. It's salt, that is. And salt you can put on your grandmother's. No. So I keep chucking them out, and I actually thought, this is really good training for comedy. Just him, not the other teachers, only him. I will sit in this lesson, and I will chuck out one-liners until I get better at it. And then I remember in the summer term, and I was now making the whole class laugh quite often during the lessons. And I was walking to lunch with a girl from the class. She said, I didn't even know you existed until this term. And I thought, well, this comedy thing is really working.
Yeah.
And
did the teacher find you funny though, or did he find you a complete pain?
A complete pain, and would throw chalk at me and all that kind of stuff. And I put this in my book, my autobiography, Believe Me, which is out there. And I was going through the proofs when I was doing gigs in Spanish in Madrid. And my older brother is the expert in the languages, so he was with us. And reading about this bit, and because he was at the same school, he said he did the same thing with the same teacher. My brother, because we have the family sense of humor, my brother said to this Doc Ed, we called him, Dr. Evans, he was going, I'm going to tell you about Fe2O3, iron oxide, which is rust. And he said, so I'm riding along on my bicycle, and suddenly my bicycle falls apart. Now, why would that be? And my brother says, because you're a bit on the heavy side, sir. Because he was a big guy. No, it's because it's rust, Fe2O3. And then he'd throw a piece of chalk at my brother. So it's, I'm not sure if he was throwing chalk, by the way, but it's, you know, the equivalent of, sometimes it was the actual duster thing.
Oh, they did in those days.
Yes,
didn't
it was
they? They did
allowed.
that sort of thing.
Things you could throw at kids. Dusters, chalk, shovels, I don't know, anything. But yeah, so that was a family practice room for our comedy. Me, my brother, and my father, basically a triple act when we got together, which was very nice.
We had a teacher called Mr. Hardy who was, I don't know, 5'2" maybe. And so this is schoolboy humour, of course, when you're 14. We used to always put the blackboard rubber on the top of the blackboard and then just sit back. And of course, every time we'd have to go and get a chair to stand on the chair to reach the blackboard rubber. With complete monotony, every single lesson he taught us. And he used to look at us and sigh and say, right, who did that? Of course, everybody shook their heads. And we found it hilarious. Looking back, of course, it wasn't particularly funny at all. But every time we just used to stick it on top of the blackboard and watch him have to get a chair and stand up to get it again. That's boys for you, age 14.
If I was him, I would have brought my own duster. Was it the blackboard duster, was it? You were putting on top?
Blackboard rubber. You know the old blackboard rubbers used to have?
Yeah.
You know, used to sort of wipe them off.
I would have brought my own one in my own bag and just come there and pull it out and start doing it. That would have pissed everyone off. Now, we've been chatting away. I'm going to have to go and talk to someone else in a bit, but you seem to have played in your career. Where was I reading? You were training and playing with the Australian cricket team, Springbok.
Yeah.
So cricket, is that so Springbok? That's rugby. Is that rugby in Springboard?
Yes, that's the rugby. They're the rugby team. Yeah, yeah.
So how did you play? Are you that level of sporting ability? Or?
No, I'm like a lot of people. I was very good at sports at sort of schoolboy level. Played for the school, played county. At that level, I describe myself as very good at public level, or was, because I'm, not as young as I used to be, but not quite good enough to go all the way. And like a lot of people who sit, we all sit, watch somebody drop a pass or miss an open goal or whatever, make a mistake in sport and sit there with that can of beer and say, oh, how did he or she do that? I could have done that. And I wanted to prove, either in book form or in article form, that it's not as easy as you think. So it wouldn't have worked if I'd been a clown and just rocked up purposely not to be good, because it wouldn't have worked. I wouldn't have had the respect of the sports stars who accommodated me. So I had to be good enough to be able to do it. And yet at the same time, as good as I thought I was by some distance the worst on the pitch. And then around it, of course, I was able to tell their stories. And of course, sport is, as you well know, sport is a sport, sport is life. Sport's the world's greatest common denominator. I mean, you could argue music is and comedy is as well, but certainly sport is. And when you go to places like, Kenya, when I ran with the Kenyans, for example, in their national trials, in the steeplechase, I played football with the Brazilians. They don't have all the opportunities that we have in life, but sport created the escape route for them.
Yeah.
And some of the best things, the sun, the sea, the beach are free. So all these writing experiences I had became not just about sport, but political, geographical, socio-economic, etc. And all those who, and you all know, Eddie, plenty of top sports people, to succeed, you'll fail along the way as well. You're on the canvas, you've got to get up from the floor. All these messages are life messages.
Yep. No, it's amazing that you've been able to go and do that. I never got to the level you did. Football was my sport, and I played for the town. I played for Eastbourne Town in the schools, but as reserve, and there's almost nothing worse. I did get the medal, but there were 11 boys from the 4 different schools, and I was the 12th boy, and kind of sad, but I actually found this weird thing when I was young, that I used to start off kind of really good at the beginning of the season because I wasn't overthinking it. Then I'd really try and get good and really concentrate on thinking, be really in the technique or whatever, and I'd get worse. But that I have noticed in life, like in my comedy and my acting, if I really sit inside the technique, you're kind of lost. You've got to work the technique, think the technique, understand, train yourself, and then you just got to let go. I now let go in stand-up, or even in German and French, and in dramatic acting. It's when you let go, that's when the beautiful stuff goes. That must be in sports as well, when people just let go and let it.
Well, yeah, I think it's a given that they're all good. Something that I think will resonate with you is that if you are maybe lucky enough to hang out with some of the absolute greatest over the last 25 years or so, and the one thing I can definitely say without any hesitation at all is that if you put all those great names in a room together, they may have nothing in common in terms of their upbringing, their politics, their religion, their background, nothing. But they would immediately recognise each other to be the same animal. And that is that those at the very best, in other words, what makes winners out of winners, it is all about their mindset and their mentality and their strength of mind.
Yeah.
And I find that fascinating. They're the sort of people who would succeed in anything they put their mind to, because it is about their mindset and their attitude and their determination to come what may, get past the barriers and succeed.
Yeah, it is a lucky thing if you've got it, and I think it might be a genetic thing. I think it might be. I know I've got a determination something, and I think it's genetic, so I'm lucky. Hey ho.
Well, you've got all the determination in the world to do what you're doing. Is as I said at the beginning of this chat, genuinely, you probably hear it so often, I don't know whether it's in anymore with you, but trust me, what you are doing is absolutely incredible, and you deserve all the credit, which I hope you're getting for it, and love.
Well, thank you very much. Well, make humanity great again. I don't know where I got the slogan for. You might have heard a slogan like it before, but I'm not sure where that came from. It just came to me one day. And I think this one might last longer than the person who came up with the other one. Hopefully so, because Donald Trump is a bad human being. There we go. There's my summation.
But it's more resonant than ever, isn't it?
Yeah.
More resonant than ever.
Yeah, right now. Thank you, Ian. Great to talk to you. I have to jump off and talk to someone else right now. But thank you, and thank you for asking me questions as well. And it makes it easier for me, so I don't have to. My brain sort of melts a bit in the middle of the day. But you take care and keep doing crazy things.
Well, you too, and keep going, and everybody's behind you.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Okay. So now Ashley Cox from the National Running Show. I'm ready when you are. I'm sorry, Ashley, I'm a bit late here, but I'm ready, Dave, if Ashley's ready.
We're just going to line her up. We'll get her.
Thank you. Sarah?
Yep.
Can you join me here, just looking at the screen?
Yeah, sure.
Quickly before we just get to Ashley here, can you see it's got that video thing there? I need to have the next things on. See that? Let's see that 330. Yeah. See the 330? Can you see that? The one that's 0.8. I need that to be one line because I need to be able to see the 330. And if there's a video to put up, that's fine. But I can't not know what's coming on next. You see, it's just been changed. Dave's just changed it, or Ian's just changed it. But there was Dave or Ian. Well, there was a video to be put up, and that needs to be one line. But I need to see what's coming out next. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't know when the next one is. So do put that in. Put it in red if it's something for me to do. Put it in a different colour because we were doing things in red. But
Understood.
thank you. Okay. So, we're past. Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Eddie. Nice to talk to you.
Very good to talk to you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And I feel so guilty for making you keep talking when you're trying to run and talk all day long.
No, I have requested this. So it's a technique, in case you ever get stuck into 6-hour marathons. It's a technique to get your mind out of your legs. So that's how I'm doing it. If I'm talking to yourself, then I'm thinking of questions, thinking of what you're saying, and I'm not thinking about the tenosynovitis I think I have in my right leg, and the sort of damaged toe I have in the left foot. Because if I don't talk to anyone, I just think about that, the pain, you know, or it's kind of, sometimes it feels painful, sometimes it's just annoying me. But anyway, and now you are a Mizuno partner. Yeah, is that right? Is that?
We are. So we are the National Running Show.
Right.
So we run health and fitness exhibitions across the world. And our biggest show is the National Running Show, which we run twice a year, one in Birmingham and one in Surrey, in Farnborough and Surrey. And we bring the whole community of runners together, basically, so that they can shop their favorite brands, hear from their favorite speakers, just really come together and not, you know, running can sometimes be a really solo activity, and just to try and bring the entire community together. So that's who we are and what we do.
And I think, are you wearing a top with you got Make Humanity stuff on? Yes, there you got Mizuno and you got Make Humanity. Mizuno, I'm mentioning Mizuno because they are sponsoring us, help us get this going. And I've got my kit on there, but the Make Humanity hats, these are available. All the profits go to charity, but eddieizzard.com if you want to get a hat or a mask or t-shirt. But thank you for wearing that. It's great. It's a nice message. It's very inclusive, isn't it? 7.8 billion of us. So,
It is, and it's exactly what we're all about as well. You know, it's about everyone coming together, and you know, no matter who you are, where you are, how far you run, how fast you run, it's just about us all being this one huge community together. So thank you for giving us this opportunity, and it would be really remiss of me not to ask you how you are doing. And I'm sure you're sick of answering that question, but people want to know, how are you coping?
It's quite nice. I mean, as I'm getting things done, I mean, I'm over a third of the way, and when I finished here, this is Lucky 13 in Zagreb. I'm running a virtual marathon for Zagreb in Croatia today. We have the Croatian flag there. But once I've finished the Lucky 13, I've only got 3 more until I run the Poland Warsaw Marathon. That will be over halfway, and then psychologically that really helps me to think I'm on the downhill now. So I keep trying to get on the downhill, and I've done over 21k today, so it's 42k is a full marathon. So I'm already over halfway. So this all helps me get there, but the legs are playing up a bit. They're very tired, and I'm doing a gig afterwards. You might have heard I'm doing a show at 7 p.m. every night. And yesterday I did it in German, which is my third language, not even my second language, but my third language, because we were celebrating Vienna. And I was quite pleased how it turned out. It was not too bad. So.
Yeah, that's amazing. Are you finding the running more taxing or the gigs more taxing? You know, I'm sure, you know, each one leading into the other can't be easy.
I would say the running is more taxing because the running is endless. And, you know, it just goes on, and I have to stop to go to the loo. When you come back, the sweat on your body is frozen up a bit, so you're running with cold sweat on you instead of warm sweat. Not good. And it just goes on and on and on for 6 hours, plus, you know, 6 hours, 6.5 hours sometimes. So when I finish that, I mentally go, okay, I don't have to do any more of that today. I've only got this 1 hour thing, and it's a different thing because it's a complete brain gig. You know, the gig is all about playing with ideas in your head, and I'm cheating a little bit because I normally do stand up. I never sit down. I have a bar stool on stage, and I'm sitting on it. About half the gig, maybe even 2/3, I'm on the stool, which is very relaxing, but I've fallen asleep several times in the gig. I literally fall asleep. I actually woke up and said the words that didn't mean anything. I just came up with some words. So it's tough.
I think people will forgive you for that. We obviously a huge community of running geeks. You know, we really do all love all the nitty-gritty about what it's like to take on a challenge that you're taking on. And one of the things you touched on, which is really interesting, is actually when you're running this frequently and you're running on a treadmill, and you know, like you say, you're getting really hot, but the sweat on your body is really cold. Have you found you've had any issues with sort of trying to regulate your temperature and adapting to doing this all indoors? I have.
It's been really tricky. We have to have the doors open at the side, which is, you know, COVID, just keeping fresh air going around. But it doesn't really flow through. It just sort of, I suppose it wafts a bit. And then it was, you know, so cold outside. It was freezing, but normally you're running into an airflow, and that isn't there. So I found it really like I'm running with a very cold feeling and a very hot feeling, or a somewhat hot feeling at the same time, and it's not like normal running. So I found that rather disturbing. So I've been trying to adjust it to get it right. I think it's got a little better now.
Generally speaking, do you prefer to be outside when you're running?
Yes. It's I do nothing indoors if I can possibly help it. There's something about the outdoors. I never had you know, I never believe in stars and things and fortune telling, but I was at a party. My ex threw it, you know, one of the Halloween ones, and she had a woman who read palms, and I thought, well, you know, it's a party thing. I'll do a palm reading. And I can't remember what she said, but she did say you should get out more. She said, yeah, I should get out more. And I thought, I think I should. I used to love, you know, when I was a kid, I've mentioned this before, but I'm very proud of it. I was in the first team for football for 2 years. So when I was 11, playing with 11 and 12-year-olds, and when I was 12, because the best 11-year-olds play with the best 12-year-olds, you know, so a combined team of ages. And very runabout, very going for it, midfield player, support, not great at kicking in the goal, but, you know, assisting, saving the ball off the line, very good at saving the ball off the line. I sort of had a sixth sense on that, and I lived for that. And then it all just went to hell after that. I went to a school that didn't play football, and so I stopped sports from the age of 12, really. And so to get it back is great. And
there's been such an appetite for getting back outdoors. I know, you know, I think 2020 and being locked in the house and being told that, you know, you can go out once a day and actually get some fresh air, it was something that so many people clung to, and it's been such a lifeline and, you know, a real stabilizer for people's mental health, just being able to get out. Have you found that the lockdown has affected your sort of mindset towards challenges like this? Did you know about the lockdown before you sort of got started?
Well, yeah, we actually thought, Kevin Carhill, probably our campaign manager at Make Humanity Great, we're just a small group of people doing things mostly voluntarily, and he said, look, you know, if you're going to do this in January, we're probably going to be on a second spike. We were talking about this in, you know, the summer when it really looked like we were coming out of things, and they said they're saying a second spike's going to come in the cold weather. It's the hot weather, it's okay, everyone gets outdoors, it's sort of better, but it's going to really hit us in the cold weather. And we just all looked at each other or talked to each other on a Zoom call and said, yeah, I immediately thought, that's right. So we started planning for this in about June. No matter what was happening, we were going to do this, even if it was not on a lockdown, but we thought it would most probably be exactly what it is. And that's what you have to do, think ahead and plan. But I'd prefer it outdoors. I do love it. The vitamin D that you get, you know, even on a cloudy day, it's good on your skin. I have a makeup artist when I'm doing shows, and I do remember Rachel I ran along Mulholland Drive in Los Angeles, and it's right up on top of the hills. I either ran a half marathon, might have run a full marathon, but then I had to do that interview or something. She was doing my makeup, and she said, God, your skin looks amazing. What did you do? Oh, I went for a run. Yeah, well, that works. So I realized, just particularly from that, because she would notice the difference, what it does if you're running, you know.
It does. It just, I think also just having that sky above your head, it gives you that mental space.
Yeah.
You know, there's something really in just being able to sort of freely move your body and actually just get a little bit of clarity. So I'm glad that you at least had the foresight to be able to think, okay, this is what it's going to look like, because I'm sure it would have been incredibly challenging to just be, you know, to think you're going to do this outdoors and then to have to do it indoors.
Yeah, it would have been, yes, it would have been much. We just thought, it doesn't matter what happens, let's do it indoors, because we realized we could do this. That's the weird thing, where, you know, people could run with us. I'm running, I don't know if you can see on the screen, with the Zwift app, people are running at the blue team, they're calling it. All these other runners have chosen to wear blue with me, just to support the team colour. The colour ended up the top, the Mizuno top that I happened to choose. And they're avatars, and they can be anywhere in the world and run along with us with little flags and stuff. So I find that beautiful. And then talk to yourself. Where are you in the country at the moment?
I'm in Surrey.
So you're down in Surrey. I've talked to people in Texas and down in Belgrade just now, down in Serbia. You know, anywhere in the world, Australia this morning, in Melbourne. And you could just do this. It's beautiful. It's that I couldn't do the other way around. So we've lost and we've gained, and the reach. We're heading towards £100,000, and I'm just going to look it up now and see whether.
Amazing! It's an incredible amount of money. Did you do much training for this, Eddie?
Well, I have tried to. Do to stay match fit. So I try and do a marathon every other 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks I do a marathon. And in between those 2 weeks, I try and do a half marathon. That's what I'm up to. If I can keep myself together, that's what I try and do. So marathon, half marathon, which helps. It's not the same as one every day, but it's nice to keep yourself in the zone. Match fit for life. That's one of my mottos. I have many mottos, but that's one of them. match fit.
That was one of the questions we got actually from the National Running Show followers was, do you have a mantra that you sort of repeat in your head? You know, we all have those dark moments when we're running and just think, why am I doing this to myself? Do you have something that you sort of tell yourself or repeat in your head, or do you listen to something uplifting? You know, how do you get through those real sticky points?
I try and do misdirection. There's a term in magic which is misdirection, so I do listen to podcasts when I run if I'm on my own, but there is no mantra in my head, just a determination. I mean, I came out as trans TV 35 years ago in 1985, so you can imagine the difficulty. Anyone LGBT plus who comes out, it's quite a rite of passage. It's quite a difficult time. But if you can do that, you can sort of do other things. You know, it's a very difficult mental thing to do. So you can do, okay, I'm going to run marathons. Let's get tough in the brain and let's go and do it. So that was very good for my mental health back in 1985. And now my mental health is pretty strong. So if I'm doing a training run, I usually will finish the run. Sometimes I have thrown in a run and thought, I'm aiming for a full marathon. I'll just do a half marathon today. Sometimes, but rarely.
There's just sometimes those days where it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
You don't have that luxury at the moment, unfortunately.
No, exactly. That's the weird thing. I have to finish at a certain time to do the gig later. Normally, I like to do what I call holistic marathons, where I run and run and run, and I stop when I want to, and I will finish when I finish. And I kind of like that. But more recently, I've got into these. You have to finish by this time, and that's kind of useful, so you can set things up. But I do long for the old days when I was just running like a child, really, just going along here. Look, some ducks. I stopped for ducks. I was running out Lake Victoria, somewhere out of London. When I ran 43 marathons around the UK, I ended up in a park, and I thought I'd go and look at the ducks, and I just did that because I wanted to look at the ducks swimming in the park. So that was a bit weird. We brought cameras in, and the park keeper said, "You're not allowed to come in here." I said, "I'm doing it for charity. Get out! I'm looking at the ducks."
It's just that freedom, isn't it? And I think that's part of the conversation we were having about being outdoorsers. You go where your mood takes you at the time.
Yes. Run where you wish to.
You talked a little bit about your body sort of not holding up too well, that you've got a few niggles that are starting to kick in. How are you recovering sort of once you finish at the end of the day? Have you got sort of a physio team that's helping you, and how are you finding the rest side? Are you able to sleep after putting your body through this every day?
Well, because of COVID, there is my physio Tim Cruz-Drew. He's in Bournemouth, so we do things. Sarah Johnson, who's here with me, we're in the same home bubble and work bubble in the same car, so we just stay in this protective bubble. And she's having to do everything by proxy, and Tim will do videos on other people showing me how to strap up. I get my foot strapped up every day. That's out on Twitter. You can see the strappage that happens for the tenosynovitis, if I'm getting that right. And so we do FaceTime on and show Tim or Dr. Gary what's going on, what it looks like, what my damaged toe, because the toenail's lifting up on the left foot. It's been hammered back into the shoe, so that's not good. But
runners tend not to have the most attractive feet, do we?
Yes, when I first ran, I lost only outer toenails. But since then, I've always run in shoes that are one size bigger than me. This is what Tim told me to do, and wear double socks is good to do as well. And did you always want to run? Have you always, from when you were young, been into running?
Not really. I think when you were in school, I heard you having your chat before this, and it was really interesting to listen to. I think when you're in school, unless you're one of the people who's really good at something, you tend to sort of pull yourself back a little bit from sports, or I did when I was young. So I wasn't naturally really good at sports, so I just didn't put myself in the firing line, so to speak. I sort of kept myself back, and I was more one of those kids who would sign myself a note to say that I definitely couldn't do PE today. And then started running in uni, and have been running for about 14, 15 years. I'm by no means running the distances that you're running, but I have 2 small children, and I enjoy just getting out and getting a bit of headspace and running. I've done a couple of half marathons, which I've really enjoyed, and I'm slowly starting to bring my thinking round towards maybe I could one day do a full marathon. So that's kind of where I'm at the moment.
Yeah, it's all, as you probably worked out, it's all in your head, isn't it? You did, before you did the half marathon, well, I couldn't really do that. Oh, let's try one. It's
you get to the point of getting sick of hearing yourself say that you can't do it, and you think, do you know what, I'm actually sick of hearing you say that now. You can do it, and you should go and do it.
I jumped that whole thing because I hadn't done a marathon until I did one on the Friday before I started running around the UK on the Monday. So we did a test one, but it took a long time. I was just very slow. My longest one has been 12 hours, including interviews on that day, particularly it was in Belfast. But I don't really care. I'm not into personal best, VO2 max. If I'm not going to win the 2-hour world record, I'm not trying to get any other, oh, you're the only trans person who's over this age, who's wearing blue, who happens to, I'm not bothered. I'll just get there when I get there. And
exactly, and I think it takes the pressure off. We talk a lot about finish lines and not finish times, and we have people who are walking marathons long after all the crowds have gone home, and running is such an individual journey for people, and everyone has different reasons for why they're going out on a particular run or setting themselves a particular challenge. And I think sometimes we can be our own worst enemies to say, okay, well, I'm not quite as quick as the next person, or I'm not quite running as far, and we can be pretty bad at putting ourselves down when actually, it's your own journey, and the comparison just isn't helpful.
Yes. Yeah, it's great to get them done. I love stopping. People say, do you love running? I kind of love stopping. Sometimes I'm loving running. Like, I've just been walking there, and now I'm thinking, I want to run again. But when I get the speed up again, I go, oh, this is a bit tough. So, but it has to be tough, otherwise I won't be able to encourage everyone to donate. So
absolutely, they want to see the challenge there. So in terms of mixing things up when you're on the treadmill, are you changing the incline? Are you changing the speed? Obviously you're doing a little bit of walking just to break it up a little bit, but are you trying to just keep your legs turning over?
That is exactly. I go up to 0.5 up to 1.0 incline, nothing more than that. And when I was running around the UK, because I was choosing my routes whenever I run my marathons out there. I don't do organised marathons, I just do ones where I say, let's go down here and we'll end up here. And there was this choice, shall you go the hilly route or the flat route? And I thought, I'm pushing myself too hard, I'll do the flat route, thank you, because all the major marathons in the world, all the big 6, 5 or 6 are flat. So I thought, why don't I run up Everest then? That'll take me about a year, and that'll be one marathon. So the marathon is the great word. People understand marathon. Average people do. They don't know exactly how long it is, but they know it's hellish, and hellish long. And
long enough to be really painful by the end of it, especially after day 13.
And impressive. People go, you've run a marathon, yeah, that's great, just one marathon, and people will go, whoa, I hear that's long. I once saw it, I don't know if you've ever seen, well, you've run a couple of half marathons, but I've actually seen the distance I ran once. Because if you think about it, you can't actually get to see it because you're that low down and you can see back about, half a kilometre, half a mile, something like that. But in Belfast, I started from where I used to live on the east side of Belfast, in the town of Bangor, and I ran down to a place called Newton Ards, where I'd been in hospital when I was a kid, and there was a little folly on top of the hill at Newton Ards, which was, a little Victorian turret. And then I ran on, and I ran through Belfast, and I ran through some areas that were Catholic, Protestant, this kind of thing. So it was very interesting, and then I ran up these hills. I think there's about 7 hills or 5 to 7 hills in Belfast. So the final one was a long trek up a hill. When I got to the top, I looked back and I could see the folly above Newton Ards, and I realised, that's a marathon? Wow, that was about 20 miles.
Really long way.
But I thought, yeah, it was huge. It's like, really? Wow.
Do you ever find when you drive there afterwards, sometimes if I've done like what's a really long run to me and then I drive it after and I say to my children, I ran all this yesterday, and you actually blow your own mind that the body is capable of doing those things. And I think you're dead right when you talk about it being a mind game.
Yeah.
And you know, we put a lot of barriers in our own way, but actually if you can get into your head and out of your legs, as you put it, you can achieve a lot.
Yeah, there's an ultra marathon runner joke, which is ultra marathon running, endurance running, it's 90% mental and the other 10% is in your head. So that's their joke. It's 100% mental. That means it's all about it. It's almost nothing to do with this. This thing will get this thing to the finish line. And humans do that. You also see wild animals doing this. Amazing animals, dogs, cats, just animals doing things, stories in life that with determination and motivation, you get yourself through.
One of the questions that came up a lot from the National Running Show community was around fueling and how you are ensuring when you're doing this every single day that you're actually looking after your body from a hydration and nutrition point of view. How are you managing that? How's it going?
Well, I'm getting professional advice. One good thing about doing things through Sport Relief and onwards is that Olympic level advice comes my way. So Tim Crew, my physio, Dr. Gary, they're both very top line as doctors, and Tim, we link through to Jordan Higgins as a nutritionist. So Jordan's advising us, and Sarah lines up things for me. I need to eat more of this, which I'm kind of slow eating then. Sponsored by iPro Hydrate as well. They give me that. I drink water as well, so I mix that up, and then I have a certain amount of carb before I go, porridge about an hour before I go with blueberries, and then afterwards, after the gig, then I have a substantial meal with carbohydrate and protein, and then a sort of pint of milk before bed as well for protein, or chicken before bed. That's another thing that Jordan has put my way, which I wasn't doing before. And so that's what I'm working on at the moment. And
sounds amazing. And do you feel like you're getting enough sleep? Do you feel like your sleep is, are you going to sleep and are you sleeping like the dead, or is it a challenge to get your body to calm down?
Big challenge to get calmed down. I take a homeopathic, it's night, I keep calling it Nitol or something. Anyway, it's a homeopathic night sleeping pill, and which helps, but I wake up a lot to pee, and sometimes every hour, every 2 hours. It's a little better at the moment, but the stress of yesterday, I had to do my gig in German yesterday, so that was very stressful in case I mucked it all up and just ran out of German words in my head. But the gig was pretty good, so now I've got English gigs, and then the next German gig I have to do after Berlin, I will already be prepared. And so I'm calming down at the back of my brain, and once I do 3 more marathons, I'll be over halfway. So
you're gonna feel like I feel like when you get halfway, you feel like you finished. It's like, okay, well, I just have to get back now. It's fine. I've run a certain distance in one direction. Now it's time to turn around and just get home again.
Kind of like that. Or I think it's all downhill, which it obviously is. And when I ran up to Scotland and back down 43 marathons, we were about 22 marathons up in Glasgow, Stirling, and then I said, if you look at the map, it's all downhill. So that was my mental way of dealing with it.
Have you struggled at all with motion sickness being on the treadmill so much? Do you find it challenging when you come off?
No, I heard about this, but not at all. Not at all. So I don't know. And I suffer from motion sickness, so I don't know what that is. But I would say I know a lot about astronauts, and they do say that the people who got space sickness, weightlessness sickness, whatever they call it, space sickness, they weren't necessarily the people who got motion sickness on the ground. So the fact that I have I normally get motion sickness, cars, coaches, all that kind of thing. But on here, no, I have not had that. Not sure why.
Well, I'm glad that's one challenge you don't need to add on. Well, we're so grateful for your time, and you've got the whole of the National Running Show community cheering you on. Honestly, you're a huge inspiration to so many people, and just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job, and we're all really proud of you.
Thank you, Ashley. Great to talk to you. You take care and stay safe.
You too. Take care. Thanks for your time.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Okay. Now, we're going to talk to social media. Oh, no, we're going to do the video. Oh, no, should we do questions and do the...
I guess we could say to everyone, you could start putting your questions on now and we can show the video while people are doing questions.
No, so what social media? Should we bring Sarah up on the screen, please, Dave? Who are we doing it with?
So, we're going to go for Facebook, YouTube and Twitter.
Facebook?
So we're going to try and do them all.
So jump on Facebook, YouTube or Twitter and send us a question. And Sarah's going to field them.
And I'll do the explaining for all of them. So Facebook, if you go on the live stream on Facebook for today and you post your questions in the comments section, that's how to do that on Facebook. For YouTube, if you're following Eddie's channel, which is just called Eddie Izzard, that'll be easy. The live stream is in there. Or if you're not, if you search Eddie Izzard, you should see that come up pretty easily. And then on the live stream in the chat section, if you put your questions in there. And for Twitter, again, on the live stream, which you should see pretty much at the top. I think it's pinned to the top of Eddie's Twitter account. If you go in there and put your questions as comments in there, then we should see them.
I've got a water problem, I'm afraid. I don't know whether...
Yeah, no problem.
Should we put the
should we do the
video?
video? Yeah, I'll do that and we'll
Dave,
come back.
if you could put the middle video on, I'll explain what's happening. I'm going to throw it over to you there. So this is, we're celebrating Zagreb and Croatia today. I ran there on the 13th of February last year, so the 13th of February, 13th of January this year. Exactly 11 months later, I'm running, and here was the video when I was in the middle of my Zagreb marathon 11 months ago exactly to the day. So here we go. So in Zagreb, Croatia, about the last 15 kilometers to run, and the sun has come out, which is psychologically always so good. If you're ever running at dawn or before dawn, when the sun comes out, it gets so much easier because you just think, well, it just gets warmer, I suppose. So, yeah, just got to keep soldiering on. And it's nice, it feels like it's one of those winter days where the sun is bright and it's very cold, everyone wrapped up, but only 15k to go. Thank you for watching and supporting. More later as the tram goes by. Let's go through the tram. Oh, stop. It's going to wait. Okay, here comes the tram. Just missing an old lady. Because they can stop. You can cross a pedestrian crossing and the trams will stop. There you go, trams. I do love trams. A very short one. Bye. Okay. So Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube questions. Jump on there, put your questions down. I can answer them now. That's what's happening.
Okay, so I'll make a start. I think we've got some coming through now. Okay, so this is from Tracy Emery, who asks, when you think about the marathon you did in Croatia, what comes to mind first? And they say, keeping going, doing amazing, love you. That's Tracy.
I found a nice park just behind where we saw the video. Love seeing the trams go by. The sun coming out was great. And I was running around a park and there were musicians playing there. It was a dealable winter's day, you know, when the sun is shining and people are out, and that's what I remember particularly. It's I think I did an interview as well in that park in the morning, I think so. But you know, live back to the UK. But yeah, so that's what I particularly remember. It's great to go through Zagreb in Croatia because I knew Nino from there and I'd played there before. Yes.
Okay, so next question from Elise on YouTube says, you mentioned before you enjoy arcade video games and wanted to work in the field. Question, what current video games do you enjoy or do you prefer arcade games?
I don't actually play games anymore because I realised, I'm slowing down again, sorry. I realised that I was escaping into the game, I think. My life wasn't where I wanted to be, so if you escape into the game, then you're flying a spaceship and things and shooting up rocks. I was killing a lot of rocks, I remember, in the asteroids. But there came a point in my life where my life was working and I was getting things going, and so I wanted to be in that. And have I played any game? I did get into a zombie game, I think, at one point, but then I thought, okay, I'm done. I did all the levels of that, and I thought, that's enough. There's a lot of guns and zombies. And zombies are bad people. They were Nazi zombies as well, so they're very bad Nazi zombies, not even good zombies. So I don't play them anymore. That's something I've managed to conquer. There you go. Not that, well, being addicted to the games I don't think is great, and that's where I was at the beginning.
So have you heard of there's an app, I think it's called Zombies Run, which is a running app. I think it's to encourage you to get to 5k, and it's a whole audio story as you run, and then it tells you the story, and then they go, oh quick, the zombies are coming, and you have to sprint for a bit. It's quite good. I still need to try it, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I remember it was 28 days later when the first fast zombies turned up. That was a hellish nightmare because we were quite sure that zombies are very slow.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
They had this wonderful slowness, which meant that you could get away with them as long as you could trot.
Well, I remember us watching that on the tour bus on tour with the brilliant Michael Mittermeier, German comedian, who I think Michael is going to talk to us on the Berlin Day, I think.
Yes, very good.
And then we found out that Michael didn't like zombies, and then somehow we were watching 28 Days Later with him on the bus. And then we had to turn it off and watch, I think, Blades of Glory. I think that's what we watched.
Which is also a zombie movie. People will agree. But that's more skating.
More ice skating.
More about skating than zombies.
Yeah, no, that's a stressful film, anyway. Not Blades of Glory, 28 Days Later. Okay, next question is from Mimi Bresser, who asks, what is your favourite quality and your least favourite quality in people? And they say, you're doing great, Eddie, been watching all the live streams so far.
Oh, wow. Sorry, repeat the question again, sorry.
What is your favourite quality and your least favourite quality in people?
Favourite quality, tolerance, understanding, I suppose, something like that. Least favourite, intolerance, lack of understanding. The complete flip side. So it's a live and let live thing, which any moderate person, I being a radical and a moderate, because I do radical things with a moderate message, but intolerance, hatred, closed-mindedness, being willing to believe lies and going, it's just, that all just piles up into a whole bunch of hatred. So I will fight that forever.
Okay, next question from Twitter, from Feisty Feminista on Twitter. Good name.
Yeah.
They say, as a pale redhead myself, what shade of lipstick would you recommend? Love you, cake over death. Nice.
No, this is tricky. I would have been into being a makeup artist, but it's a pale redhead. I'm not sure what the colours are. I'd have to get a whole palette out. I think pinks I think wouldn't work so much. Red, I think red works. Yeah, I think a red and orangey red. Lady Danger on Mac might work with you, that works with me. Yeah. Yeah, I think reds, but not the pillar box, not the bluey reds, but the orangey reds. There you go.
There you go. I think I'm still trying to figure that one out. There you go. Next question is from Ronnie Lidgens, who says, what a hero you are, Eddie. I have two questions. They have two questions. What do you like about Amsterdam? I'm from the Netherlands. And what is your favourite Monty Python sketch?
Oh, well, I do like the locks in Amsterdam. I haven't been along the locks, but I'd like to travel along them. Sorry, I'm slowing down again, old people on Zwift. I'm just really tired. Oh. So yes, Amsterdam. I like the whole feeling of Amsterdam. The coffee shops are great, where you can buy marijuana legally, but local people don't seem to buy it. It tends to be tourists. Took a very progressive way of dealing with it in Holland. Looking at marijuana, which is now being decriminalized in many places. I think education and information is going to be better than criminalizing drugs. It just, otherwise, you know, criminalization of drugs has caused the massive drug cartels. That's it. We know that from Prohibition. We know that. Kind of end of story. And favourite Monty Python sketch, I've said before, the Mr. Helter sketch. I like a lot. The cheese sketch, because it is one joke, said a million times beautifully. From Life of Brian, what did the Romans ever do for us? That's beautiful. Again, that is kind of a joke, but it's repeated a million times. But you don't realise it's one joke until you're halfway through. Argument sketch is great. A lot of Gilliam stuff is great. Look up Terry Gilliam and Christmas. One of his early cartoons. That's great as well. So yeah, lots of stuff with Python.
Okay, next question from Twitter. Oh, there's a lot going on here. Sean Toxco, Doctor, and Rebel Scum PhD. That sounds like a PhD. Asks, what is the time you laughed the hardest?
Maybe with my brother. If we have a joke that doesn't even really work, but I remember me and my brother falling about laughing. Me and my brother laughing about the same thing. That usually is a very good place to be. I was performing in German, and I had a young teacher who was teaching me very well, teaching me ways of getting new German words, phrases into my head. And we were talking, and this young guy couldn't understand why we were laughing so much. And I was talking about there is a thing that, a type of comedy that's happening around the world and in Britain, which is men do this and women do this, men do this, women do this, men do this, women do this. And we don't do it so much in Britain because it's kind of a stage one thing, you know, men do this, women do this. You know, and you can say it from either point of view. As a man, I know my wife, she does this, but I do, you know. But it's almost became a formula I saw it in France and Germany. They would have a number of mainstream comedians who would do men do this and women do this, and I was trying to do my take on this, which was, this isn't going to work for anyone. But I'd say, and I also know that the chimpanzees, they throw poo at each other, okay? This is one of the things chimpanzees do, so this is just a weird fact I happen to know. So I was doing my version of, if I was doing one of those gigs, and you had one after the other comedians going on saying, have you noticed how men do this, women do this, or women do this, but men do this? And I'd go on and I'd do, men do this, But women do this, but monkeys throw shit at each other. Yeah? And then they go, men do this, women do this, but monkeys, they throw, you know. I just keep putting this third bit on. And so we just got hysterics of the idea of this one comedian on a mainstream circuit who just keeps going on about monkeys, because that's the only thing that's, the rest of it they kind of find boring. And you had to be probably me or my brother to find it funny. But yeah, we laughed a lot at that. There you go. And Homer Simpson, Dan Castellaneta, does beautiful things. I'm seeing the end seasons, or the most recent seasons of Simpsons at the moment. And Dan Castellaneta really has done genius work on the writers have written to him, but I think it comes from within him, and it's beautiful. And yeah, it's a lot of great people doing Simpsons as well. Harry Shearer and Hank Azaria also doing really wonderful stuff. So yeah, I love seeing that. Okay.
Okay, next question is from Amy Heindel, who says, cheering you on every day, well done. What film genre would you like to act in next?
I don't do it by genres, I just do it by, you know, it's not like I'm moving through genres, I just do dramas, that's all I do, I'm afraid. So, obviously it'd be another drama. It could be a thriller in a drama, but or it could be have action in that drama, but it have to be a drama. I just don't do comedies. I do occasionally do comedies, but that's sort of accidentally because the character is interesting enough, or the story is interesting enough. But yeah, dramas is all I want to do.
Okay, so next question from YouTube, from Thea Kate, who asks, when you discovered the label dyslexic, were you relieved to have a diagnosis, and did it make a difference?
Yes, I think it did. It answered a lot of questions. It was helpful. Some people don't. Some people don't want to know they are hyperglycemic. I've noticed that certain people are hyperglycemic, and I mention it to them, and they push back and they say, no, I'm not, and they just refuse to believe it, as if I've said they got leprosy or something. So it's a social stigma. A little odd, that reaction. But if anyone gets hungry and angry, that is hyperglycemia. You're hungry enough, your blood sugar's dropping, and you're getting hungry and you get angry, and you can't decide what you want. Some people get very quiet, some people get angry. That is a thing, and I've seen it. It's out there, you can search that online. It's there, but yeah, it was helpful. Dyslexic explained, I kind of think sideways. I think normally people think very vertically up and down, and I quite often think sideways. So I think out of the box. Maybe that's built in. Maybe it comes with dyslexia. Okay.
Okay, next question is from Kimberly Fairchild on Twitter, who says, I listened to your book Believe Me while running and marathon training. It made the miles so fun. Will you write another autobiography in the future?
I think I will, actually. There's a number of other stories which didn't get to the book, so I think there's more to do later on. So, yes. Maybe that's be called Believe Me Really. Oh, no, Believe Me Too. That would be TOO. That would be quite nice. But yes, that will be. And there's the Believe documentary as well, which is a companion piece to Believe Me, the book. And the audiobook has got lots of access footnotes. Footnotiz in German.
Okay, next question from Facebook. Karen Lindale says, sleep, dreams. Who has made the best/funniest guest appearance in your dreams, Eddie?
Oh, I don't remember them, I'm afraid, because I know you can apparently track them and say, oh, this means that and that means this, but because they're bonkers, they're out there, I tend to You know the bin you have on your computer? Every morning I tend to go, okay, bin, boom. And I don't go in and analyze them. I think that could be a wormhole of stuff. So I'm afraid there's no one brilliant. I do know when I was younger that I used to sometimes dream about that I was going to be wearing a dress or something, and just before I put on a dress, and I would wake up as if the brain was going, whoa, hang on there. We haven't crossed that bridge yet. So that's kind of curious from dreams. But since I came out now such a long time ago, I haven't noticed any particular thing. Well, I keep putting my dreams in the bin. I think I'm yes, I don't think I have that gap anymore. But I'm not sure what I'm wearing. I just don't remember things. Well, I choose willfully not to remember them. There you go. Oh.
Okay, next question from YouTube.
We do one more question, then I can do a little break.
Okay. We'll go last one from YouTube. Is from Phobos Demos, who says, "Hi from Germany. I've been watching every one of your runs so far, and you're an inspiring woman. What's a good comedy movie you've seen recently?"
Good comedy movie. Bad Santa is good, but kind of sick. I saw that kind of over Christmas. Elf is fun. Again, I can't be doing Christmas movies. New Galaxy Quest is always a great classic. Comedy movie. I tend to watch dramas all the time now. Comedy movie. I can think, oh, well. Ghostbusters, with the women starring, the more recent remake of Ghostbusters with starring an all-women cast. That was looking pretty good. Still haven't quite finished it, but yeah. But yes, I'm afraid I'm a bit on the drama side. Okay, yes. Thank you for your questions. Sorry I'm a bit dreamy at the moment, but I've got 2 hours to go, and I need a quick pee, and then we're going to talk to Stephanie Slater, CEO of School Food Matters. We're talking about foods. Around about 4. I'll be a little bit late. Okay. Thank you. Talk to you in a bit. And you can donate at eddieizzard.com or text 70810. Write the word 10 or the word 20 to give £10 or £20 accordingly. Thank you. Mothers.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
So Stephanie Slater. Ready for hug when Stephanie is ready.
Eddie, pass me through to Stephanie now.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How are you doing, more like? How are your knees?
Knees are okay. My knees, for some reason, I have magic knees. They never really bother me. It's my, I think, tenosynovitis is what I've got, or something like that. Sarah?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh yes, let me re-look at that so I don't say tenosynovitis.
I have a thing on my right shin where my, I can explain it, it's a bit complicated, but that's happening. And the toenail on the left foot is being kicked in, so it's actually lifting up at the front.
Oh, good heavens. Well, this is possibly not the time to say that School Food Matters has a marathon place if you're interested.
I'm okay, I've got enough marathons where I am. Yes, well, tell us about yourself. Tell us about your School Food Matters. Tell us about
Yeah, but it does indeed. Never has it mattered more than during coronavirus.
Yeah.
So we are a small charity based in southwest London. We've been around for 13 years, and it literally started, I founded the charity because the school food at my children's primary school was really rubbish, and I thought we could do better. And it's just grown into this fabulous movement to teach children about food and to improve the quality of school food. So the one thing to say is that we are not a food aid charity and never have been.
Right.
But they're extraordinary times, aren't they? We've all had to do things that we don't normally do. One of the things we're doing now is providing breakfasts to families in Lambeth and Southwark where there's huge need, so low income, huge inequalities as when it comes to health. So we're doing what we can to help.
And have you, I'm going to bring this up because Marcus Rashford had put out a tweet today, a message, time for a review of how the free meal system is working. Do you have a reaction to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we love Marcus Rashford.
Yeah.
We love the fact he's shone a great big light on this problem. So what we're seeing in our work, so we've been running a program called Breakfast Boxes, which provides breakfast to families. And as of today, we've delivered 637,000 breakfasts.
Excellent, excellent.
Now, for a charity that doesn't do food aid, that's quite a lot of breakfast, but, you know, we saw the need and we needed to respond to it. The reason I'm telling you this, Eddie, is because we've got a measure of inequality called free school meals, which you'll know about.
Yeah.
But what we've learned over the last 9 months, I guess, is that 1 in 5 of the families we're feeding through breakfast boxes isn't entitled to free school meals. So there's clearly something wrong with the criteria for eligibility. So we want to try and fix that. So we're behind Marcus Rashford's call to extend eligibility so more children can access free school meals. We've also seen this week, haven't we, that free school meals come in different shapes and sizes, and there's been a bit of controversy over the Twitterverse about some of the rather poor offerings.
Yes, indeed. So he's asking for a full review of all that, which seems like, obviously he doesn't mean right this second, but as soon as we can get out of this, it should be looked into, because I'm sure there's going to be lots of young kids needing meals even going forward, even out of COVID. That's still going on, low income situations.
What we know that were before the pandemic, before lockdown, 2.4 million children were at risk of food insecurity. That's a hell of a lot of children, and that was before lockdown. So we know that since then, there's been a massive spike in application for universal credit. Yep. We know that food banks have got longer queues than they've ever had. So, you know, this problem is not going to go away in a hurry. So this review of school food is really timely, so that we can make sure that every penny of government money that is invested ends up in great nutritious food for children. That's what we're after.
So you're agreeing with Marcus Rashford, and let's go for it. Let's have the review and get this out in the open.
Yeah, let's crack on. Come on. We've even got an advocate in Boris Johnson as of today. So come on, let's. While we've got this focus on school food, let's make the most of it so we can make policy changes.
I'm afraid he's not of my political persuasion. So I think Boris tends to get behind things when when he's shamed into doing things, he tends to go and do it.
Yeah, I would agree, but if it just gets sort of school food on the political agenda, 3 cheers, you know, let's just crack on with it and sort it out, because it needs fixing.
Well, a big salute to Marcus Rashford, MB,
Yes,
for
absolutely.
what he's doing. So, and have you always been in, because you're the CEO, have you always been in the charity sector? What led up to the point where you were running School Food Matters?
Well, bizarrely, I did 20 years of film production.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was a producer, but then, you know, I spent a lot of time looking after directors, and now I can do something, you know, slightly more meaningful in the nicest possible way. And it's all about, you know, I had my own kids, and I suddenly wanted to switch focus, really.
Yeah.
And spend some time with them, you know. Like you, Eddie, the whole world of film and television keeps you on the road, and that's something I didn't want to do once I had my own children. So they're all grown up now, as is School Food Matters. We've been around for 14 years now. And we've grown. It started off with me, and now we're 15. So, and with other project officers around the country too. So it's a good time.
Excellent, excellent. So, I love film, and yet I must say that if kids, it must be very difficult for kids if someone is working as hard as you were working as a producer, anyone in the film industry, rock and roll, creative, stand-up. I do think of Julian Lennon and the trouble that his father John, really wasn't there for him in that beginning bit. And then with Sean Lennon, John Lennon's second child, he was there for him. So it seemed rather sad that Julian never got that full measure of his dad's time and attention.
Yeah. And it's sort of that, it's investment, isn't it? I mean, what you put in, you get out, and you know, and it's massively enjoyable hanging out with the kids. I mean, that's what I'm finding. So that's why I decided to have a career change 14 years ago, so that I could enjoy them. Because before you know it, they're walking out the door doing their own thing.
Yes, indeed. Time gets faster and faster. I have a theory about this, that when you're a kid, you know, a day or a year in a kid's life is, when you're 5, it's a fifth of your life. So it does seem a hell of a lot longer. But you're also probably at school doing double Latin, double physics, double something you don't want to do. And so it's going to really take its time in your youth. But in your older years, hopefully you're doing something you want to do. And then it's just shooting away. And it's the 40s, the 50s, you know. Okay, so I'm going to ask you this question. You're not, apparently, I'm a trans woman now, so I feel I can ask women ages, but still it's apparently not allowed. But I can ask you, how old are you in your head? Are you still a young person in your head?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's odd, isn't it? I mean, I am sometimes shocked when I have to fill in the form and say how old I am, going, surely not. And I can remember my mum saying to this to me when I was a young person, and I thought, oh, God, that's such an old person thing to say. But I don't know how to describe it, but it's going super fast, and we've just got to seize every moment and, you know, do what we enjoy doing. So that's why we have to find work that fulfills us and means something, because you don't want to hurtle towards, you know, end of life doing something you hate.
Yeah. So how old do you feel in your own mind?
I feel probably around, I would say probably about 38.
Oh, really? Well, that's because I'm 22. You see, I'm saying, wouldn't you choose an age in your 20s?
Well, you know what? I think I started to enjoy life to the full in my mid-30s. I'll probably possibly bloom in that regard. That's when I got my head straight.
Right.
Yeah. So I kind of knew where I was going by then. I think if I think about me as a teenager or in my early 20s, it was, you know, they were quite crazy times. I hadn't quite worked it out.
Are you saying sex and drugs and rock and roll?
I'm the chief executive of a charity, Eddie. I'm not sure I should say that.
I know. I think you should, because it's 21st century and we're allowed to say that we have a past. I mean,
exactly. Well, you know, come on, film and television for 20 years. We had a few exciting moments.
Exactly. I mean, anyway, it's great. It's the COVID situation in your area. I'm not sure. You said are you South London? Is that where you're based?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's well, you know, all over London. It's pretty dire, isn't it? I mean, I've actually I must admit that I've started turning off the Today programme first thing in the morning. I mean, I will listen throughout the day, but you don't need that at 6 a.m. And the figures are pretty dire. So, and there's a lot of fear in communities we're working with. So we, as I said, we run a breakfast boxes programme. The food's distributed through school, so parents come in every fortnight to pick up 2 weeks' supply. But lots of families are really scared to leave home right now.
Yes.
And we hear about this, mutant ninja variation of the virus, and it's scary stuff. So, we do what we can to make sure that we get the nutritious food to the door as well where needed. Yeah. But it's a funny old time out there. It really is. I don't know, where are you doing your running, Eddie?
We're at Riverside Studios in Hammersmith.
Oh, okay, you're just up the road then.
Yep, so we're here, and me and Sarah, we're in the same household bubble, we get in the same car, and here in this room, and we never meet anyone. People, as you know, just deliver things at doors and spray everything down. And that's how we exist in this. We did it from before New Year. We COVID tested, we knew that this was coming. So we just have to get on and not have huge arguments. But there's no real, yeah.
So you're Marathon 14, Eddie?
I am on Marathon Lucky 13.
Lucky 13.
Yeah, so it's Zagreb in Croatia, and yeah, if you can see behind me, if you can see me, but there's pictures of Zagreb that's rolling around, and that I'm doing the 13th, and I'm very proud to say I do a gig each night, which you may have been told. After the show, I do a performance for an hour of comedy just to load up the can you do this kind of thing, to encourage people to donate at eddieizzard.com. Anyone listening, just nip down there and put some money on, it'd be great. But I did it in German last night, which was the beautiful thing. So, because I was running Vienna, and German's my third language, and I was very stressed actually, because I had to get up. Normally I'm up at 8, ready for breakfast at 9, here at 10:30, all this kind of stuff. But I was up at 6 to be downstairs at 7 to work on my show for an hour, and then at 8 o'clock get ready to talk to Sigrun in Berlin via Zoom to work on to actually run the show for her. And then I did it last night. I hadn't done it for over a year, so it was kind of rusty in my head, but I managed to pull it out of the ether, and it was okay show, not too bad, too bad at all. So,
well, that's extraordinary. So what mile are you on now, Eddie?
Well, I do it in kilometres because it's an easier gravel number. So I'm on 28k. I've done 28k. Half is 21, so probably 28.
You're over halfway.
Yeah, I said about 18 miles, 19 miles, something like that.
So think of it in terms of you've just run over Tower Bridge, haven't you, if it was a London Marathon?
I have no idea because I've never done an organised marathon. So I'm just going towards me. That's it. Sorry, I'm trying to get a fan blowing in my face to try and reenact what it's like to run. This is the weird thing, because we're in this antiseptic lockdown position, so I'm trying to blow a fan of air on me to act like real air, which is unusual. But yes, I'm coming up to the last one. I've got an hour and 45 minutes of running to do, and as you can hear, it's tricky, but if I'm talking to people like your good self, then I can at least stop thinking about my legs.
Yeah, well, it's good to think about anything other than your legs and knees right now. So if I can do anything to help that, then saying that we are going to revolutionise school food with Marks and Help, which is going to just make sure that every pound that's invested turns into a nutritious school meal. Because so we ran this programme, the Breakfast Boxes programme, last lockdown.
Yep.
And we started off 500 boxes a week, which we thought was, enough. By week 5, we're on 5,000 boxes a week. And just to show you how the level of need has gone up,
right?
The first week of the new lockdown, we're giving out 9,000 boxes.
Wow.
So, the fallout from people coming to the end of the furlough, I know it keeps coming back and disappearing, but people on 0 hours contracts, they're on precarious incomes. And lots of these people have never claimed a benefit in their lives, and they've never registered for free school meals, but they find themselves in this impossible position where they've got nowhere to go for food other than go to their school. So if we can do anything we can to help with that, we will. I mean, we're looking forward to going back to what we normally do, which is take children to farms, get them cooking, showing them how to grow veg. We've even got a beekeeper that goes out to schools.
Wonderful.
And obviously our whole school programme had to change last summer, and we had to do everything virtually. And if you know, every respect to London beekeepers, who some of their beekeepers are less techie than others, shall I put it like that?
Right.
And they mastered doing beekeeping over Zoom with classes of primary school children. So, you know, we're all becoming very versatile, aren't we?
Yes, it's hopefully there is a positive thing, communication between positive-hearted people, positive-thinking people. That must be a good thing.
Yeah.
Yes, I hope at this time when politics is going bonkers, if we look into America, and things are going in a very odd way. I do hope, you might have heard this thing, there's the COVID nationalism, and you know, more people are going to be unemployed, so when we come out, everything's going to go even more right-wing. And we saw what happened on the 6th of January. I know this is very political, but I just hope that the rest of us, hopefully the majority of the world, are going to say, no, we've got to learn from this. We've got to make even stronger connections from before. We've got to pull together, because we are absolutely all into this together. Because when we beat all this COVID thing and all its variants, I think there's going to be another one down the road. It won't be necessarily the next day, the next week, but if we think there's never going to be another pandemic again, I think we're kidding ourselves. And we should be ready the next time with a world reaction to it, as opposed to this nationalism, we're better than you, we've got the vaccine, you haven't, or Donald Trump just abrogating responsibility. I have nothing to do with this, you deal with it. Donald Trump is not a real human being, I think he's from a different planet.
Well, listen, I have taken heart in community. What we have seen during this whole thing, and I'm sure you have too, Eddie, is this fantastic community response. So we know that, you know, I have a lot of sympathy for civil servants who are trying to manage this. So they're getting lots of conflicting messages, things are moving really fast. So while government is trying to respond to the latest issue, community rises up.
Yeah.
So we know that schools closed on the 21st of March. By the Monday, they had feeding worked out. There are extraordinary people out there doing amazing things and putting together. I mean, I know you've been talking to FairShare, haven't you?
Yep, yes, I did.
Okay, so FairShare we've partnered with for years, and we love working with them because it's a really good thing for children to learn about food surplus and helping families in their community. So the way they pulled together or coordinated all the food surplus charities so that we could have this massive London action to make sure all the food banks and all the community projects were receiving enough supply of food was extraordinary. And this is before all the government guidelines came into place.
Yeah.
They just make it happen. They just make it happen. Because people ultimately care about each other. Don't care what Donald says.
Yeah, no, it's most people, and I think community, society, community, probably the same word. Margaret Thatcher famously said there is no such thing, or it's not there anymore, but it is. I think we're just proving it here in COVID and the response to the NHS. What a beautiful idea. I'm a member of the Labour Party, so we came up with it, so we're very proud of it, but it's just a human idea. It's an idea for the world, and the fact that America still struggles to have Affordable Care Act not being attacked and torn down.
Yeah.
Madness.
Yeah.
But anyway, I hope we can, this is what I think. People like yourself, hopefully myself, any good and positive thinking people listening will take this tough time and come out of this with our engines revved to go even stronger forward to make humanity great again, to try and make it a fair world for 7.8 billion people. That is the only future worth fighting for.
Yeah.
Fair chance in life for everyone. That's
no,
right.
Absolutely hear you, and hear to that. So we've all got to play our bit. And I don't know. I'm innately an optimist.
Yeah.
Which I guess why I set up a charity, because I wanted to change something.
Yeah.
And I think it is possible. We've seen great strides in, the muck that used to be served back in the 80s in school food. We're in a really good place, and which is why when I saw the images on social media, I immediately combated it with some really great images of what can be possible.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to fall into that hole of despair, do we? We've all got to try and stay positive.
Yeah,
It's tough though sometimes.
Yeah, it can be tough, and if people start beginning, yes, well, we won't even go to that place. But there's the glass is half full and glass is half empty type people. I think you might be saying, because I like to claim, and you might want to be there too, that I'm a glass is 2/3 full person. That is my thing. Is that, you know, if you come out as trans and you try to get your career going, and I've got to this point, and now I'm up to marathon lucky 13, so I'd better be positive, otherwise I'm not going to exist.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the one thing that I'm missing, if I had to say that, you know, I'm not Eeyore in any way, but the one thing I am missing during this is my colleagues, seeing my team, looking across the office, seeing them. So I'm able to come in because I can work on my own, and that works for me. But seeing everybody on screen, I do sometimes wish there was a bit of banter in the office. That's what, you know, I do miss that. But, you know, we can work effectively. We've all learned how to use the tech. We're all embracing it, making things happen. Lots of opportunities there that could not have been if we were working face-to-face all the time. So, yeah, we're getting there. Hopefully we haven't got too much longer to go, have we?
No, I hope not, with the vaccines. And it's great that a lot of women have been in charge of the teams, or the heads of the teams, of inventing the vaccines. That's a very positive thing for women in science, I think.
Yeah. Great moments in science.
Yep.
So,
I always thought there's a thing called the Manhattan Project, which was the invention of the bomb, and it was to stop the Nazis coming up with the atomic bomb, get there first. And so I understand that, but I think we should call this the Manhattan Project instead of the Manhattan Project, but the Manhattan Project, where they get the brains of the world to come in and solve other problems, because we've got the great scientists working on this just because. Particularly because, I should say, so many people are dying right now, so it's that motivation. But if we could keep that going, we could solve other things, I'm sure, with the endless Manhattan projects. But we shall see.
Yeah. And am I right in thinking that some of the stuff we've learned about the coronavirus vaccine can be applied to cancers?
Oh, I hadn't heard that. That would be wonderful if it was.
Yeah, I think my 17-year-old A-level biology student son has said something about this, so I'm trying to keep up with the science side of it. But it's completely fascinating that this could have been done in such a hurry. So, you know, lots to celebrate in that regard.
Yes, very good.
And my 90-year-old mother has just had her jab, so she's feeling fully pumped and ready to take on the world now. So this is good news.
That is good. And I don't know, have I already asked you this, but are you a running, cycling, swimmy person?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah, I'm a runner, so that hence me talking about Tower Bridge Marathon. So I've done marathon a couple of times. Dodgy right knee, so I'm only good for about 12 miles nowadays. So I won't be joining you anytime soon on your marathons. But I'm really lucky, Eddie. I live right by Richmond Park.
Right.
And I have a border collie, so every morning we're out there. So yeah, it's a complete lifesaver. It's such a stress buster.
Yeah.
So a combination of running and yoga keeps me sane.
Very good. So you're bendy and you're running as well.
Well,
I'm not so bendy.
Not quite bendy enough, but it keeps my legs going. So that's good news.
I need to do more. I need to do the salute to the sun. I'm a lazy person before I start running, but I should. I wanted to do it today.
I love the fact that you describe yourself as a lazy person.
Oh, I am. I'm actually
31 marathons in 31 days. It's just bonkers.
But you see, I'm actually very lazy, but very driven. Which is my thing.
So, as you say, then it just shows it's all in your head, then, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I'm like an oil tanker as well. Once you get me going, you can't stop me. Once you stop me, you can't get me going. So that's the thing. I
seem to remember you've done this before, Eddie, haven't you? I seem to remember you being in some sort of muddy field in the dark, talking to people along a lane. I just got this in my head.
Well, I ran. Are you being sarky here, or because I've done about?
No, I'm being serious. I have this vision of you on TV doing.
I've done 4 of these now. So I did 43 marathons around the UK, 27 in 27 days for Nelson Mandela in South Africa, and then I did 29 in 29 days in around Europe last February. And so this is matching what I'm doing in Europe, but we're adding New York and Osaka, and the capital of Rwanda as well. We're going to play the Kigali. There we go, Kigali. in Rwanda on the 30th.
Amazing.
Keep writing that down, Sarah. Kigali keeps walking out of my brain for some reason. And the gig every night. This is the crazy thing. The gig, right? I've actually fallen asleep in the gig several times, which is if I sit down, I start falling asleep. If I stand up, well, again, I can't fall asleep. But it's something's happening, and maybe further on I'll get even maybe stronger or weaker or both at the same time. I can't quite work it out. But, you know, you've got to make it tough, otherwise people, if you say I'm going to go down the shops and have a burger, you know, for 31 days, no one's going to give you tuppence. But if you say you're going to do this...
I am kind of intrigued about how much you're having to eat to get you through this.
It's just a good healthy meal after the run and the show is finished. And I load up a bit beforehand, porridge, bacon, eggs in the morning, and then porridge an hour before the run. So that's really it. And then afterwards, it is quite a substantial meal after the run.
And are you still doing the ice baths? Do you have to do that?
Oh, very interesting. My physio, Tim Cruz-Rue, he's Olympic level physio, and he asked one of the top guys in the country about ice baths or hot baths, which is best. And the guy said, we have found out that ice baths are 2% better than hot baths. So I said, stuff it, I'm in a hot bath.
I was going to say, I know which one I choose out of those two. 2% ain't worth the pain.
It's not worth it with a hot bath. But actually, I can't have a bath at the moment. I'm having hot showers. That's what I'm having. So I'm having to sort of, you know, arrange myself in the shower so that my legs seem immersed. But I'm getting through it. I'm getting through it.
And are you doing your all stand-up from Riverside? You've got...
Yes. We stay in this bubble and we mask up and we go through this down a corridor. There's no one anywhere near us. And we get to the studio just next to us. And it's just across the hallway there. And we do it in there. There's no one in there. 2 fixed cameras. And people up in the gantry. We never see them. And we do the show that way. So it's all by radio control, by remote. It's just me and Sarah Johnson here, who's the event manager. We just stay in this safety bubble.
It's so nice of you to invite lots of charity people in, though. I mean, that's really great to be part of your...
Well, what I like is that, you know, because you think, I wanted to give to charities that make humanity great, so that you're included in that, which I think is good. Most charities, of course, are trying to make humanity great. But this wonderful way, which I found that Sport Relief were doing, you get the money coming in, and then it can go out to a number of charities. It doesn't have to be just one charity, which I like the spread of that. I like, you know, we've got, as you mentioned, FairShare and Care International and Covenant House helping young people in America that's based in New York, which I like that, the reach. I like being international. Walking with the Wounded and combating against neglected tropical diseases, and there's such a wide variety there. Hopefully people who are watching might go, oh, that charity I will donate, because if you're doing that and I'm interested in that, oh, you're doing that and that charity, and that can widen the interest, hopefully, for people giving in.
Yeah, and I guess it helps to keep those legs moving as well, to hear stories. I mean, it was really interesting that the Christmas holidays was particularly poignant for us because there was nothing formal in place for families during the school holidays. There was government came up with something called the COVID Winter Grant Scheme, which was run through local authorities, which did some good work and got some money out to schools so they could support families. But we ultimately know that families who are struggling will go to where they feel safe and looked after, which is their school.
Yeah.
So we wanted to do something with schools for their communities and get them to identify the families who needed some support. And there's something very nice about that Christmas programme because it was, 2 weeks holiday was looking pretty grim for some families without a free school meal every day.
Yes.
So, it was really lovely to, parents describing it as a lifeline, little children grabbing hold of satsumas and celebrating because they've got some fresh fruit,
Yes.
Really, really, really lovely moments. And so you know, and I make sure that every one of our project officers gets out to a project, obviously in a COVID-secure manner, just so that they can see, you know, the response from the people they're helping. It's really important to get those stories out.
Yes.
And if you start telling the story exactly how Marcus Rashford has done, that's when people want to get stuck in and help, don't they? I mean, because he's got a genuine story to tell. So we want to get those stories out. And I guess because we did that at Christmas, we got you know, huge amounts of public donations that we've never had before. We weren't fundraising; we were just doing our bit.
Yeah.
But just based on the work we were doing because of Christmas, we've had a lovely response from the community, and that might be, you know, a tenner from a granny in Lambeth, or 3,000 quid from somebody who's a business in the, you know, Southwark area.
Yeah.
It's really interesting, isn't it? This is why I genuinely believe people are good. And we are making humanity great again, aren't we?
Well, yes, we are, brick by brick, step by step. And I think the majority of people have more good. I think there's more goodwill than ill will in the world. I do understand that some people in a tough situation will reach out for maybe the simplistic answers of, you know, nationalism and using hatred and stuff. But I hope in the world there is more goodwill, because we need to. This is my worldview. Everyone, a fair chance in life should be the right for every person in the world. Fair chance, not a free life, but a fair chance in life. I think that is a good thing for everyone to fight for, and it doesn't exclude anyone.
Yeah, it's all about opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some people talk about choosing different lifestyles. I don't think it's about that. I think it's about the opportunity before them.
Yeah.
And we talk about this a lot with. Tell them when to shut up, by the way, Andy.
No, it's okay. If you can keep going, you've got it, basically, because we have got people coming on. But if you can keep me going till quarter to the hour, 10 more minutes of chatting, if you wish it, and ask me any questions you want, and then we have another guest coming on then. But that would be beautiful.
Yeah, no, I'll be delighted to keep talking until somebody pulls me off with a shepherd's crook.
Yes.
It's really interesting because the work if in normal times we would be running a 5-year programme in Lambeth and Southwark looking at child obesity.
Right.
We wouldn't be doing food aid.
No.
And we were ready to go on that when schools closed in March, and I had a project team in place ready to do this. So we quickly redeployed to this breakfast box scheme.
Yeah.
But you know what we're finding, the whole conversation about ill health and obesity has shifted, and I hope it shifted, to this sort of weird blame culture, to, well, this is a normal response to an abnormal environment. If you surround low-income families with cheap food that's going to make them unwell, guess what? That's what happens.
Yeah.
So it's not only about education, because, you know, sometimes that doesn't work if you're on a low income and you're really short of time and skills. It's just about cleaning up the environment, I think. Yes. And making the environment, you know, that will support children's health and not make them sick. It's quite a big job, but I reckon we can do it.
Can you tell me just a bit more about obesity? Because is it just bad foods being... there's something in... You know, I'm a kid with a sweet tooth, and I found when I was a kid it was ration, parents, teachers, boarding school after mum died. As an adult, when I could afford it, then I could find, well, I'll have one, I'll have two. Cereals were my problem. I used to eat entire boxes, and that causes weight problem. Is it bad food that is available, that is cheap, and that is a big central part of obesity in kids or in adults as well?
The biggest correlation, the biggest cause of obesity, whether it's in a child or an adult, it tends to be low income.
Right.
If you're poor, you buy what's affordable.
Yeah.
And that's often sweet, processed food. We just need to turn that on its head and make good food available at a fairer price. And that you could say there's no such thing as food poverty, it's just poverty. So we need to address that. But meanwhile, we need to make sure that the environment these families are living with supports health.
Yeah.
And we've actually called our programme in Lambeth and Southwark Healthy Zones, because we want to make sure that everything that happens in that school environment supports children's health.
Right.
So we don't want to see a fabulous school dinner on the plate and then teachers running down the corridor with a Coke and a Mars bar, because that's really confusing. So we just want to make sure all the messages we give out in these sort of little microcosms of society, which is a school, reflect good health and the good stuff, what they should be eating to keep them well.
Yeah.
And that's absolutely not about demonising food ever. Everybody likes the little sweet stuff, don't they?
Yeah.
But we just want to make, you know, eating for health the normal thing to do and not extraordinary, not something, you know, arduous or expensive or something that, you know, you're going to be judged on. We just want to make it everywhere. We want it everywhere you go to see good health messages.
Have you heard, I read or heard something about the science of sugar gorging or sweet, you know, this thing that humans do, which I do, absolutely. I can eat chocolate bar after chocolate bar if given a chance. If I didn't have, I'm trying like crazy to develop discipline. But if you hadn't heard of it, just see what you think of it. When we were hunter-gatherer, we were obviously designed to be hunter-gatherers. Often you wouldn't eat for maybe 2 or 3 days, and then you would eat, you know, something would be killed, an animal, and then food would be had. You're gathering root vegetables, this kind of thing. And if they did find honey, wild honey, from wild honeybees, they would gorge upon it, because if they didn't, other animals would come and eat it. They would just take as much as they could, and that was there. They couldn't really store it, take it home, put it in the fridge. So we've actually come through we were predisposed, maybe mentally set up, maybe genetically set up to, if we find sweet things, to eat it and more and more and more. Just love it, eat it, and get it down us. And that has continued through into civilized times, where it's just sitting there and you can buy it. If you can afford it, you can buy it again and again and again. Have you heard of that?
No, it sounds completely fact. So it's a primal desire in a way, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. It does explain
it makes sense.
Yeah.
Palates have changed, haven't they?
Yeah, well, I don't think mine has. Well, I think that my situation has changed, but I still, my brother's was always more into savoury things, and I was always just trying to find sweets. I used to do that thing. Penguin biscuits was my problem, and I used to snaffle them upstairs and read a comic with Coca-Cola and a penguin biscuit. That was joy to me. And
that planted in your brain as comfort.
Yeah, and
happiness.
It was comfort from the first seconds I ever found that kind of stuff. I even used a kind of drugs ritual thing with a penguin biscuit. I was at boarding school, and so you could be allowed, after you'd eaten your evening meal, to have something from the food that comes from home in a thing called a tuck box.
Yes.
And so we had these, Dad would send us some stuff, and penguin biscuits was my chocolate drug of choice, my sugar drug of choice, and I'd get the biscuit and I'd score it with a knife. I'd score it along the top until it broke into two. I got quite precise at this. It would break into 2 pieces, so I'd have twice the biscuit in my head. One bit that was very long with the creamy stuff as well. One was biscuit with all the cream, and one was biscuit without the cream. So you eat the biscuit without the cream first, and then the other bit was like heavily loaded. That was my thing. That's how I would get it. It'd take me somewhat longer to eat the biscuit, and I can't really touch them these days, because they will. If I go 1, I go 2, I'll go 3. You know, this is my problem.
Do you remember the mighty walnut whip? I mean, what was that about?
Yes, walnut whip. Well, 99 ice cream. I ran marathons around the UK in 2009. We had an ice cream van, so I got a 99 every day. God, I loved it. I still.
It's really funny when those things are associated with your childhood. They feel so special, don't they? Because it's all about treats and love and warmth and comfort.
Well, it leads to a bad thing. I was actually working in a kiosk that was selling ice creams in my teenage years, and the stock taking was a bit questionable, suspect, lax is probably the best word. So there was a tendency for a double-decker biscuit to disappear, so that was not good for me. But I've had to try and develop discipline now, Discipline.
We've all got dark pasts. I mean, I'm a school food campaigner now, and a environmental campaigner. And in my previous life, I used to make commercials both for Coca-Cola and McDonald's.
Right.
I'm just here telling out. This is like confession time.
Yes.
And I used to have to do what I called ethical offsetting. And so if I did a McDonald's commercial, I would then go and work at Greenpeace for a month as a volunteer.
Yes, there you go.
I used to phone a pal there and I'd say, can I come and do some work with you? And she'd say, what have you done?
There you go.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, now Stephanie, I'm going to let you go now. Thank you for keeping me going. I'm just walking for a bit. Only got about up to an hour and 20 minutes to go.
You're amazing. Keep going. I wish you so much luck. I'm incredible. I'm in awe.
Thank you, Stephanie, and excellent. I love the fact that you were doing this, and then you said, no, we've got to do that. We've got to do that now.
Yeah.
What you actually did, you may not like this analogy, but General Patton was not necessarily a very good man, very egotistical. I think Trump based himself on him, but he was a pretty useful general up against the Nazis in World War II, and just before the Battle of the Bulge, he was heading east with his forces. He realized that the Ardennes offensive was happening, and he told his guys, before he was told by Eisenhower, we're going to turn north 90 degrees with the entire army, which is a really tricky thing to do. And that's kind of what you did. You just turned it. If you ever see the film Battle of the Bulge, you will actually see that moment play that, and that's kind of what you did. So there you go. You did military strategy is what you actually did.
Well, thank you. I've got a fantastic army with me, so there you go. We can,
there you go. Exactly.
We'll keep going.
The troops are doing good stuff. Take care. Be safe.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okie dokie. So now, Nick Kershaw, not the singer, but Nick, who could have worked for Goldman Sachs and not Morgan Sachs, because that doesn't exist. But him and Tim should be coming on. Can we see that screen? Can we bring them to the screen when they're ready?
We've just got to get them lined up.
Okay.
We've got them on a semester.
So, what have I got? Hour 25. I'm going to be 10 minutes over now. Which will be not too bad because the gig is in English. So I'm working away. Just trying to get to the end. We will bring the clock up when we get down to the last hour. Dave and Ian will bring the clock up. And in the last hour, so once we've passed the 60 minutes to go, I think you'll be able to see that. 31k, almost just over 10k to go. Go to eddieizzard.com to donate. Please do. It would help humanity. It'd be great. Or you can text donate. £10, or if you write the word 10, or £20 if you write the word 20 to 70810. That's how that works. We shall see. Oh, thanks to everyone running in blue on the Zwift app. I'm running along not very fast, but keep having to walk. But I've got a left and right leg. Is it tenosynovitis?
Oh, I keep looking it up and then forgetting it, but I will properly find it.
Write
here.
it on a piece of paper.
Yeah, I'm going to put it on a big sign. Hang on, I will tell you in about 10 seconds. Sooner, it's tenosynovitis.
Synovitis?
Yeah, tenosynovitis.
Synovitis. Okay, write that on a piece of paper.
in big letters somewhere.
And Kigali in Rwanda is where the marathon we are running a virtual marathon for Kigali in Rwanda on the 30th of January. The African marathon. Day before, do an Asian marathon in Osaka in Japan on the 29th. And on the 31st, we are running New York in the United States of America.
Hey, I have looked for you.
Oh, hi. Hi there.
Eddie, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. Has Tim joined you as well?
Tim is on his way. Apparently he's not on the call just yet.
All right. So, what was I gonna ask you something. Oh yeah. So, you had an interview with Goldman Sachs, as I said,
That's right.
Morgan Sachs. But there's a JP Morgan, but there's another one with Morgan in there, isn't there?
Morgan Stanley.
Morgan Stanley.
There's the three big American ones.
But what is there? JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. Are there similar Morgans? Is Morgan from the same family? The JP originally?
I don't think so. JP Morgan was a standalone financier.
Right.
I don't think Morgan Stanley, but I do think Morgan Stanley is two different banks that came together. Goldman Sachs definitely is, because the Goldmans and the Sachs had a big falling out during World War II around...
over money?
I think it was... No, it wasn't money. I think it was political.
Oh.
I think it was political, and I think it was to do with...
One was a Nazi?
I don't want to go out and say stuff about what it could be, but it was definitely a falling out during World War II, and the Goldmans and the Sachses, the two families, had a big falling out. I don't know whether they've managed to repair it over the years.
You think one would have been with America fighting against the Nazis, and the other one wasn't? You know, I don't know what politically.
I can't remember.
You've got.
That's really annoying. I did read a book about this at the time.
You don't have your computer there. You can't look it up, can you?
Let me find out. That's a much better idea.
Just do that, because we can do things in real time here.
This is great.
So I've got you until I'll jump up about 10 past, just after 10 past. We've got about 20 minutes. We can cover everything we didn't cover. Because it was. While you're saying that, I'll ask you, or talk to you a question, or say something at you. The guy who wrote, what's the film called? Short Sale?
The Big Short.
The Big Short.
Michael Lewis, you're thinking?
Yeah, Michael Lewis. And he said after he wrote his first book, people kept sending him letters, because he was writing saying, look out, Wall Street is full of crap. You know, there's a lot of bad things going on in these financial businesses. It's not really helping society. And then people kept writing to him saying, tell me other ways of how to win at Wall Street, you know, which was not what he was trying to say, which I found ironic and kind of, even in the Big Short, you do have those two younger guys, if you've seen the film, who are, you know, well, the whole thing about shorting just sounds like
in and of itself, a dangerous mechanism that encourages us to think about finance from a hoping things go wrong perspective, almost.
And trying to talk things down. If you're shorting something, surely you just spend all your time talking the thing down, and that could become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Absolutely.
And then, what is that?
And in many ways, you know, there are activists out there who have the power to be able to manipulate that to that point. And I think that's where you have this extraordinary danger where we have the ability, so, you know, there are people with the money and the clout who have the ability to push, and it benefits them to see certain stocks or certain exchange rates changes and change and fall. And I think that's what you know, gives the industry a bad name. But, you know, on the other side of it, and something that I've always felt about this, is that finance has this power to create, you know, I think the other week you talked to Rachel Lindley at 5 Talents, and there you have the power of finance and micro loans in opening up economic opportunities and leverage, and our ability, you know, we've had at Impact Marathon, we've had angel investors who've opened up this opportunity that we're able to do. So there's a brilliant power to finance.
Okay, well,
but it has a darker side.
No, well, this is what we got to say. There is trade and commerce. We understand that the world was built on trading, building goods and services. We understand that. People who are philanthropists and donating money, even doing a startup and taking a chance. But if you get into all the things in the Big Short in that film, all the financial products that were being sold, it was designed to be so complicated that no one understood anything. That is casino capitalism is the term for that. And casino capitalism is just pure gambling. Pure gambling and obfuscation. And the fact that the Moody's and is it Poor? What's one?
The Standard & Poor.
Standard & Poor and Moody's. They're the most guys that say whether something is AA listed, A+ listed, or whatever. They wouldn't change the ratings on subprime loans, because if they did, they just go to the other competition and they get a better rating from them. It just sounded like the system is way broken, and I think it still is way broken after that crash. After every crash, nothing really gets mended.
No, it felt like it got fixed, and you know what? I think I started finance in 2010, so 2 years after that crash, and it felt at the time, I remember it happening and thinking, what does this do to my job opportunities? And it didn't really change anything. Things were, the government supported, the sort of neoliberal policies that you can, finance kind of trumps everything else, and supported it in a massive way, and it propped things up. And we of all the people that I've met across that industry, I wouldn't say they're all absolutely. There are people who really are experts in finance and creation of wealth and liquidity, but I don't think anyone can say with complete confidence that the financial system was mended or in any way massively improved. Banks have got more regulations to keep more capital available and these sorts of things, but has that really changed things? And certainly right now, we're seeing every government leveraging themselves up to get us through the situation, and that's fascinating in and of itself, the long tail repercussions. But I mean, even talking about this is like bringing back these memories and just of a past life. I can't believe that was for 5 years. My day in, day out was these kind of discussions, and I still follow the markets and finance with interest, but never with the it's sort of a different world, a different life back then.
There's I'll get off this and go back to talking about your things, but I just you were in that world. I read about recently, a company, they set up a new style of trading, because there were these speed trading, these tradings that happened in a microsecond and mini microseconds and milliseconds, and Royal Bank of Canada, I think, was behind it, who apparently were not like the crazy ones, because they were Canadian maybe. They didn't behave in such a crazy way. I put down the name of it. Shall see if I. Do you know that
was
story?
That was Michael Lewis as well. That was something about Flash.
Yeah, Flash Boys.
Flash Kids, Flash Boys, the Flash Boys.
Yeah, but it's a new. This new. What are they called? If you are J.P. Morgan or Morgan Stanley, or what are those called? Those are called merchant banks, or are they called
investment banks.
Investment bank. So it was a new type of investment bank that was going to be more honest about things, with not so much bullshit. You ever heard of that?
I haven't. No, not at all.
It was very.
That sounds like fantasy.
No, it actually exists, and I thought I'd taken a note of it, and I can't bloody find it. What was it called? Oh well, Tim, ask questions. You're back.
Okay, yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I had a technical failure. My iPad decided to just give up the ghost. I don't know why. It's obviously resisting my questions. So yeah, you've obviously been covering a bit of the financial stuff, and obviously we ended yesterday with your journey. But I guess what we should do now is we should move on to the current day. Just explain a little bit what Impact's marathon series is.
So yeah, I mean, so Impact Marathon in a nutshell is that we take a group of people somewhere really different. We build what we call the athletes village, a pop-up athletes village in the middle of nowhere, or in Croatia, as Tim knows, in Kenya, and we spend a week working in the community, visiting projects, seeing where fundraising's gone, meeting with the communities. We very varied. We've done everything from build a 5-kilometre water pipeline that brings water to the village that we were running through in Nepal, to the kind of visits we do with Kenya, where we're visiting microloan groups and listening to stories a bit more. So it changes depending on the country. And we'll spend 4 days doing that, a day of rest, and then running a trail race, 10 kilometre, 21 or 42, through somewhere really stunning, somewhere amazing. And yeah, that's basically in a nutshell, and then we go home. And we've got races now in Kenya, Nepal, Malawi, Guatemala, and the new one in Jordan, which we launched last year, but is now scheduled for this year.
And how do you decide where you're going to set them up? Where you pluck names out of the sky, or?
Yeah, I mean, every race is different, slightly sometimes. Every race is totally different, and I think originally I was looking at it for, okay, what's the social story? We don't want to go to a country and set up a race if there's no social purpose or reason or story behind us being there. There's got to be a power to the event. So, you know, if we look at Nepal, which is the first one, you know, we set that up. It was really looking at, that was April 2015, we decided was the earthquake, and 10,000 people died, and it was huge. And I thought, well, what is the story 18 months later? The media's passed on, the money has never really been spent in Nepal, actually, but the money in theory has been spent. You know, how do people rebuild their lives? And so that was the discussion and the story we wanted to tell. Now, often that story changes once you actually get out there and learn and listen, and actually there's challenges before the earthquake are the same as the challenges after, and earthquakes are sort of an accepted normality almost in Nepal. They're incredibly resilient to this, considering where they live. Kenya, for instance, Rachel was the one who just came to me and said, I've got an idea, Nick, can we do it? Guatemala, I met some people and wanted to talk about climate change, and Central America is hugely impacted by it, and then I just got lucky and met people. Jordan was an early advisor, an early investor to Impact, has links to Jordan and always wanted us to do a race in the Middle East, so kind of made the connection. So each one's got its own organic story as to how it comes about, but the uniting part of that story is, can we have an impact? Is this a powerful way of helping the communities? And if that's the case, then yeah, this is where we want to be doing an impact marathon.
And that's, I mean, you know, that's a great story, because people always talk about being lucky, or, you know, it was just lucky that I did this, or lucky that I did that. And there's a great book called The Luck Factor, which is all about how there is no such thing as luck. There is just where opportunity and meets ability, you know, when those two come together. And I think that's the thing, is that you're a very, you know, I've met you, you know, lots of times, and we've had lots of conversations, and you are definitely come across as an individual who is open to discussion about anything and everything, and that just allows people to open their hearts to you. If you go, okay, I can see there's an opportunity here that we can do something together, you know, and that's the wonderful thing. And we're hearing this all the way through the whole gig that Eddie's done. You know, we've done 13 marathons now today, and the people that we've met and listened to have been absolutely awe-inspiring in terms of how they've made things happen. So, but if we go down to the nitty-gritty of so if I want to do an impact marathon, how do I do that? Do you select me, or do I select you?
So you select yourself, yeah. You select yourself, and then you select a country, really. So we've done everything to try and be as accessible as possible. You know, whether it's, we've got different price points, so you can come and camp and bring your own tent if if for your first one, up to, you know, if you want to stay in a bit more nicer places, we've got that as well. So it's kind of available for everybody. And it's also, and as you really know this from, I remember the first year in Kenya, you were running around with a 76-year-old with a pacemaker doing a half marathon. I was so pleased that you were the sweeper that day. So it's been really accessible. We've had people come and walk and be involved in the whole week and walk it. The whole race day, it's just not really, it's not a race, is it? It's just a chance to go out and it's a victory lap, and people just go and celebrate, and they just enjoy that spirit of running together with others. And so it's not something, yes, it feels like doing a race in Kenya in places where there's elite runners is an extreme thing for a runner to do, but as you know, the elite runners are, we had, you know, that year when you did it, we had Caroline, who won Boston 2011, come and pace a 5-hour 30 marathon. You know, it's just so unreal. And so there's no kind of, you don't need a true athletic ability, if that even is such a thing, right? To be involved and to do it. You just need to believe that the running has a power, and that's what unites us all, and that's what you know, Eddie's whole mission here displays.
Yeah, and I think that's key, is to you're probably the closest equivalent to park run within a marathon status that there is, in terms of it is absolutely everywhere. And also I think we should probably point out that people that might be intrigued about doing one is that you don't have to do the marathon. There's a half marathon, there's a 5K, and there's a 10K. So it's open to absolutely everybody. It just happens to have the marathon title to it. And I was, again, we were talking to Rel from 5 Talents earlier in the week, or last week, I can't remember when, but we were discussing that whole thing when you were talking about me to helping Keith, you know, go around his first ever half marathon at 76. I'd forgotten he had a pacemaker. This is probably why my heart rate was so high.
Yeah.
But the deal is the fact that, you know, once you get to an age, you can chase age-related personal bests. You know, you can become a bandit at 60 and start trying to get, you know, to be the best at that particular age group. But the reality is, in terms of you ever doing your best, fastest marathon, those days are going to be gone. You know, once you start exiting from the 30s, you know, into your 40s, you know, we get slower. There's nothing that we can do about that. But it's things like that, helping Keith go around to his half marathon. That's where you get the enjoyment. That's where you get the fulfillment. That's where running still gives, you know, a massive amount to yourself and to all the other people that you're doing. And but I do have to say, your marathon, the second marathon in Croatia, is the only marathon I've never completed, albeit because of a hailstorm where it felt like hedgehogs were falling on our heads. That is the only one.
Yes, that was you know, within. What, it was 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes it went from blue skies. And I remember heading up to the top of the hill, and you and Martin were coming up. And I was really pleased, because I was like, okay, cool, we've got, at that top point, we've now got the medics, we've got you two, we've got people coming up, and then it dawned on me that it was my job to clear the rest of the course, and I was going to have to go out in that hail. And the only way to do that section is by foot. There's no way a motorbike can do it. It's too thin for a car. And I ended up hiding under a tree myself for 10 minutes, because if I get hit by one of those golf balls and I'm in the, no one's looking for me. I'm the race director. I'm not on the list of people you need. Yeah, people will just assume I'm out there. And but what an extraordinary. Well, 1 hour. It took about an hour and 15 minutes, and we had everybody back in the tents and warming up.
And again, you have to. Yeah, people say, oh, I'm just gonna. I was talking to Martin about this the other day. We went for a run. There was somebody's contacted him about setting up an event, and I think people think it's a little bit like setting up a tea party, you know, on a Sunday afternoon in the local park. But the logistics, particularly when you start going to countries that you're going to, but the logistics of any race, any marathon, are so phenomenal. You know, the health and safety, the risk assessment, everything that goes with it, and then you've got to make it fun. You know, that's the deal, is everyone wants to be having fun, but of course you're sitting there, it's apoplectic. But I have to say, the medical care and the way that everyone pulled together in that adversity at that moment, where what's getting done is we had a couple of people going into hypothermia, we were all sitting underneath thermal blankets, and retrospect, you know, when you're reflecting on it, it's really funny and really fun. But that's only because nothing disastrous happened. And that is testament to the people that were there on the day, and everyone pulled together. It was it was awesome. And then there were some things which I can't repeat that were said underneath those thermal blankets, which were very
I've got some videos of that was you guys did well to keep the spirits up under those blankets. But you know, you're absolutely right. And that day, you know, I think sometimes when people ask about setting up a race in a place like Kenya, or you know, the one that always gets talked about is the race that we do in Guatemala that goes up the live volcano. And the truth is, I find them almost, I would find a race here in the UK a more stressful experience, weirdly. And we're actually looking at the moment, we started to work on a race here in the UK, and yeah, the amount that we have to do to prepare for that is extraordinary. And what we do in country, there's still a lot in Kenya. We have all sorts of different fun and games with Athletics Kenya to play, but yeah, logistically, it never ends. It never ends, and I keep on trying to pull myself out and leave the operations team to it, but I always seem to, it's like Sopranos, I always seem to get dragged back in, and and every time I try and be a bit away, but then there's an addiction, right? There's an addiction on race day when those things can happen and when you're ready. And what I loved about that day in Kenya in particular is that Mark and I couldn't have contact. So Mark was our other operations man. We couldn't have contact because we couldn't hear each other on the phone, all of this, and but we knew where we'd last seen each other, and we just went into we just did exactly what we always would have planned had you ever been able to plan for such a freak event. And that was a real satisfaction from an event director's perspective of going, okay, cool, there's no such thing as the perfect race, but how you respond when it goes Pete Tong is how you get that reputation. And then I think we've had 10 or so people from that second trip come along to other races, and I think that again that shows that people, as scary as it did feel, and I wouldn't lie that it felt a bit hairy behind the scenes for sure. But it was well, I don't know how to feel about it. I feel happy and satisfied, but also I'm aware. I'm really aware that was an adventurous day.
Yeah. Well, they're all learning processes, and Eddie and I have often said you learn more from adversity than you do from success. And as a race director, the more you do, the more events you have like that. So when suddenly the tier blows a fuse, you go, okay, that really isn't a problem. It's compared with the stuff I've had to do. But I mean, again, I have to say the marathons that you provide for people, it's not your regular marathon. It's not a road marathon. It's not a big city marathon. It was brutal but beautiful. However many Bs you can come up with for that particular marathon, running down 2 kilometres down the edge of the Rift Valley. If anybody has been to Rift Valley, they will know how stunning and beautiful that is. It's such a magnificent view. But across a tea plantation, so it's a furrowed field that you're running on, and that's the old Kenyan mud which sticks to your shoes. So it then becomes a resistance training program at the same time. And what's amazing is that the Kenyans training this all the time. They run around. That's the reason they're so fast. I'm convinced when they do a road marathon in the Olympics, is that they're used to running with about 18 kilos of mud stuck to the bottom of their shoes. So to run an Olympics is easy life for them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they just come along and have fun out there on that day as well, and just saunter around. And
well, particularly the Croatia one. What's amazing about that is that you was it Bernadette who just broken the world record?
Beatrice Chetko.
Yeah, so and where else in the world are you going to be able to go down to the local running track and run with world champions, world record breakers, elite marathon runners? You wouldn't be able to do that in the UK. That's not going to happen.
I mean, that I when I first arrived in Kericho, one of those runners popped over to the hotel and was like, I hear you're planning a race. There's a race tomorrow. Anyone can join in. It's kind of like a fun run. Safaricom, the telecoms network is sponsoring it. So I was like, okay, cool, come down. Paid my $2. I was the only non-elite athlete there. I've never felt so out of place. I felt I'm not the supreme athlete, but I'm not in bad shape. But I felt fat. And I started off that race, 10K race through the plantations. And in a race you always say, I don't go out too fast too soon. And this is already definitely the case in this one. I go out and I'm going backwards. I'm like running in treacle. And it turns out I ran that first kilometre in 3 minutes 43, which is my fastest ever 10K, but I felt I was going backwards. People on the side of the streets were laughing at me as the only Mzungu running that race.
Really?
And I remember my girlfriend at the time at the finishing line having to persuade them to not, and I did that in 44 minutes, and I was last by 12 minutes. And she was persuading them not to shut the finishing line down. And I had the vehicle handing me water, and I was on for a 44-minute 10K, so it wasn't... that was just this sort of... And then after that, actually, what's been amazing is that's when people like Bernard Rotich and Karuri, they used to come and knock on the door every morning at 6 a.m. and take me for a run. They saw it as this pet project to get me into being a decent runner, because they thought I was a terrible runner at 44 minutes. And so that was so interesting. And that is what build that relationship with the Kenyan runners so that they come and support the race so much every year.
Okay.
It was that moment.
I'm sorry, I've got to stop. We've got to jump off because Jason, got to talk to Jason Isaacs now. So thank you, Tim.
Nick,
thank you.
Yeah, Tim, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, Nick, yeah, thank you for everything you're doing. You're doing a great job. It's a fantastic organisation you've got going. And yeah, I hope to see you very soon.
Yes, man, thank you. And thanks so much, Eddie, for everything that you're doing on this trip. It's been amazing to watch so far and really look forward to seeing you finish it well.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming along. Keep doing your thing.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I'm going to talk to Jason Isaacs, the actor who I've met before. I think you'll remember. But I think he's in the waiting room. So I'm ready when the guys are, as I struggle through an hour to go. Talk to me, Dave. Tell me things.
Just getting Jason lined up.
Oh. I keep feeling I must be stronger than I was, but not as we know it. I'd like to get up to 40k, but about 35. So, yeah, it'd be lovely to be 5 more k on my belt. The last 2, just extra. Running in Zagreb for Croatia. Going to show you hopefully my final video from exactly 11 months ago, lucky 13th marathon. Oh. Jason.
Hello, mate.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I was just having an argument in the waiting room with Tim about allowing you to have warm baths at night. I think he's made up the 2% statistic.
No.
I think you should go back to ice.
Do you do ice baths?
No, my God, no. But my missus does freezing cold ice swimming all the time and Wim Hof breathing. And I had to do it once for filming. I don't think I could do it voluntarily. And it did give me incredible kind of Marvel superhero energy for a couple of days. But I'm a mad keen tennis fan, and so I know some of the players, and I know that they and most professional athletes swear by ice baths. And it's only you that is given license by Tim not to have them.
Well, I must admit, I can't tell what makes the difference in any of it all, you know. You're supposed to eat this kind of food rather than that kind of food. There must be something. I mean, I try and stay match fit before I do these things. So I've been doing a marathon every 2 weeks. And in between those weeks, I do a half marathon. So that's my kind of regime.
What you're doing is incredible. I'll tell you what, I've been watching. I've jumped in on and off your website for the days now, watching, knowing I was going to talk to you, also just intrigued by what you're doing. And I'm aware that you don't ask people for money enough because it probably feels like bad taste to you. So I'm here to tell people that what you're doing is incredible and painful and for a very good cause. And if you're here at all, it's because you clicked in to watch. And if you clicked in to watch, and you know, I understand the context generally now, only if you've got any spare money, please do give it right now. Obviously I haven't earned it, but Eddie is earning it, and he's doing it for 5 brilliant causes. I looked at all your charities today, they're all fantastic charities. So
and tell them
I'm here to be that painful reminder, like on American public radio, that pledging thing that happens.
Yeah, that
sometimes.
pledging thing, which is...
Please give some money.
Okay, so eddyizzard.com. It's quite simple. Go to eddyizzard.com, and from anywhere in the world, you can donate. And hopefully, and you should be able to pay in US dollars, euros, or pounds. So that is the easiest way.
If you look up the charities like I did this afternoon, and see every single one of them is a fantastic charity doing without giant administrative burdens. I have to say, you know, I'm lucky enough to do some work with some charities, and I'm an ambassador for some very big organisations. But these are very lean, mean organisations that you're backing here. The money will go directly to doing great things.
Excellent.
So
Well, thank you.
Like I needed to say it. You don't say it enough.
No, I know, but you see, I'm knackered. You got to give me a break. I just.
So the other thing that happened was I thought, oh great, they've asked me to talk to Eddie, and there's so many things I want to ask him. I suddenly felt I was going into full Charlie Rose, Jeremy Paxman, Terry Wogan mode. And then I realised, you don't want to talk, you're running. You want to listen, right?
No, well, it's a mixture, because if you ask me a question, what's best is you ask me a question, then I'll ask you a question, then you ask me a question. How do we do it like that? Because
Okay, so I've met you once before, I think just once, and I was very excited and nervous and stuff. I think we were at a lift somewhere, we were at some showbiz.
I think it was an interview on TV South, you know, one of those downs where LWT used to be, those studios,
Right.
London studios. And I think you'd just been on or just about to come on, and I just said, I want to be the actor that you are. I'm kind of aiming in your direction. That's what I said, and it's true, because it's, I love, I mean, you know, obviously you've played a myriad of roles of your career, but just what you brought.
Oh no, let's not do that.
No, but no, I just want to say this, that in Harry Potter, the character you played there, it could have been just so simply two-dimensional, but he had such challenges, he had such fear in him. You expressed that so well. So
that's just me.
Yeah, well, but that's okay. But that's what's good in playing a bad character, is to show the third dimension.
Well, look, I mean, not to get overly cheap and political about it, but frankly, he's a white supremacist who wants to make Hogwarts great again. He's looking back to times when people like him ruled the world, and he's fearful that he won't get to do that in the future. So it's all of his elitism and snobbery and power comes from terror, and all the hatred that he spouts everywhere comes from insecurity. And you don't need to look too far to find modern parallels. So I didn't think of him as two-dimensional.
Yeah, no, it's not. But you have to. It has to be you, or me, or whoever. Some actor has to bring out that third dimension. Because you may hopefully agree. Well, you may agree. In the olden days, bad guys.
I can't disagree with a man nearing the end of his 13th marathon halfway through a month of it. So whatever you say is good. Go on, go for it.
But you know, in the olden days, up until maybe this modern golden age of writing in dramas, the bad guys were often two-dimensional. They just didn't have. They were just bad. No, nothing else in there, and we took that for granted. That's what they would be. And then something changed. The 80s, the 90s. I don't know. Something changed, and a third dimension came.
Well, Alan Rickman changed things a little bit, and I think that Tony Hopkins as Hannibal Lecter changed things a little bit.
Yeah.
And it became clear. I think if a character's designed to make the audience hate you, they just won't care. If they believe it and they see some part of themselves that they're frightened exists or they try and bury, they see the coward in the bully, then they recognise it and suddenly becomes human to them, and then they're really genuinely disturbed and they get angry and upset by you. But if it looks like you're leaning out of the camera and stroking your moustache and licking your lips for their benefit, then you've lost all credibility, and so they're no longer invested in you, I think. But I was going to say, when I did meet you, I thought, oh, it's Eddie Izzard. There are so many different ways in which our lives are vaguely overlapped through third people. What's my opening gambit? I don't know if you do that sometimes. You see someone apart and you think, oh, there's a couple of ways I could go into this and reach out, make a bond, become friends. And I went for, oh, we've got the same manager. And you went, yeah, I've left him. And I was crushed. It was the end of the conversation.
Was that in
I picked the wrong one.
Was that the LA manager?
Yeah. I had so many routes in to the ways that our worlds were the same age, and I think I saw you. Now, this is what I want to ask you about. So I'm a mad Tommy Cooper fan.
Oh yeah.
And enough that I delved into it for a while. And there was a time before Tommy Cooper. For anybody watching around the world who's not English and isn't over 50, Tommy Cooper was a great British comedian, the comedian's comedian. And one of the things that was great about him is he developed a persona, a stage persona, which is of the perennial loser and terrible magician. And he'd get away with doing the worst material ever. Laugh at himself, laugh with his co-conspirator in the wings who didn't exist. And you laughed with him at how bad he was. And it was a genius persona. But I found sketches that he did before that, when he was just trying to be straight funny, and it didn't really work. And he happened on it. And I seem to remember you in the street, because I went to the Edinburgh Festival from when I was 19, every year doing something or other. And I seem to remember that you doing street performing was not the Eddie Izzard that I've seen quite a few times on stage doing your stand-up. Is there a moment or a gig or a season somewhere where you felt like you hit upon the tone, the tune, the character that you could play in public, the kind of surreal, rambling, stream of consciousness person, that then gave you license to be who you are?
Well, there was a specific gig, because I went through. My first Edinburgh was in 1981, and my last one was 1993. So I did 12 Edinburghs in 13 years. The first 3 was
a lot of chips.
I know. So I paid my bloody dues, so that I wanted a career at the end of it, which I got, but it just took a lot of fighting to get there. So the first 3 was sketch. I was trying to be Monty Python, the children of Monty Python, playing characters like this, or different costumes, different voices. I thought Edinburgh was the place where you just get discovered. Didn't happen. Yeah. Got a bit lost my way. Thought, well, that was my gambit. That was my strategy. What do I do now? I went down to London. I thought, well, London's the way through. Then I got the street performing. It was knockabout stuff, then sword fighting with a partner. And then I realized that I needed to develop what I thought the American stand-ups have more, which is your own voice. Not just character of this or this, but able to talk to the audience. And you had to bring the audience in, and there was no point playing a character, they wouldn't believe it. So I developed that very deliberately, and it was, then I went solo, and when I went solo, I started mucking about, and I had all this written, I'd written these sketches before when I was a sketch comedian, and as a stand-up, well, as the person who was performing doing street stuff, this is escaping from a 5-foot unicycle, I started talking and I was developing this thing, but I knew there was something out there, the it factor, and there was a point where this happened. I started up at the Edinburgh Festival. You take anyone who's good at London, at Covent Garden, they take the show up to Edinburgh during the festival. And we didn't have these set half an hours anymore. You could do a show at a certain place for as long as you wanted. So I would muck about, I would improvise. So I was mucking about and this and that and stuff and talking to people, and drunk people would come in and I'd play with them. And I started one show. I set out my tea cozies, which was what I used to set out beforehand, laid out my stuff. There was no one there. There was one guy there. And I felt I was getting on top of my game. And this one guy there, he went, "Oh," and he ran away. And I thought, that is weird. I don't understand that. So I carried on just sorting stuff out. And then I looked up and he was dragging his family up the mound in the centre of Edinburgh. And he plonked them down. So there's now 4 or 5 of them sitting there. There's no one really else there, 1 or 2 maybe building up. And I realized that he was doing what I used to do to Pookie Snackenberger and Cliffhanger. Pookie Snackenberger street band that became Stomp. And I used to watch those street shows going, this is amazing stuff. And he was doing that to me because he knew that I was going to go somewhere, don't know where, but it was worth watching. And that's when I knew I had developed it. And if I could take that forward and then take it indoors, because my stand-up was beginning to happen at that point, if I could do the it indoors, then I knew that I had.
I don't see I can see in the roots of Python. I can see, that was the week that was. I see David Fox and all those people. I can see the roots of lots of people who are very successful and great. But I don't see in your. It doesn't deconstruct it too much, but the kind of the speed of your transitions and the surrealness of the subject matter stuff. I don't see the roots of it. I don't know if you felt you were inspired by it, or it came from trying to keep the crowd interested.
I feel the roots. I went to 7 out of the 10 Monty Python gigs, and at one point I was there. It was just all of Python, all the Python that was alive, and me. So it's 5 Pythons and me. And I said, I owe you my career, and I want to thank you. And Terry Gilliam said, we want it back. We want your career back, which was nice. But I do feel that what I put forward, I was very influenced by Billy Connolly and Richard Pryor's stuff of talking about scenes and then acting them out. And that
I
bit,
can see that. It's just
that bit's Python. That bit is me doing Python.
But do you feel? Well, I don't know. I can't be asking you what you feel proud of. It's a strange question, but you're one of those people in your stand-up persona, at least, that a lot of people can do impressions of. I feel like it must be a sign that you have found it, whatever the thing is, that you can't be mistaken for anybody else. Anybody can hear 10 seconds of you on the radio and go, "Oh, that's Eddie," because you found that voice. I wonder if you sometimes feel trapped by going, "Well, there's a certain thing people expect in my delivery now, and I'm not allowed to change it."
No.
Because obviously you're a very serious person also.
Well, that's an interesting thing. Well, the stand-up is very separate to the drama, but actually Phil Jupiter's is a comedian who I think did. He's one of the persons he did impressions of me. But what Phil did, and anyone else who did, they were doing early me. Early me was that was kind of so toast. What's going on there? If you put toast on a cat, does that work? You know, it was. I was very kind of surreal and off the hinge with a lot of yeah, I don't know. I live here. I'm living in a bush now. You know, that kind of thing.
Well, can I just say, I saw some of those early gigs, and I remember thinking, he's a really good actor, because I saw 2 in a row for some reason at one point. Somebody else had a ticket, and I came twice, and far from what it looked like, which is somebody on all kinds of Class A drugs, leaping around from subject to subject, you barely veered from, you know, there was a 5% improv proportion every night, but most of it was the same stuff, but it looked like you were pulling it out of your ass. Oh, my friend, that is a great skill. I've seen other people do that, you know. I've seen Robin Williams do that too, and look like he's making stuff up. And that's part of the skill, I think.
Well, there's the thing, I'm not trying to look like I'm improvising and do it in a cheaty way. What it is, I do conversational stand-up. I don't write any of it, so it's always workshopped and workshopped. Every gig is like a paid rehearsal, so it keeps it fluid, because I find if you get it, if you lock that, I mean, certain bits that really work, you say, well, that I'm going to use that line and going into that punchline because it works. But around it, like Death Star Canteen, where Darth Vader is ordering penne arrabbiata, basically at Leicester Forest East service station, which is doubling for the Death Star. That's what I was channeling, but I used to do that different every night. The essential status interchange between him and the woman behind the counter saying, you need a tray, says, I don't need a tray, I don't need, you know, all that stuff. That would change. I write some pieces that are just designed to move so that they never get locked into concrete and die like a prayer.
Do you do that? I do that sometimes, depending on my status in a particular production. I do that on camera in drama quite often. Not you know, not so as to throw the other actors and not so they don't get their cues, but I just feel the need to keep it fresh often.
Yes.
And it's you know, it's landed on fertile ground often, but sometimes I can't come a cropper because that's just not the culture.
That is very interesting, because I'm very up for that. I'm very up for doing more improvising in my film work, drama work. But often it doesn't have the time or whatever. I did notice in stage work, because you know, I don't know how many plays you do, whether you're doing more film work.
It's almost all odds. I can't bear to do stage work because within the first 2 weeks, everyone you knows come, and then 4 weeks in, you think you've cracked it, you want to beg them all to come back, and then 6 weeks in, you turn up and you go, who are all these people? Why am I sweating for them? I don't know them.
Well, there's a thing I found in it that. Again, this, if you lock it in, well, the words can't really move in a play, but I found there was a corridor of emotion one can use. I don't know what you think about this, but you have to take the lines have to go to the same place. You have to essentially be in the same place, but you can push it into them or pull it back from them or lay it out from them or throw it over there. And I would do this every night when I was doing Race in America on Broadway. And I found, without trying to annoy the other actor, that they started moving out of their comfort zone to match if I was pushing in or pulling out, and it kept it alive for me. I thought it's a nice.
That's what proper acting is. I mean, you're dancing with the other person, and it's not choreographed. It's, you know, you vaguely know where you're going, but you've got to be free to play whatever you feel at the moment. The best director I ever had, or the best acting teacher I ever had, directed us for Angels in America. And he would never tell anyone what to do. He'd never say, that line's angry, or come in here. He'd say, what are you trying to change? He'd just keep on asking, what are you trying to change? And I'd start answering, because I like words. And he'd go, no, don't tell me, show me. He just wanted you in every moment to be trying to change the other person. And you know, it ties into some of the best performances I've ever seen in my life on a film set were off camera. Because the actors were engaging with the person on camera and not thinking about what they were doing.
Yeah.
And that's the trick always, to try and get a reaction from the other person.
Yes, it's.
So,
I read that Angelica Houston once said, prepare, 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 let go. And I understood her words, but I couldn't quite get it until I'd just done Treasure Island, which was 10 weeks, and the last 5 weeks being in Puerto Rico, by the end of it, I was playing Long John Silver, which was beautiful, and I sort of got him. And then I had 2 weeks, and I was doing a film called Lost Christmas, and I had very little. I couldn't overthink it. My preparation, I couldn't overthink. 2 weeks changeover, and I started hitting this stuff that I thought. Well, the director John Hay, he was going, Eddie, that's great, that's really great, I really love it, and I thought he was just being very nice to me. But I look back at it and I just thought, what am I doing here? There's something coming out that's really, I was not controlling it anymore. I was just letting it happen. And
so you're trusting, or eventually you get to a point where you go, okay, I'm in the moment. I trust I know what's brought me to this place. I know what happened before. I know where I've shot the scene that's coming up. I'm just going to let all my prep go and see where it takes me. And if it doesn't take me anywhere, the director's going to go, I don't know, are you on, are you on downers or something? But it always happens. And I'm always horrified to get on the set, particularly with younger actors, and they arrive with a performance that's a brilliantly exquisite piece of craft that they've worked out in their bathroom.
Yeah.
And you could drop your pants, you could spontaneously combust, you could do anything. It wouldn't in the slightest affect what they were doing. You could burst out crying and they wouldn't have to engage with it. They're going to do the thing that they've worked out. And that just isn't what acting is. Acting is absolutely, to my mind, about letting everything go. It doesn't mean you're in the groove, you're in the trench of the character. You know roughly who they are and what they want, but the preparation scuppers it, which is why I think visitors to film sets often mistake the actors clowning around and looking like toddlers or idiots with some kind of irresponsibility, but it's not. It's keeping yourself loose so that you don't pick up any of the tension, do any of that stuff before, when golfers stand there and get lined up.
Yeah.
The good golfers stand there, lined up and hit it. The bad golfers, so amateur golf clubs, stand there for about 15 minutes, steadying and strengthening themselves, and it just doesn't help. You've got to be loose and flow right into it.
Yep. I'm going to ask you this question that I'll tell you afterwards why I asked it, but what did your parents say when you wanted to be an actor?
Oh, I think they were, my dad told me recently. So I went to Bristol, I studied law, and I did dozens and dozens of plays. I went to the Edinburgh Festival a lot, and National Theatre Festival and stuff. And they'd seen me naked and swearing and all the things that we thought were clever when I was a student. And then I got into drama school. I didn't tell them what to do, I got into drama school. And I asked them to come out for dinner. And I wanted to say, look, I don't want to be a lawyer. I want to go to drama school. And apparently my parents thought I was going to say, look, I'm gay, which back in 19, whatever the hell it was, would have been a big shock to them, the world they came from. They were so relieved when I said I wanted to go to drama school. They just went, oh no, fair enough, that makes perfect sense. They were fine with it. They did that thing of thinking I would always land on my feet. And I guess I always thought, it's just another 3 years of indulgence before I grow up and do a proper job. And then I never kind of looked up. I thought, I'll do one job and then I'll get a suit, whatever people with suits do. And then I thought, well, maybe I'll get on camera once and then I can do a proper job. And now I've got no skills. There's nothing else I can do.
That's interesting. I saw a play when I was 7 and I decided right there and then I wanted to do that. I didn't know you could do it professionally really, but I said I want to do that.
No.
And it was really, I think, psychologically, Mum had died the year before and the audience affection for some actors on stage were really nailing it. I think I wanted that affection and that feeling.
Cool.
And it stuck with me and it's never really moved from that. I went into comedy because if you do auditions at school, I don't know if you were a tall kid at school, I know you're taller than me, but I don't know how tall you are.
I was scrawny and weak and bullied.
But you know the thing
at
school,
all the things that let me play bad guys.
If you did go out for trying to audition for a role at school, if you were tall, you were probably in, and if you were small and you were Robert De Niro, you're just not getting in. It just, no small kid, just doesn't look wrong up against the girl who's probably going to be taller. So I suffered from that and probably trying too much, and also probably no talent, no latent talent. I think my talent is deep in. I'm quite good at pulling talent out of myself, I think. But then I just went to comedy.
Let me ask you this about you, because so it's not in the psychiatrist chair. It was actually clear in the psychiatrist chair, but obviously the things that you've achieved in many different areas, witness you running 31 marathons in 30 days, but the things you've achieved in the comedy arena are very, very special. You can fill stadiums, fill arenas and stuff, and yet what I understand about you when I see you in an interview or even people we know mutually say you're really driven to, as you're telling me now, to be an actor.
Yeah.
But you can do this other thing that no actor can do.
But that's just...
I feel the same when I look at Steve Martin and Robin Williams. They can act, they're good. Robin Williams got an Oscar. You're a very good actor. I've seen the Cryptogram and many other things. But there's a huge swirling ocean of actors who can do that stuff, and really actors are only ever as good as the material. So the times over 30 years that I've been showered with praise or awards or whatever have been the times that I knew when I read the script that it was magnificent. I didn't blow it, I would get the praise. But only a tiny handful of those millions of actors could do what you do in the one-to-one communication
Doesn't
world
matter.
of comedy and anything else.
But I'm doing cake and eat it here. I'm not giving up. You see, Hugh Laurie said, right, stuff the comedy, I'm into the drama, and that's it. Jim Carrey jumps across, I think, but when I went to the top of the comedy mountain, refused to do comedy television, went to the bottom of the drama mountain, and started hacking my way up from the bottom, not from the top, not parachuted in, but just roll by roll. And when Stephen Frears gave me the role of Edward VII, Prince Edward, up against Judi Dench's Victoria, that wasn't because I'm a comedy person. He gave me the role. So that's
right. Listen, I'm not saying you won't and don't and won't continue to do very well in the acting world. I'm just thinking, why bother? Because I love it.
I love it more. I love that more. And I broke into
that's what's on to me.
I broke into Pinewood when I was 15. I don't suppose you broke into Pinewood. I knew that I was going to be in films. I broke into Pinewood. I worked out where it was. I watched Battle of Britain. At the end of it, I used to copy down stuff from the TV on a pad, you know, jobs and stuff. It didn't make us best boy, gaffer. I don't know what it meant, but
still don't. I've only done it for 30 years. I still don't know what they mean.
I've just about worked those out. But at the end, it said filmed on location in Battle of Britain, and also at Pinewood Studios, Ivor Heath Bucks. They had a full single card, and I said, Pinewood Studios, Ivor Heath Bucks. That's people. People are there at that studio. And that's, where the hell is that? And I went to W.H. Smith, it must have been, in Bexhill-on-Sea. I got a map with all the towns alphabetically in the whole of the UK. Went down and found Ivor Heath. It's a place. Okay, Buckinghamshire, okay. And I got a train to London, a tube to Uxbridge, a bus to Ivor Heath. And I got out at a roundabout and they said, this is the stop for Pinewood. I said, Pinewood Studios? And the mate said, half a mile down the road, mate. And I walked up to the main entrance, the old entrance, you'll know it. And I said, can I come in? I'm gonna be an actor in films. And they said, fuck off, kid. I said, no, I've come miles. And they said, no. And they just sent me away. And I thought, I've come miles for this. So I thought, maybe there's another entrance. And the main entrance now, you may know, that's just up from the old entrance. And it was more of a service entrance in those days. And so anyone in the industry was just walking in and out. Some were showing passes, but some weren't, because they were on the way to get sandwiches for Stanley Kubrick or something. And so I did the Where Eagles Dare, Clint Eastwood and what's his face, walking in.
William Holden, who's in it?
No, it's Burton. It's Burton, Richard Burton.
Yeah.
Sorry, Colin, what's his face? Richard Burton, Steve, and they just walked in.
He's dead, it doesn't matter.
I know, well, I'd like to be honoured to his journey from Wales. I do like his journey from Wales. So, yeah, I just walked in. I was in Pinewood. I was age 15. Like Spielberg broke in at 17, I think, to Universal. So I did the same thing, and his career started immediately. And mine started...
It took a while.
Mine took 15 years. But I have been back there.
It's such a different way in. You were attracted to the performance of it and the acclaim. I think I was at university and I was just so lost socially in amongst all these incredibly posh people who from worlds I'd never met before. And once I was in a rehearsal room, I thought, God, look at this. There's a bunch of people who are having really intimate conversations about kind of the stuff that never comes up with 18-year-olds talking to each other when they're drunk, you know. And there's always people to sleep with, and we get to go away and put plays on. And actually, the performing was the least of it. It was more having a kind of ready-built community of people to be instantly intimate with, which I still love. I still love making a film, making a television show, the kind of banter and the fact that you make friends. I don't sleep with them anymore, but I still like that taking a village thing. I think I'd probably be fine if nothing I filmed was ever shown, which is the process of making it that I love.
Oh, I wanted, you talk about the acclaim, but it was the love more than the acclaim. It was the, you know, Mum's love.
Validation, maybe.
Well, no, it was actually just pure love. Mum was very loving. She was a nurse. She died of cancer. We didn't know she was dying. It destroyed the entire family. And to see that happening, and it's quite a good swap in a way, Yeah, I'd rather have my mother back, but...
No, you are loved. You are loved. You
Well-
created, you created that relationship.
Well, I've tried to do stuff.
Anyway.
I tried to do stuff that's out of the box. Like last night, you may know this, I'm doing a show up at the end of each, a comedy show at the end of each gig. And last
That's
night...
why people should be giving money now. In the middle of this conversation, while Eddie's talking, you're all skilled, you can screen it. Get on your phone and give some money, EddieIzzard.com.
Say it, but EddieIzzard.com, that's it, EddieIzzard.com, thank you. Just that's all you can say. You interrupt me whenever you want and say give money, because I can't, I find it rather rude to say it.
Of course,
Yeah.
It's gauche.
But yesterday, we ran a virtual marathon for Vienna, in Wien, in Österreich, in Austria, and so I did the show in German. And I hadn't done a German show for a year, and my German is way more. I only did 2 years at school, so I was really kind of stressed about it. And I had to get up early in the morning to practice, and then practice with my friend Sigrun on Zoom at the breakfast table, 2 hours with her. But it was quite a good show. So that is beautiful. I do love. Well, you talk
So this is Zagreb behind me.
Yes.
You're running this, that's why I put it up there.
I
But
wonder.
that's the Zagreb Marathon from last year.
Excellent.
But you're doing the gig, presumably not in Croatian, you're doing it in English.
No, yeah, as I say, I'm not superhuman, I'm just a determined human. So I've got French, German, Spanish on the run, Arabic coming up, then Russian. I can only do certain things. I can do.
I did a Chinese film last year.
Oh, wow.
It's out right now. And there was no Mandarin in it when I took the job, when I was on set. It was kind of a big action movie. And then the lovely director kept on saying, "Do you know what would be great if you just said, why don't you come in, sit down and have a drink?" And I go, "Okay." Someone say it to me. I can speak a little bit. I can speak French and Spanish. And so they'd say it to me, and I'd repeat it back. The whole crew would be doubled over, weeping with laughter, because Chinese is not like any of the European or Romantic languages. It's to do with rising tones and sinking tones and high and low tone stuff. And they go, "Well, why don't you just say, sit down and have a drink?" And I can try it, and they go, "Just say, drink." I try it, and apparently I was saying your mother has a goat behind, or whatever I was saying all the time, and they cut it all.
Oh dear. Because what they should have done is have you do that and then get someone who was maybe a European but could speak.
But I was asking because given how many languages you speak, have you ever tried one of those Far Eastern languages?
Well, it's after Russian. It's on my list, but it's after politics. So I have to become an
so what are we
MP.
going to do about that? See, I campaigned with you I campaigned for Ed. I didn't campaign for Jeremy Corbyn, I'm afraid to say, or not afraid to say. That was not the person I could back. But I'm back again. Presumably your dreams of being a Euro MP are shelved at the moment.
I am a proud British person, a proud European, a proud world citizen, so that never changes. It is inevitable that we will go back to our continent, because it's our continent as well as anyone else's.
I hope so, God, I hope so,
But
yeah.
no, that's inevitable. That is inevitable. Meanwhile, I always want to be an MP or Mayor of London. Sadiq Khan's doing a great job. I'm happy for him to continue as long as he wants. In fact, I need to be inside the machine, which is more of an MP.
To see how it works.
Yeah, so
Makes sense.
it was always MP. And so I will fight for whoever's leader of the Labour Party, as I have done over the years. And I will now fight for Keir Starmer to be the next Prime Minister. And that's what I want. And I'm looking at
I think he's good. I think he's got a chance. I mean, tragically, he's got a chance because our current Prime Minister and a bunch of idiots around him have been making so many poor decisions that have impacted so catastrophically on everyone. At the best of times, it might have been the case, but in a pandemic, it feels like an open goal for Keir Starmer. But let's hope so.
Well, yeah, let's hope so. Well, the COVID thing, we hope will pass soon, and then there will be some time and years. But anyway, we will see what happens. But I'm a relentless bastard.
But where are you going to be MP? I'd like you to be my local MP. Where are you going to be? Have you picked a district, or are you happy to be selected anywhere?
No, it's a tricky thing. I have run everywhere in the United Kingdom. I have played everywhere in the United Kingdom, and so I'm happy to go in many different.
Where do they love you most?
Sorry?
What is the loudest cheers?
No, well, it doesn't quite work like that, and if a by-election came up that was a good fit, then I would love to be up for that in that selection, and if not, I will be looking for a place that's coming up in the next general election. So, but meanwhile, I'm just going to act like as a political activist, as a politician who wants to get in, and what I'm doing here is political. It's about making humanity.
What you're doing is incredible. So, did you ever hear? I'm a podcast addict, and I might even do one. Look at me, my flashy microphone.
Yeah.
But did you hear there was a fantastic radio lab, I think, about long distance, medium and long distance runners in Kenya? There was a moment years ago, I'll try and condense this, because it could be a long story, but there was a moment years ago when someone was about to win in 10,000 metres, and the commentator was given the information that they had released themselves from hospital the day before and had their gallbladder removed, and they were not meant to have left the hospital. And the Americans sent a team out to East Africa to research it, because this very tiny district had 35 gold medals and the whole of America had only 20. And they looked at the water table, they looked at the food, they looked at culture, they looked at the body type, but it was true of a whole giant swathe of Africa, but it was only this area that had runners. And then when they were studying locally, they saw scars on people's hands and forearms. And what they found was, this was a culture in which the young males and young females were taken out into the woods when they hit puberty and circumcised, and then given tasks for 2 weeks with a mask of caked mud on their face. And if the mud cracked, because they would succumb to pain, they were lower down the pecking order. If the mud didn't crack, they were given the best flock or the best house or whatever. So they spent their life learning to resist pain. And then the modern day runners, many people who won gold medals, asked if they would do that to their kids. They said, no, forget it. They said, what happens if they don't win gold medals? They said, I didn't care. It was torture. But what it showed the Americans was that skill in long distance running is really about resisting pain.
Yeah.
And do you think that is that what you're experiencing? You somehow, you're clearly a determined person. It's just about pushing through the pain.
Yeah, I'm talking to you because if you think about it, a 6-hour podcast on top of doing marathon after marathon seems insane, but it is my safety net, because if I talk ideas, questions, listen to what you're saying, I listen to what I'm, what I'm trying to, how I'm trying to answer and articulate an answer, then I'm not thinking about the legs, and the legs are a bit bashed up. Tino, Sire, what's it called? What have I got, Sarah? Hang on, Sarah, I've got Sarah here.
That's one of the Jacksons, isn't it?
What's it called? Sarah, you've got it written
Yeah,
down.
tenosynovitis.
Tenosynovitis. I can't even remember it. But that's
what is that? Something bad.
It's, they've got tendons in in the front of my right leg. And they've done something. So it's not the actual tendons, it's around the tendons. There's an inflammation around it. And when I listen and flex at night, and I flex and do whatever the other thing, extend my foot, I can hear them creaking like a door.
Creaking?
Yeah, creaking. It goes,
don't do it.
Well, no, it's because of this. And, but at least they know what it is. So I'm on antibiotics. And you just have to live with it. And it can, weirdly, you can use it and it can get better at the same time. I don't know quite how the body does that. But on the left-hand side, I've got the...
Well, I think things like strains, I mean, I can't do anything like what you're doing. I don't have the determination, but I do love sport. When there's a ball, I can run forever. So a lot of the injuries I've got really bad knees because I played 6 or 7 hours tennis in a day, 2 or 3 matches, but I couldn't run around the block because I can't motivate myself to keep going. The voices to stop are just too loud. But I know from many injuries I've had in the past, if you have a tear, you can't run through it. If you have a strain, you can actually run through it. Yeah. A ball you can run through and you can help yourself. But an actual tear, you're in deep doo-doo, I think.
Yeah, it's I try to avoid the tears. I just say to the world.
So when you're not talking to me or generally worthwhile people who run charities like Tim and Nick, and you're training by yourself.
Yeah.
I couldn't possibly, back in the days even when I could run, I couldn't run without audiobooks or podcasts.
Yeah, no,
or,
I do use it. It is audiobooks. That is my go-to thing. When I was out running the 43 around the UK, I didn't listen to anything because I wanted to hear the traffic, which could have hit me. So that was a safety thing. But I do use.
That's tough. To the body, you're obviously comfortable with your own thoughts. I'm extremely uncomfortable. That's why I play other people.
Yeah, well, no, I'm intrigued. I try to do things. This is what I try to do. I try to do things that make me go, who the hell did that? That's amazing. Oh, that's me. Oh, that's all right. You seem okay. Well done, that. I want to do things that impress me. The gig yesterday. This is what I'm banging on about the gig in German. I did 12 marathons and a gig in German. Forget all the English gigs I did, but that gig in German was kind of
that
good.
Was a challenge.
And that was.
Now, what you're doing is it's staggering, but in some ways it's more staggering to me because I don't think you really like running.
I don't.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, I don't really like running. I like stopping. Love stopping. Stopping is brilliant. I've stopped in many different places. When I was running the UK, I'd find reasons to stop. I ran past a house it was summertime, but they were painting the house, and I said, "What are you doing?" And they said, "We're painting the house." And then I sort of stood there. They said, "What are you doing?" "I'm running around the whole of the United Kingdom for charity." You don't have to give.
It reminds me of when we were back in Edinburgh, back in the late 1400s.
Yeah.
We were both there. Arthur Smith used to do an alternative tour of the Royal Mile at midnight, which started with him handing a joint to the soldier by tradition, and then making his way down the Royal Mile with whatever crowd turned up. It could be 3 people, it could be 300 people, and I did it 2 or 3 years in a row. And he would just knock on people's doors. So I remember at one point someone leant out the window and went, "Arthur, what you doing?" He went, I'm taking all these people down the Royal Mile. They went, "Do you want a cup of tea?" He said, "Yeah, come on, all up there." And like 100 people went in someone's apartment and had a cup of tea. And then he borrowed a mattress and we all carried him down the street. But yours is slightly different. I ran, every year I do the Great Ormond Street Hospital charity fund run in the park, which is nothing, it's a few kilometres. And I had a bad knee, but I was there to help raise money and publicity and stuff. And I didn't want to say, "Well, my leg hurts," when there's people with really very serious illnesses wheeling themselves around, carrying each other. So I tried to stop and do selfies with people. Nobody wanted one. They all wanted to run. I kept on saying, "Should we do a selfie?" "No, thanks." They just run right by me.
Yeah, no. Well, this is the trick. I don't do organised events because I find it a pressure. They say, you're that guy who's fast. They think that endurance is the same as speed. Come on, let's go. And I think, no, I haven't got. That'll kill me. I could do 6-hour marathons and not 2-hour marathons. So.
But isn't there a speed? I might be wrong, but I think isn't there a speed if you slow down enough? You're moving up and down more than forwards and backwards, and it's really bad for your joints, and it doesn't help you. So you need to maintain a certain speed because it's somehow counterproductive to slow down.
I'm not sure, but I think I'm an okay one. I have actually badly damaged my knee before, but weirdly my body mended it perfectly. I tried to jump over a fence about half a metre high, about a foot and a bit high. There were nettles, so I just thought I'll do this in one spring, and like a kid. But my body said, "Oh, you're not a kid, you can't do it." And as I jumped, I felt it go. And as I landed, I could feel the fluid filling up in the knee. And I thought, that's not good. And I'd torn it. And then over a period of time, it mended itself. And now it's as happy as a jumping young buck. Well, in its...
About a couple of times in my life, I've had these injuries, and I've gone to see the super special, star-obsessed, in America, every doctor is only important and relevant in so much as they treat sports teams. So, like the LA Lakers ankle guy or the Red Sox shoulder guy, whatever. That's how people recommend them. And at one point, my Achilles was all shot. There was thousands of little scars. And there was a guy you couldn't get in to see because he lectured the world, he'd written shelves full of books, and somebody knew him through somebody. He made a special appointment early to see me. They said, "Don't be put off by him, he's really arrogant." I went to see him. In his office he had an MRI machine, that's how rich he was, an MRI machine and an X-ray thing. He scanned an X-ray me and he goes, "Do you know what? You're done. So you're done with running, you're done with tennis. The whole thing's done. You got to take up cycling, maybe swimming, or chess or something. In the lottery of life, the poker hand of life, you were dealt a bum. Achilles, you're old now. If you were 23, I'd do an operation and it might work, but give it up." And I went, "Well, there must be, you don't think if I stretched it or I rested?" He goes, "Hey, you see these books? I wrote these books." I said, "Well, my physio in England." "Your physio in England? Who is he?" And I said, "Well, he's the English basketball teams." Even as I said it, I thought, what am I saying? I said, "It's the English basketball team's physio." He goes, "Really? The English basketball team? He should be so lucky in a million years to listen to me talk one day." And I would tell him what I'm telling you, which is your ankle's done. And you know what? It's completely wrong. It's completely wrong. The guy at the gym gave me some exercises and it's been fine ever since. So sometimes, it's amazing how we can heal ourselves sometimes.
Yeah, well, you might have, we all have between 1% and 4% of Neanderthal in us, including the Queen. All Homo sapiens do. And I've got 1.6 or something, or 2.4. I've got more than average.
So lots or little? Was that average?
Apparently more than average. But they could heal themselves much quicker than Homo sapiens. So I have broken toes and healed things.
Wait, so you did a 23andMe, or you did a gene test or something?
Yeah, I did a full gene test. I'm Viking.
What have you got? What's your makeup? Slice your pie up for me.
Mum is Viking and Dad is
Shut up. It says Viking.
Yeah, Mum is Viking and
It really
Dad...
says Viking on the printer.
Yeah. Let me finish.
That's
Mum is Viking and Dad is the other one. Saxon, yeah. So I've got a Viking and a Saxon line, which is very, very English, very British.
But you should be running in horns. But wait, what else does it tell you? What other uses are there apart from insurance companies refusing to insure you?
No,
what can
it
you do
doesn't.
with that?
It doesn't really matter. But if we all do it, if we suddenly did the whole world, we'd find out we're all the bloody same. That's the point, I think.
That's true.
You know what?
Well, we'll find out other things. There's a British film producer who I, name I won't say, he's a friend of mine, and he did a test. I think his wife got it for his birthday, and they went, "Do you want to know if you have any living relatives?" And he went, "Like, I know my living relatives." They went, "No, but do you want to know if there's anyone else?" And he went, "Yeah." And they went, "Okay, because you have a daughter." And he has a grown-up daughter that he'd had a relationship with someone who was at college, and they'd broken up, and she didn't tell him she was pregnant, and now he has an adult daughter he's reunited with. That's a lovely thing, but that came slightly out of the blue.
Yeah. Now, one thing, can you see the clock above on the screen? Can you see there's a clock with 42.2, which is the number of kilometres, but beneath that it's counting down. In
Five. Oh, it's gone now. Hold on, wait. I'll take off speaker view and go back onto grid gallery view.
Can you see?
Ladies and gents, let's make you big.
It's a clock. It's down at 14:41. 14. You can't see a clock in a circle there.
I can. When I talk, I see me instead of you. So I'll shut up. You talk again.
Oh right. If I'm talking me, can you see a clock at all on the screen? And when maybe you can't. Doesn't matter. It's counting down anyway.
Yes, I can.
Oh.
It's going up. It's 5 hours 43 and 5 seconds. That one.
No, not that one. It's on a separate thing. Dave, upstairs?
Yes, I see it.
Oh, can you see it?
I see it, yeah.
Okay, so 42.2 is the kilometres, but you can see I've got 14 minutes to go. So now's the time for you to tell the world what to do with their money if they've got
Okay,
it.
so here's the thing. If you're watching this, you've already found Eddie's site. Hopefully you're on watching this through eddie.com. Eddie is running 31 marathons in 31 days because A, he's insane, B, he's prepared to put up with pain so that we can all make the world a better place. This is about, this is to counter the many narratives in the world where people are trying to make the world a worse place. Eddie is putting himself through extraordinary agony and entertaining us at night doing gigs and running all day, every day in ways that I find deeply humiliating, and almost irritating, but not inspiring. And he's doing it for your money. So I know a lot of people don't have any money at the moment, and they're very worried about money. And of course, I don't need to ask you, but there are other people who are not in that position. If you have any spare money, and I would say this also, I have found it a very difficult time this last year, and I get very down about things. I know many people do, doom scrolling, filling my head with negative stuff. And one of the few things that lifted my spirits is the ability to be of service. I'm an actor, so I get offered the opportunity to help raise money or help raise people's spirits or say thank you to hospitals, whatever it is. I do as much as I can, not because I'm nice, but because it lifts me out of the doldrums. But one of the things we can all do to help ourselves be optimistic and clear the big dark clouds over our head is do some good in the world. If you have some money, you can do some good with that money. Look at Eddie's charities, they're all brilliant. If you don't have money, you can volunteer with your time, you can volunteer even to make phone calls. Do something somewhere and you will feel better. You don't have to do it because you're virtuous, do it because it will lift the clouds off you. And if you're here watching this, the thing to do is give Eddie some money. It's easy to donate at eddie.com. If you're not sure where it's going, click on the website, look at the amazing charities he's selected. I spent the afternoon looking through them and I was impressed by all of them. They're brilliant. And this man here, who's entertained you for decades, is putting himself through agony. He's got Cinny Tinny Pop Piphitis in his legs, whatever that is.
Yeah.
And Tim,
Synovitis.
That's the one.
Yeah.
And Tim, his physiotherapist, is deliberately, in many ways, trying to make that worse by banning him from having ice baths and encouraging him to have damaging warm baths at the end of the day. So he's doing that just to be in more pain for you, so you give money.
And tell people how long I've got to go, Jason.
Oh, he's got minutes. He's got minutes. He's got. I can't see it.
You can't see it now? Okay. Well, it's 11.
It's 4. What is it? Is that counting down or counting up?
It's the clock beneath the... Can you see the 42.2?
It's 42.2.
Yeah. And
it's 11, that's counting down. 11 minutes and 25 seconds. Okay. That's how long. So if you're thinking, you know what, I might give money at some point, give a little bit of money today.
Now's the time.
By the way,
next 11 minutes. Now's the time.
Now's the time to give the money.
Yeah.
And you don't have to give a fortune. Just feel like you've participated. If you've come on here and you watch Eddie, nobody wants to watch me, but if you're watching Eddie and you click off and you haven't given 10p, you're going to feel a little bit guilty. You're going to feel a little bit like, I should have given something. I was watching everything else I've been paid. So if you've got any money, don't feel pressured if you haven't got any money, but if you've got any money at all and you want it to go to a good cause and to squeeze those gates of heaven, pry them open another inch so you can maybe slip in sideways, now's the time.
Okay, and you know that you'll know that you can give, or you may not know, but they can pay in pounds or dollars, US dollars or euros. So we have 3 currencies on
That's
there.
it. Wherever you're watching from, that's the glory of the global internet. You can pay in any currency. They'll take your money in every currency.
Any of those 3 currencies. So it does mean, and if your currency is not that currency, we'll still take it, but it'll just show the amount in pounds, and you may not exactly know what that is.
Okay, so they'll take it in currency. Pounds, dollars, and euros are the best currencies, but any currency will do, any amount of money will do. Feel like you've participated. And actually, I would advise you, do click through and see what these extraordinary charities are. They do, I don't feel there's enough time, it's not my place to describe what they do, but they are doing great things in the world. Someone somewhere who, if you walk by them in the street, you would definitely help, will be helped by this. That's one of the great things about charity. You can, nobody watching this would walk by somebody suffering in front of them and look the other way. You just wouldn't. Well, these are people who need help and who are helped by the money that you give. They're just further away from him. And that's the joy of the internet. So do that. And he's got just over 10 minutes, no, just under 10 minutes left of today's agony. He's doing it every day for 31 days. So you can come back. He's got an array of far more interesting guests than me on to talk to and listen to. And what else are you doing with your days? I'm doing nothing.
Well, I'm doing mainly this at the moment. Now I'm going to say this, Jason, I'm going to say this, that you know I'm out in trans and you've been calling me he, and that's cool because some people got very het up.
Oh, I'm so sorry I said that because I called you she in my tweet. That's a complete mistake, and I apologise.
It really is. People shouldn't apologise. I am gender fluid, and if anyone gives you any hassle, I push back on all of that.
Yes, well, that's my mistake, and it's a bad force of habit, and I need to make the adjustment. I will make the adjustment. It's a small thing to ask of me, and I absolutely will not be doing that again.
No, thank you. I mean, as you can see, you've got great heart. You're wanting to help, and you're pushing there, and you're doing announcements for me, so everyone knows your heart's in the right place. This thing, it's weird, you know, the whole pronoun thing, and I've been out for 30...
No, it's not. It's not that weird. It's not much to ask. It's just an adjustment. One has to make a small adjustment. Like asking people to wear a mask in a shop, and they're like, wow, what a terrible infringement of human rights. And you go, you know, the nurses are scarring their skin all day, every day, waiting 14 hours. Put it on for 10 minutes. You're asking me to make a tiny adjustment linguistically and try to be aware. No, it's nothing.
I actually mentioned it not for you to make the adjustment, just so the people, anyone listening knows, just relax. We get on, and it's cool, and everyone should, because some people will fight on my behalf, and I want them to relax on my behalf. So that's
she is running. Eddie is running. She is running every day. She is doing extraordinary things for charity. And if I misspoke, it was my.
It's understandable. It is completely understandable because you've got used to it, and that is the thing. Now I'm going to tell you why I asked you about what your parents said. When one of my first early films, Shadow of the Vampire, was Willem Dafoe and John Malkovich, and I was up, and I don't know how you felt when doing films, because I know you have a slightly different approach to it to me, but I loved being on the film, especially on location. We were in a castle in Luxembourg, and we were shooting in this castle. We were shooting Nosferatu, basically the making of Nosferatu, the film The Vampire.
I saw it, I remember it.
And so suddenly it's raining, we're in a tent, and they were both there, and me, and another actor called Ronan Vibert, and I asked that question. And they all told me what their parents said when I asked them. And I just thought, what a beautiful moment. I'm up on the top of a kind of a mountain in a castle with these guys, particularly, you know, Malkovich and Willem Dafoe. And I can't remember a bloody word they said. So this is the trouble. So what I've worked out, I've lost this story, but I have to, next time I see Willem, I have to ask him again, and then I can put that into the story. And the same with Malkovich, and the same with Ronan. I
think, to be honest, it's so alien to the world I grew up in. Most people, I just didn't know anybody who did anything artistic for a hobby. I didn't know anyone who played an instrument. I didn't know anyone who really read books. So the idea that you might be one of those people on the screen or on the stage, those people clearly came from a different planet, not just a different part of, you know, Liverpool or London. Yeah. So it just, it's like me saying to them, I'm going to be an astronaut. They had no frame of reference for it, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to tell you, I don't know if you've got enough time there. I saw you in 2000. I was doing a film with Charlize Theron and Keanu Reeves in San Francisco, and you were appearing. And Charlize had some free tickets for some celeb, rows. And she said, "Oh, do you want to go with Emma, my then girlfriend, now wife?" And I said, "Yeah." And so we went in, but we got in a bit late. And I think everybody in the audience in those 2 or 3 celebrity rows knew that Charlize Theron was arriving. My wife, God bless her, is as beautiful as it's possible to be, but is not a 7-foot-tall gazelle, cover model. So as we made our way to the seats, I could hear everyone going, "She's much shorter than I thought. That's weird. She's a bit older without makeup on." I sat down, and the man next to me did that thing of trying to claim the armrest. And he was wearing a mohair jumper, and it was annoying me, and I slightly jostled with him throughout the performance. And when you did many little bits, I can't remember, about oranges, for instance, then someone behind me with a very low voice went, "Oranges, that's fun, oranges." So the whole gig, I thought you were brilliant, but this guy next to me was fighting for the armrest, and someone behind me repeated all the words. And at the end, when the lights came up, the person with the hairy arm was Robin Williams, and it was his hairy arm, it wasn't a jumper. And I turned around to tell the man behind me, he said, "To shut up," it was Tom Waits.
Oh,
And
Tom, yes. Yes,
Yeah,
I remember that night.
He literally repeated every one of your punchlines.
Well, that is beautiful. No, I was in a film with Tom Waits. I was in Mystery Man with Tom, and then he came to some shows. And that was beautiful. Beautiful having Robin backing me up, and he became producer on one. So it's.
I think that was the night he became your biggest fan. So let me ask you this about the trans thing for the future. Can I always call you she now? Do you think?
Yes, because I'm gender fluid.
What do you think?
So I'm doing comedy I was based in boy mode up to my 50s, and now my 50s onwards, I'm going to be based in girl mode. This is how I'm doing. I'm sort of making up my roadmap as it goes.
And when you act, you'll be acting
in boy mode.
All kinds of parts.
I'll be acting in boy mode. All the drama will be in boy mode, and all the comedy, political activism, and running will be in girl mode. These are my terms. I've made them up because woman mode and man mode doesn't sound very good, but that's how it is.
None of us ever feel like.
But if people call me she and her from now on in, even when I'm playing a male role, I'm completely cool with that. I'm about to go into production in February, and I've just told them, if you want it simple, just can't get everyone to call me she or her. But
I was thrilled to see that Wikipedia had done that. Apart from me being embarrassed for not doing it a minute ago.
Yeah.
I was thrilled to see that Wikipedia had done that throughout your entry.
Yeah, within a minute, I think. Just someone. I think someone could go on there, and they just went she all the way down, she her, and it makes me feel great. But I don't. But I didn't realise it would be such a switch, because actually, I've been out since '85, and this thing came up in the Daily Mail. Because I got an honour.
Where else would it come up?
Well, in a way, they didn't go off the deep end, but in Swansea, I was given an honorary degree. The Chancellor of Swansea University, I met, and we had a bunch of people had a meal the night before. She said that we're honouring a number of people tomorrow, and she talked about me as she. And I thought, wow, and I just felt great. And I said, thank you for that. That's great. I didn't ask for it, but that happened. The press picked up on that local, and then the Daily Mail picked up on that. So I said, well, look, I'm gender fluid, boy mode, girl mode. If you can do pronouns accordingly, great, but if not, just call me Eddie or mate or mush. I'm all right with that. But no big deal. Let's not make it a big deal. That's what I said. That was over a year.
It's not a big deal, but look, we have to retrain us. And one of my closest friends' daughter is binary, and so I have to refer to them as them. Yep. And it's just a grammatical adjustment, if it makes them so much happier, I can do it. It's not, there are other things I find offensive in life and difficult, and are part of making the world a worse place. It doesn't make the world a worse place. It just makes people happier. So it's easy to do, and I think it's perfectly right. I'm glad you pointed it out to me. I'm glad I got a chance to correct it.
I just want, because you've been so positive. I don't want anyone.
What I'm seeing is the hair. What I'm seeing is this fabulous mane of hair that you have behind you, and I'm wondering, have you managed to grow your hair in that way?
Extensions.
Okay.
Skylar of London.
Because I'm very jealous of extra hair. I do love a part with extra hair.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yes. It's great. Well, is it you're quite happy to wear extra hair? Or you order it before you go in?
I love a wig. The thing about actresses is they get to transform the way they look, because they get to wear makeup and clothes and use their hair in a different way. They can really sell a whole different character visually. Yeah. And men don't really get the same kind of toy box to play with mostly. When I can get a wig, I love a wig.
Okay. Now we've got 1 minute to go before I finish my...
1 minute. Quick. Reach for your wallets. Everybody reach for your wallets.
So
your
yes,
phones.
there's also texting 70810. If you have a UK phone, you can write the word 10 to give £10 or 20 to give £20 to 70810. That's as well. Or
70810.
Or
eddieizzard.com.
now.
I haven't given any money, and I don't like it. Does it work on iMessage?
70810. You just tap in that number. And then
810. It's not fair for me to be saying.
And then you can write the word.
What does it go up to? 10, 20? Can you do more?
It's only the word 10 or the word 20. So 20 is the top.
Okay.
donation.
I didn't want to say that flashily like I was good. I wasn't going to do more. I just wanted to know.
No,
obviously.
I know. But you can give multiple texts if you're crazy. So
Oh.
there you go.
Well,
There you go. That's
look at that. God, that's quick. It comes right back again.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Got any more? That's great.
There you go. 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13 seconds.
Quick,
18.
text. Come on, teenagers, you can text.
Thank you,
come on,
everyone.
Teenagers, got to be over 16, sorry.
Thank you, Jason, for coming along, talking to me for such a
Thank you, Mohammed. It's lovely to finally meet you properly.
Yeah.
Properly? I don't know.
One day we'll have a big chat in reality. This is it. I've got confetti going on my screen, and then...
Congratulations on it. I'm not even halfway through, but congratulations on today.
And now I can go and do a gig. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, and you stay safe, and I will talk to you later down the line.
Bye.
Thank you.
Lots of love.
Cheers. Okay. Thanks everyone on Zwift. Thank you everyone at home. I am now going to do a gig in about 50 minutes. It'll be in English today.
And I'm just going to give Tim's stats for today. So far you have been running for 83 hours, distance 548.34 kilometres, which is 340.6 miles. That is 745,745 steps, 28,213 calories.
How many millimeters?
Tim might still be on. Could Tim tell
Tim,
us?
are you there or not? I think Tim's gone.
Tim has gone. Yeah, incredible, Eddie. Well done.
Thanks, everyone. We can log out when you want, guys.